14th, we're going to be doing the Planet Crafter, and the 28th, we'll be doing RimWorld for the Hot Potato. So with that said, I might actually have some fun announcements coming up soon, but I can't give those yet. We're going to pick up where we left off with Farming Simulator. All the mods you see here, all of these are Giant Software official mods. So they're basically vehicles from like Farming Simulator 22 and 19 and that. All the ones that are unofficial we don't have set up. Not that that really matters. Eventually we might add autoloader. It really kind of depends on how much we get in the production lines, because doing a decent amount of forklifting is fine. If I go like full on production lines, eventually you hit the point where you're like, you know what? I'm over the forklift. And it is just one of those things. But we started this run yesterday on the new Kinlag. I don't know how to pronounce that. Kinlage? Scotland. We started on the new Scottish map, the Scottish Highlands map. And honestly, it's a pretty good map. I think it does a good job of having a balance of there is terrain going up and down with a little bit of cliffness and all that kind of stuff, but also still very flat and usable, or I shouldn't say flat, very, what word would I use? Because it's not flat, it slopes, but there's not very rapid changes in elevation in your fields and all that, so it actually works out pretty well. The town itself, it does seem like a map that's going to favor having not small vehicles, but specifically not be good for large vehicles. Oh, right. It was like the middle of the night because I was trying to push to get things done, and then it was just, you know, I was getting to like 2 hours over the end of stream and going, I gotta go. Right. But to go with the progress, we do have the rules that I started with $0. I do not own any land. We are on hard economy, so it is sweaty tryhard settings. The one caveat we gave ourselves is I am allowed to do contracts, because that was one I put up to a poll at the beginning of yesterday's stream, because a lot of times when I do a challenge called the Survivor Man Challenge, which this is not, this is Zero Hero, a little bit of difference. When I do that challenge, I usually give a hard no contracts rule, and usually the maps I choose wouldn't have contracts anywhere, because for Survivor Man you usually choose a map that's like mostly wilderness that you slowly turn into a farm. But the caveat with the contracts is I must use my own equipment. No loans, no leases permitted. I cannot use the equipment they will lease you as part of the contract. To that end, fishing is bananas lucrative. Now, it's not permanently lucrative. I do think you hit certain milestones, you get those payouts, and eventually it stops making sense to, like, really do a lot of it. But, for, like, any of these types of challenges, if you just fish, until you get the big payouts you get for, you know, cleaning up trash and all that, you can start yourself off really strong. Because, like, normally, when you do the Zero to Hero, Survivor Man, whatever you want to call challenge, usually you're trying to get to any money production as fast as you can. So, like, mowing grass, logging, that kind of thing. You know, just a greenhouse by itself. And trying to get that set up... Trying to get that set up by itself, realistically, you actually have to put a pretty good chunk of change into it. It's one of the catches that happens when you're trying to do a Survivor Man, that it feels disingenuous, because even if you're going, I'm just going to give myself a chainsaw, nothing else, you still have to give yourself land or mod it to where you can just cut trees anywhere, which either is fine, but the end result is still kind of feels a little mixed when you sit there and do the math and go, well, I gave myself a truck and a chainsaw. Oh, okay, that was $50,000 worth of equipment because the truck costs, like, you know, whatever. And then you get your piece of land, you're like, well, I technically am already up, you know, $150,000+ just to give my initial setup. Or for the mowing, it's kind of the same thing, that you end up realizing you're spending over $100,000, which means arguably, if you started the run with the $100,000 cash in your pocket, you gave yourself less. And Pretty Pictures on their 100 watch streak This is 100%. I've watched 100%. Exactly. You have watched 100% of the last 100 streams. That's also probably not true, but we can go with it. It's an honorary 100%. But thank you so much for the 100 stream streak. That's absolutely ridiculous. You catch the last 100 streams, not miss a single one. So thank you for that. It means a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, so the point being when you're setting up the Survivor Mans, it always ends up feeling like you're trying to give yourself the absolute minimum the game can allow you to function, to be able to make any money, and still do it. And previously it always felt weird because you had to give yourself a certain amount of equipment or a certain amount of leeway in the rules or whatever. You know, leases, loans, whatever. But with the inclusion of fishing, you can literally give yourself a $150 fishing rod, which you get for free on this map. And that's enough. That you literally have enough to be able to make money. And not even terrible money either. Like, even without the milestone bonuses, it's not terrible money. It's not amazing money. But it ends up being, like, honestly, comparing it to the contracts, it would probably be a relatively kind of middle of the pack on the money making of all the contracts. So you have like your contracts that are terrible that everyone says to avoid. That's on the one side, and then you got your particularly lucrative contracts that fall in the middle there. That's what I'm guessing. I haven't sat down and done like the whole, we're gonna do 1 hour of just slamming out fishing, record the results. We're gonna do 1 hour of, or like, you know, do a contract, do like a couple different contracts, time them, estimate how much you're making per minute or whatever, and then do fishing over a large scale of time to get a good sample size, that kind of thing. I haven't done any of that. I don't think I will, but it would be good science. But with the fishing pole, because you don't need to own land, which is one of the big things that always ends up being a huge advantage you give yourself with a Survivor Man, you can just go fish just off anywhere you got water and truly start from as close to nothing as possible, which I'm excited for. I'm working on potentially doing a YouTube series for the expansion that is just going to be a Survivor Man run where I will do like the really painfully slow, sweaty thing that may not be the most fun to watch on stream, hence why I would make it a YouTube series. The thing I'm debating is there's two separate things I'm considering, and it could be I do them both and just like trade off each episode. And one of those is getting one of those maps that's like, you know, No Man's Land, Calm Lands, Frontier, all those ones that just, again, you get like your sell point, your buy point, and then the map is just wilderness. And getting just the fishing pole at the start and nothing else, and building up from there. Because I think, one, that would be fun for me, and two, it would be an alternative to when you look at all those things, like when people do those series, it's almost always go up, start chopping trees. And I was torn because you get the big payout, and that feels like a big deal to like kind of skip ahead. But the more I think about it, that's just time. When you're talking about it, that's just time. So if you went with like the old harvest we could do, where you just gave yourself land, a chainsaw, and then you had to carry it by hand, you would just, you know, carry a chunk of log little by little till you got something that you could move the logs in, then you'd do that, and you'd repeat it till you got your tractor, and that's the challenge part of the run, certainly. It's an endurance thing. But I feel like getting the 200-300 fishing attempts to have 100 fish you release and have the 100 trash to get what would be probably in the area of $150, $175, $200,000, all depending on how you got lucky on the fish. And starting with that, and having nothing else, honestly would put you in line with where you'd start some of these other runs. Because you buy a plot of land, and most maps, the smallest you can get is around 80,000. So that's, you know, of your potentially $200,000, half of it's gone almost. You'd get yourself any kind of tractor. That's gonna be, you know, at a minimum probably in like the 40,000 range for a tractor that could do something. And then if you bought like a mower and a mower head and a foraging wagon, you've basically already spent your whole budget, and you're effectively where you would have started you know, if you decided to start with all the mowing stuff, except now you've legitimately gotten it. So I actually like that. It makes it feel more authentic, more real, more genuine. Or just the same, you can buy the land, get the chainsaw, and so again, you're out about half your money and have a little over $100,000 left over. And you can turn around and get a vehicle capable of moving a decent number of logs. That probably cost you, depending on what you go for, anything from like $35,000 if you're just going for like the pickup truck. If you're going something like an actual logging trailer or whatever, you could probably make that happen for $100,000. Maybe not have quite the setup you'd like, but you know, at least doable. And again, that would be fine. And then, you know, you can go on doing your logging if you want. So I like the idea. I think it'll be good. The other idea I was going with is there is a map, and I forget the name of it. It's like Palatine or something, but it's apparently a forest in Germany that's famous for being the longest continuous forest in Germany. And it's not that there's anything specific to Germany. The point is these map. There's this one big forest, relatively mountainy terrain, but this big forest. So think Silver Run. That one wouldn't have the fishing side of it, but the idea of doing like I had done when we first really kind of picked up on Farm Sim on the channel, where I was doing Silver Run, and I was slowly converting, you know, Silver Run into farms. Now, I'm hesitant to do that one, because while it sounds great in my head, I feel like the result is going to be exactly the same as Silver Run, where you clear out all the trees in an area, but it's just too craggy. It is called Schwarzwald. That's not the map I was looking at. That might be the actual name of the area. But the map I was looking at, it definitely began with a P. It was like Palestine or something like that. And it could just be that was the name of the map, and the map happens to be of Schwarzwald. Or it could be, it's like, here is Schwarzwald, the forest, and then this segment of Schwarzwald has got that name or something. It could just also be a completely made-up name. But yeah. But the point was, it is like a big forest one. Because I've seen there's a lot of, like, forestry maps. Like, a lot of forestry maps. But most of them are really small. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Palatinate Forest. That's the one. But it's got, like, the actual, like, apparently it did, like, an elevation study, and they used that to make the map. But yeah, no, the map is gorgeous. My fear is I would want to do the logging to slowly convert into farmland. This would be an off-stream, probably YouTube series, because it's going to be a lot of logging. That's a challenge that we don't care about money, because that logging is going to print money. That logging is going to be obnoxious amounts of money. We like watching trees fall? Yeah, it wouldn't be I'd be against streaming it at all, kind of thing. That part's fine. It's just for what I would want to accomplish in the run. I don't think people would want to stick and watch that for stream after stream. It's still genuinely, like, I say that, but that's the same way I felt was going to happen with Silver Run. As I did Silver Run, I'm like, okay, we'll do a stream or two of this, people enjoy it, and we'll move on. And genuinely, we probably did, like, what was it, like 2 weeks of that? And then even after that, on and off, we would hop onto it. Maybe I'm overthinking how long it was, but it was a while. And people kept turning up. Like, people genuinely were just enjoying me shooting the breeze while continuing to chop up the thing. Okay. Yeah, you're doing logging on it, no farming? Right. I think if you're doing exclusively logging, I think it's a good map for that. I've always, like, and for the record, This is terrible in real life. Like, you know, literally cutting down a forest and turning into farmland. Like, there's major ecological concerns about that. But where we don't have to worry about the ramifications of vast deforestation, we can just kind of have fun and go, well, I'm going to convert this farmland into, or sorry, convert this forest into farmland. But that map has got a lot of very narrow, cliffy kind of areas. I didn't get a good proper look, but it does make me curious, like, what potential I could get for doing any kind of farmland, if it'd be at all viable. Let's see, the Palinate Forest is pretty far to the west. It peaks a little into France and is part of the Biosphere Reserve across the border. Yeah, no, I remember the thing it was talking about that I guess it was, I think it said for Germany, it was the longest continuous forest. Now, I could just have those details mixed up, and it could be saying that in Europe it was the longest continuous forest, or, you know, it could also just be wrong, what I had read. Because that was the map description, that wasn't like me pulling up some, like, Wikipedia article or something on it. But of course, it's, you know, it's a wildlife reserve, and so video games means we absolutely have to cut it down. It's just the way it works. But yeah, so I like that. But the thing I find with most of those forest maps is either one, there's like one that's called like the Forestry Challenge, and the map is like perfectly flat, and the trees are almost perfectly distributed between them to be kind of like catty corner to each other. And you just kind of stare and go, well, that's not fun. It's just a big flat map. That's not interesting. Or they're like Silver Run, where on the other end of the spectrum, they're super mountainous, and there's like really, really hard to have any type of farmland. And I want something between. Like, I would like some proper, like, rolling hills with forestry on it. You know, and occasional chunks of rock here and there to keep it spicy. But, you know, at least something that after you get rid of all the trees, you could at least have some kind of farm there. The trees must die. More production, more faster. Yep. Alright. Oh, for the record, Alien over there? Yeah, we typically have over 100 and something people over here on Twitch. The problem is YouTube streaming is a hot bag of garbage when it comes to actually being an enjoyable experience. Just got a troll over on the YouTube side being like, no wonder no one's here, it's so boring. Nah, man. You're like minutes into stream, and you're watching on what's absolutely not a great experience over on the YouTube side. Which, for people watching the video on the VOD later on YouTube, that's fine. YouTube does great for recorded video. For live streaming, it's present, I guess. It's okay. But yeah, and it does seem like they're actually starting to try to make it better, which is nice. But it is definitely not as good. It'll be much nicer when we got a trailer and I don't have to drive a harvester through the middle of town going 17 miles an hour. Okay, so we just finished our contract on the other field with the cultivator. Now the good news is I only have to do about 2 more runs like this before we'll have this contract done. I'm hoping I won't have to slow down time. The way you're supposed to do this, by the way, is you get either a truck or a tractor, and it drags a trailer behind you. You empty the harvester into that, and then you bring that over here, and then meanwhile the harvester can keep on harvesting, and then you just kind of do loops like that. But because we are doing a challenge run and I am broke AF, so let's and give me one moment to deal with this. You know, moderator things. Have you seen the video where they pick up towing a huge roller and unhitches and wallops of Subaru? No. Not really. Oh, and we can also complete the contract. Generally speaking, I don't tend to look up videos of just, like, commercial accidents, that kind of thing. Alright, so there's another 4,000. They're just, you know, it's fine. Like, people can like whatever they want to like. But, for me personally, it's just not one... It's not a thing that particularly interests me. I definitely remember in high school, it was around the time that, like, a lot of the, what I would refer to as gore porn kind of websites came out. Basically websites where they'd show people, like, very visibly getting injured or breaking their ankle, those kind of things. You know, like, really, really pretty awful things. And, you know, people were edgy and they wanted to look at that, and I definitely end up getting, you know, spotting a few of those. I forgot I am in Scotland and I'm on the wrong side of the road. And I definitely ended up seeing a couple of those and being like, you know what? I am making the conscious decision that I don't want to see this. And a lot of that was along the same lines of, you know, commercial accidents, those kind of things. And it doesn't have to be, like, a gore thing. Like, I understand you could have, like, a parked car and a machine can clobber it kind of thing. You know, that no one's hurt or anything. But no, I don't seek it out. Sometimes I'll see him. Like, if it's usually if it's something like super interesting and just not a situation you see very much. Imagine there's a lot of cars that get absolutely destroyed from, you know, whether it's mining equipment or farming equipment where, you know, someone's backing something up, doesn't see it, and they take some big, heavy, you know, multiple 100-ton piece of equipment and just roll it over a Honda Civic or something on accident. You understand? It wasn't fatal. It seemed relevant because the farm machinery being used on a public road. Oh, yeah. No, I don't, like, literally was just saying, I don't doubt at all that, there are all sorts of wild accidents that happen, again, because of, like, mining equipment or farm equipment, like any type of heavy machinery, construction equipment. Some crane rolling down the road. That, you know, physics are gonna physics. Make number bigger, make resulting number bigger. Yeah, we're at 58% here, and this is our second pass. But part of the reason we went for this contract was just the fact that, one, it's going to be a decent paying contract. The other reason we went for this contract is, with this being November next month, we're not really going to be seeing much in the way of contracts until February in the game. And I have stated I'm not going to just sit there and just fish all day. So on those days when there's just nothing for us to do, there is a good chance we might just kind of fast forward through the season kind of thing. Alright, yeah, so if I follow this and then I take a left, will be good. And this... You had a solid line. I don't know the rules of the road in Scotland, but I would have assumed a solid line meant no passing. Like, it's dotted now, but that car 100% passed when it was solid. And also, why are you stopping there? I don't need to stop and turn, but I assume you'd stop here. You played Little Rocket Lab today? You want to play more? Yeah, Little Rocket Lab is excellent. I had a lot of fun with it. I still need to go back and finish it. They fixed the soft lock issue and my save file. I just gotta actually go back and play. The devs behind Little Rocket Lab seem really excellent. Okay, and we get over here. As soon as we get up the hill, we can go back to getting that field done. Let's see, this geographical entity, which constitutes the largest forest in Western Europe, remains the least populated. Maybe that's what you remembered? Yeah, I could see that. Like I said, the information I got on it was a description. Yeah, it was just a description of the map. So it very well could have been the way the person described it on the map also could have been unclear. Either way, the important fact was it was a big honkin' forest. When you're in Ohio for the summer of 2018, you saw a Ford pickup knock over a tractor, wild thing. Oh, like it just came up to tractor, so tractor, because of what it had equipped, like went cattywampus. Just kind of tipped up. I can see that. The one we've had here is I couldn't tell you what the truck was, whether it was a Ford or a Chevy or what anymore, it's been too long. But I definitely remember it was during Hurricane Francis, I think, that I was staying with a friend who she didn't feel comfortable being on her own during the storm, and just watching this big, it was one of the pickup trucks, but it's like on the really big super swamper wheels that no one has any reason to own around here, yet people do. And just kind of watching their neighbor's truck, and it just kept tipping a little more and a little more. Each time the wind would catch it, just rock a bit more, and a bit more, and a bit more, until finally it just went plop. And then just sat on its side, and then it stayed perfectly where it was. But it was just for like hours watching this truck just rock back and forth a bit more each time and being like, that thing's gonna tip. You couldn't go out to do anything to help it. It was either gonna happen or it wasn't gonna happen. To prevent that earlier, it needed to happen before the storm. Just 3,000 million kilometers squared. So by North American standards, not that big. Yeah, but I mean, we have the like between the US, Canada, like all that, there are just endless amounts of like boreal forest out there. Like it is just a huge frickin' forest out there. But part of the reason it's undisturbed is because effing cold. There's not really a second part to it, it's just cold. That's about what I saw. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that truck that tipped over, that probably got totaled. Because it didn't hit gently. When it tipped over on that side, it just went smack. But End Mountains, yeah, no, exactly. It's gorgeous land. It's got all sorts of cool wildlife. Probably a lot of fun to, you know, during the summer especially, you know, go out camping, exploring, that kind of thing, you know, seeing untamed wilderness and whatever. But probably not a place you'd wanna stay long term. It's not particularly kind to human anatomy and needs. We're not well adapted to it. You need a lot of support infrastructure to live anything but the most struggle of life. Like primary forest, yeah, solo primary forest. Yeah, I'm assuming when you say primary forest, it's what I would refer to as old growth forest. Unless it's like a different thing that I'm just not aware of. You know, that forest that's clearly been forest for an extremely long time. It's got everything's like that rich, you know, rich base, all that stuff. Yeah. It's awesome stuff. Like that that going through like the old growth forests when we were when you're visiting Alaska, like that was something else. We don't have anything like that where I'm at around here. We have some stuff kind of like that when I was in Michigan. Not to, because like that area around Alaska and that part of Canada is technically a rainforest. It's a boreal rainforest. Need to resist gaming tonight? Yeah, don't keep yourself up too late if you gotta take care of yourself and do all that stuff. But like, so it wasn't a rainforest area where we were at in Michigan, but we did have some like stuff like there. Also check out Passette. Been playing some Little Rocket Lab recently, and Little Rocket Lab's an excellent game you can check out over there. Basically, it's kind of a combination of Stardew Valley meets Factorio. It actually works pretty well. Came out 3-4 weeks ago, something like that, about a month ago. Seems like a really solid dev team, very small indie team, but very responsive, really solid game, really fun. I need to get back and finish that at some point. That's definitely on that list. There's a bunch of games that kind of that slice of life standard that, you know, I wanna circle back, that I played a bit on stream, but you know, it wasn't a game that I could really get away with playing a whole playthrough on. That's actually, oh man, we used to play a lot more of those on the channel. We did was it Potion Permit? We did oh, what's the one? I always forget its name. It's the where it was like you're working with stone tools and all that, like you're like discovering new stone tools and all that. So it's going with like an era before you actually had like actual my brain is really struggling with words today. Oh yeah, Roots of Pacha. Yeah, Roots of Pacha. That's the one I'm looking for. Yeah, we did that one. That one was really good. We did a full playthrough of that one. I think we did. Didn't we do a full? I think Potion Permit, we did a full playthrough of that as well. You know, we've done multiple Stardew Valley runs. I was actually looking the other day because I was curious. For the most played games on the channel at this stage. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. And you sleep well and all that good stuff. It's good having you. So, the most played game on the channel is still technically Project Zomboid. I have not played Project Zomboid in any meaningful capacity for like a year. And then even then, before that, I had hardly played that for like a year before that as well. And it's still the most played game on the channel, not by a lot now. Then RimWorld, that's no shocker to anyone. And then technically Farm Sim takes places 3 and 4, because Farm Sim 22 and Farm Sim 25 take those places. But it was something after that, I believe it was like Stardew Valley and Coral Island were the next ones, which again surprises me. I certainly played a bunch of those, but, you know, at this stage being like, huh, really, over the channel's history, those two are still ranked that high. Because stuff like No Man's Sky and all that, which I would think would be a bit higher now, you know, as total hours are down there. Like Factorio and Satisfactory, where we basically binge those for like a month each, and they're still pretty far down there. It just kind of surprises you sometimes. Kenchi's up there. That's like 6th, 7th, 8th place for most played. That was another one that surprised me, because I know I've done multiple playthroughs of Kenshi, but that's another game that I'm like, I really played that much Kenshi on the channel. It's like, yeah, I guess we did do like 3 separate playthroughs of Kenshi to different degrees. But yeah, no, it goes to show you how much I end up doing that. It's cool knowing what games you play the most. Yeah, well, it's also one of those things that can surprise you sometimes. Like, even going just, like, on Steam and going and, like, pulling up your thing and being like, what hours have I put in what games? You'll have the ones that stand out. You're like, oh, yeah, that game, I played a crap ton of that game. Path of Exile makes sense, it's way up there. Project Zomboid, RimWorld, yeah, absolutely makes sense. But then you'll have games that you just be like, huh. You know, Balatro. I know I played a bit of Balatro and Noita. I played a bit of Noita, but really, it's that high. It's fine that it's that high. And I know I played a bunch. It just didn't feel like it was that high. So what I'm going to probably try to do here is we're going to do something that's going to seem a little weird, and it's because I'm going to try and maximize our profit out of this field. So when we hit 79% harvested of the field, I'm going to stop harvesting. Well, actually, oh no, that doesn't work. That's right. There'd be that much more. I forgot there's like a 20% pack. What it's going to do is I was going to deliberately stop harvesting the field at such a point that I can manage to harvest the whole field before I lose access to it. Because the game does give you like this 20-ish% buffer that you can have that much of the field done and it considers it done. Like, sorry, that much left and it considers it done, just for all the inefficiencies that can happen, that if it were tried to do it perfectly, you'd actually run over a single bit of crop and destroy it or whatever. That's not a thing you have to worry about, but you'd do something to mess up and lose a little bit of crop, and then suddenly you'd fail the whole contract. It would be impossible. So they do give you leeway to make sure that's not an issue. But at the same time, if you don't waste that leeway and you get that extra 20% yield, you get to pocket it. That's yours. And that's part of what makes the harvesting contracts good, is you can get all that extra yield, and that can end up being thousands and thousands and thousands of extra dollars on top of what you're getting paid normally. Now, we can't really take that much of advantage of it because you need a trailer or something to actually hold that in, versus like us going back and forth with the harvester itself. Not really efficient. Yeah, we'll just send it and see how it goes. What I might do is when we're dropping off the harvest on this one, I might make the deliberate choice of like starting and stopping it a couple of times to try and get it to where it says like the amount I've gone in, like dropped off that I'm supposed to, that I get as close to 100% without passing it. Because then maybe if it gets like 95%, we stop there and then they come back and top off the rest of it, just to get the highest amount we can. We'll see. And full. Okay, so after this I'll have one more lap. I am going to probably have to slow down time. We're going to be like right on that fence of whether or not we accomplish it. And the issue is, if I just barely don't pull it off, I don't get paid at all. There's not... You get penalized because you didn't do your contract like you said you would. But yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like, I know I want to do a circle back and do another playthrough of Coral Island when 1.3 drops. Like, the actual, like, where the kids age up and everything. Because I want to get that done. I'm also, now that they added tracking for the achievements for Legendary Farmer and all that, the moment they added that, I went through and I got Legendary Farmer, because I had everything and I thought I'd done it like 3 times. And I am 99.99999% sure I had sold the thing that was missing from counting, which was yellow kelp. Gold kelp, whatever they call it. I am incredibly certain that I went through and I sold all of the different kelp type multiple times. I know there was a bug with Legendary Farmer achievement that it wouldn't track sometimes between play sessions, so you'd sell the stuff one play session, stop, do the next one, and it would kind of forget that you had previously sold that for the tracking of the achievement. And so I'm guessing is that kind of thing, but I got that one. And the only ones I'm missing is there's an achievement for making just a crap ton of money, and that one's easy. I just gotta play it. Like, literally just playing the game more, I'll have it. There is one for crafting all the things, and the thing that's annoying about that one is I'm missing the scarecrows as the only thing left, but one of the scarecrows I'm missing is the one for cooking all the recipes, because I did that on a different save file. So I've got to effectively redo that achievement on the save file to get the scarecrow to do that achievement, which is not a big deal. Yeah, because that's what's missing, is the one making all the money, the crafting stuff, and I think that's it. I think that's the last two I have, and then I'll have done all the achievements in Coral Island, which I'm looking forward to. But that'll be, of course, the most difficult decision of when we do circle back and do another playthrough of Coral Island. We will have to decide who the new person we're going to romance is, because it's like Stardew Valley. They've got all the bachelors and bachelorettes and all that kind of stuff that you romance and everything, and they get to learn more of their story, and whatnot. And so in our playthroughs, we've romanced the baker. We've romanced... Oh man, I can't think of the names of some of the characters. It's been way too long. Because we romanced the doctor, the baker, and the computer hacker, programmer, whatever person. Which, that was Lily. And then Yuri was the doctor. And I'm blanking on the baker. Cannot think of the name. It's fine. But, Stardew Valley. Coral Island, one of the catches with it is about Coral Island? Yes. Yeah, I'm blanking on the name of the baker in Coral Island. But yeah, so they, like, the cast of bachelors and bachelorettes, it's like 27 or 29 people or something like that. It is a ridiculous number of people you can romance. And so it's just one of those things that, like, you want to get all those stories from when you romance the characters and all that. There's just too many of them. You got to be super obsessed with that game to get through, because, you know, the game doesn't have a divorce mechanic, and they've said so far that they're not planning on adding one, which is an interesting choice, because that's kind of become a pretty common one. And a lot of the games, because they don't want you to make the people feel bad, they'll have, like, it won't be a divorce. You'll have, like, you take a potion and everyone in town forgets that any of that happened. They'll, like, hand wave it away kind of thing to try and make it less feel bads kind of thing. But yeah, it's a lot of people. Okay, so we'll take this down to 5,000. We'll get check on how we're doing so far as the percent. Okay, 70%. We'll give another 1,000 and see where that difference makes. Okay, so 1,000 is about 3%. So if I do this, that should be 12% more. That should put me at about 85%. So we're good here. And then there was, you're going to suggest the all potential marriage candidates run. Yeah, no, that's actually one of the things that was a unpopular change that they've made recently. That they did make it so that, like, once you give the item that you're actively romantically pursuing a person, or I think you were able to date them all, like give them the flower or whatever it was to show interest, but once you got engaged with someone, it would disable romantically pursuing everyone in the game. Like, it's kind of a hard split. That wasn't how it worked before. You could still only marry the one. Like, that's always been that way. But they did make it so that the others will no longer allow you to romance them. And that was a very unpopular thing because the game is an extremely inclusive game. And that people have wanted the game to add support for, you know, having a polygamous relationship. And to be fair, part of the reason half those games don't give you that option implementations of pain, because so many of the mechanics around the game, like Coral Island, whoever you marry, they add a room onto the house that's, you know, customized by that person. And then suddenly, if you've now got, you know, 3 spouses, how do manage room? And it's not that it's insurmountable, but it is something they would have to consciously pursue. And I think it'd be worth it. But, you know, it's easier to be like, yeah, it's not a recognized mechanic or whatever. But yeah, so they chose to kind of make it have a hard stance where, like, once you get engaged, and I'm willing to bet it was dealing with bugs kind of thing, because they do have some problems in Coral Island where, like, things will progress and contextually dialogue won't make sense anymore. And I'm willing to bet it's that kind of thing they're trying to circumvent, fix, avoid. But still, it feels a little bummer that kind of feels like they took something away that people had. I'm sure mods can change it. It's neither here nor there for me because that's not something I'm interested in, but yeah, no, that was very famously Stardew Valley has a thing where you can romance the people, and then there's an item you get, I think it was a bouquet, that you give a bouquet to show that you're romantically interested in someone. And it is a thing if you go and choose all of the bachelors or all of the bachelorettes and romance all of them up to their maximum number of hearts, you get a special cinematic where you effectively have an intervention happen. And that, you know, there is a condition where it doesn't penalize you in a big way, but if you don't meet that very specific unmentioned condition, I believe it knocks everyone down to 0 hearts, so that you, like, literally bottom out your relationship with everyone, and, you know, all of the bachelors or the bachelorettes, depending on which way it goes. And it's like it's this big thing that they added. Like, it wasn't a thing in the game originally. They added it way later, kind of as a gag thing. But, you know, for some people, it becomes kind of this fun, silly challenge run thing to do that. The interesting thing that they added for an announcements with Coral Island that was not an original thing is that they're going to be adding a jealousy mechanic, and they have not elaborated at all on what that's going to be. So I am very curious what the jealousy mechanic is ultimately going to be. Like, if you start romantically pursuing someone, you have, like, a friendship with another person that's going, like, will that person respond negatively to being around you and that other person at the same time? So, like, you know, if I'm romantically pursuing Bachelorette A, like Sims, like in The Sims, you know, if you are in a relationship with one person and you do something, you know, to another person, that person responds very negatively to it. Not obviously to the point like that where it's, you know, you're literally cheating on someone, you know, whether emotionally or whatever, but in game mechanics, how that all works. I'm very curious about how that's going to be implemented and what it even is going to be. And I know there's people who wanted them to add a rivals system to the game, which I understand the reason they don't have that in AR games is because of patents. But, you know, that's one that's been asked. I know a lot of people don't like the rival systems, because that was that Harvest Moon that had that? I might be mistaking, but there's, like, in those slice of life games, there was a couple of them that you had rivals, and that the idea was, as the player, you could romantically pursue people, but there was another person in town who would also romantically pursue people. So it's kind of not a serious time pressure, but a minor time pressure that, you know, if you want it, you gotta put a ring on it. Because if you don't, your rival might beat you to it. But there was a whole thing where, like, there was I think there was like a nature goddess or whatever, and the rival would almost always pursue that character. So you kind of had to go out of your way to make sure you beelined if you wanted that person to go for it, because your rival would beat you to the punch. And I know for some people that was like not popular because those games tend to be very chill games, but most of those kind of games you just toggle it off if you don't want it. That's the reason I always think, you know, hey, you want to add that function? That's fine. Give me an on-off button. Well, if the player of the rival system is implemented, the father of the bachelorette would try to keep you away. Huh? Well, for the player, if the rival system is implemented, the father of the bachelorette... I know you're making a reference to, you know, the father of the date, you know, not responding very well to the boyfriend-to-be or whatever. But the rival system, it was basically to be another bachelor, bachelorette out there running around, and so they would potentially try and romance the same people that you would, kind of thing. Or, I don't even remember how it worked, but they could romance the same kind of person you would, and there was the potential that they would kind of beat you to the punch to making it a serious relationship. That was the rival system. Besides, half of these games, because they're age ambiguous, the bulk of them don't have parents in town. The idea is they've moved out. Which is always weird when you think about it, because half of these people, they're represented as, you know, perhaps like 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, somewhere in there. You could push them to being potentially like early 30s, but realistically, they're probably a 20-something. And it always threw me for a loop where you're like, okay, Stardew Valley, you're in this town. You've got this artist who is, you know, vaguely 20-something, living in this town that would be astronomically expensive to live in. Waterfront property in this nice, quaint, cozy town. Yeah, it's gonna be big money. It's gonna be real big money to live there. Right on riverfront property. Uh-huh. Huge cash. Well, I guess actually, to be fair, in Stardew Valley, now I think about it, a lot of them do actually have their parents there. Huh. Because you've got Abigail's got her parents there. Leah doesn't. Sebastian does. Maru does. Alex, it's the grandparents, but that's backstory of them. Emily and Haley don't, but they do live together as sisters. That's kind of a asterisk where it's like, okay, they have the family there, but whatever. And that's, again, backstory things. Abigail does. Or sorry, I said Abigail. My brain is Penny does. That's who I was thinking. I said Abigail, but I was thinking Penny. Harvey doesn't. Maru does. I mentioned her. Yeah, so honestly, I take that back. It seems like there's only like 2 or 3. Yeah, 3 of the people you can date in Stardew Valley that have like moved out from family. Again, putting an asterisk on the Emily Haley thing because they're sisters living together, not parent-child situation. Huh. Which I guess that would be probably a reasonable split. If we're thinking about people in their 20 to early 30-somethings, about people who would potentially still be at home or still living with family, that kind of thing, versus having moved out on their own. I guess that's actually fair. Especially if you're leaning towards like the later 20s, you'd have more people potentially living on their own versus the earlier 20s. And again, age ambiguous. We just know that Harvey is depicted as being the oldest of the people you can date, while all the other ones You know, how old is Leah? Who knows? She could be like 19, she could be like 34. Any of that age range would be completely appropriate. Most likely, she's going to be in her mid to late 20s or older because she is depicted as having lived with a boyfriend in a big city and then come over there. So there's got to be time for that to happen. So probably didn't move out in her early teens or whatever. So you're probably talking on that one. Likely, she would be like 30 something or very late 20s. You know, had time where she could have moved out, lived with someone for a while, decided that wasn't for her, move on to the next thing, all that. Okay, so the field is harvested, so where you see it at 98%, that's a little bit of a lie. Basically, when you're doing the contract for harvesting a field, the way that's calculated is it's like 80-ish something percentage of that is harvesting the field, and then the last bit of it is actually selling the product. So that's pretty much perfect for what we want, because by it being at that percent, it does mean we have gone and didn't finish the field so much that I would get kicked off the field early before getting all of the product up, which does mean I get to sell all the product, so I get the extra money. Alright, so now what I want to do is, I believe I can have this drive past the garage, and I could drop off that trailer. But yeah, no, I do enjoy a lot of those, I call them slice of life games, the Stardew Valleys, all that. I know people argue, it's like, well, this one is and isn't because of a whole bunch of different things, and it's where you just choose, like, draw the line on the genre of what does and doesn't qualify. Because some people is like, no, The Sims is slice of life, Stardew Valley is a farming game, but then you're like, no, but I also play Farm Sim, and that's a farming game. So, like, I would consider this more of a farming game or farming simulator than that. I don't think both of them should have that term just because they're so different. Not that one's more valid or whatever. So I call them slice of life. But then you have to be like, well, The Sims is slice of life, where you're actually, like, simulating living a life, where Stardew Valley and that, you're keeping track of your little farm. But then you can turn around and be like, right, but Potion Permit, you don't farm, but it's definitely in that same genre. Is that not slice of, or is that not slice of life or farming, whatever? You know, and some of them call just like Stardew Valley games or whatever, and which is also funny considering they didn't even start the genre. Like they were a later addition to the genre, and a big one. Like there's a reason why it's famous. Because, like, it took the genre that had kind of gone a little stale and said, what if we really, really expanded on it in a major way? Okay, so drop that off. That way we can turn around and not have to drag the trailer with us and have the trailer back at the garage and all that. Okay. So I've always called them slice of life versus, I imagine people would call it like a Stardew Valley like or a Sims like if they separate those out. They're good games. Very much enjoy them. I haven't heard this. Has anyone heard of any other Stardew Valley Sims like whatever kind of games coming out recently or in the near future? Because I know there was another, so there was sort of like the Sim style of it. We have, you know, Inzoi came out. They're leaning more and more on the AI, makes me pretty unhappy. I know there was one that Paradox was making that got canceled. And I thought there was a third one. And I can't think of the name of the third one. Paralives? That might be the one I'm thinking of. I can't remember if Paralives is the one that was still coming or the one that got canceled. Whichever one was the Paradox one got axed. And I don't remember which one that was. But yeah, because, you know, people have been begging for there to be a proper competitor for The Sims just because Maxis, or, you know, nowadays modern Maxis, but Maxis / EA has been nickel and diming that one for everything it's worth. And people wanted Inzoi to be it, but I think the heavy leaning on the AI that Inzoi seems to be doing more of, because they always had the AI thing, but it seemed like it's very, very minor background noise, but it seems like they're just getting more and more into leaning that direction. You know, for me, like, Inzoi might be one of the few games that I actually feel like I kind of wish I hadn't streamed because of the Gen AI thing. At the time, it was leaning to be like, hey, here's this, like, you can play the game, and then there's this extra feature over here that we're potentially doing novel Gen AI stuff. But as it's gotten more and more, I'm like, I kind of wish I hadn't promoted it. It's fine, like, it's not something to be like, how could I? Or anything like that. It's just like, I don't like the direction you're going, and I kind of regret shining a light in your direction. You read that 2K was going to make a Sims-like game, but cut it in 2020? I hadn't heard that one. I believe it. I hadn't heard it. Like, that sounds like a thing that would happen. Like, to be fair, as much as it's like, well, things that you can, like, really badmouth that EA does, The Sims is a pretty large scope game. There is not many games that have that size of game. Like, it's easy to be like, it's a digital dollhouse, whatever. But it's like, no, that game has a lot of systems in it. Like, on a coding side of it, like the various components of that game, it is a very big and complex game. It doesn't feel that way because, like, the presentation of what you get never individually kind of feel, it's like, it doesn't feel like Farming Simulator or whatever, where you're like, oh, I gotta handle, like, nutrition, like, the fertilization and everything else. But it does have lots and lots of different systems that could really add up after a while. Hey, Selma's going. It felt about like Starbound. You just didn't know beforehand. Yeah. I enjoyed Starbound and I played a ton of it. But yeah, then like later on you got to hear that Chucklefish had a whole bunch of artists that they didn't pay, and, you know, taking stuff that they should have really compensated people for and not giving credit and like all that stuff, which is a really big bummer because I very much enjoyed Starbound. And by the, like, you know, I own it, so I would absolutely be fine with playing more of it, but it would be something I would make the deliberate choice to not stream because of that. And I understand Chucklefish as a company has improved, but at the same time, who knows? That's on the outside. Who knows what's happening in the kitchen? It requires tons of optimization, which gets costly really fast. Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing. You have those complicated things that are trying to simulate so many different things. It's a lot to manage. It's one of those things I feel like a lot of people make the mistake. We've had lots of, like, indie city builders come out that they kind of saw City Skylines trip and stumble when it came to City Skylines 2, that they kind of mishandled that. And then, you know, SimCity hasn't done anything relevant in ages. And so people are excited, it's like, I can make a city builder. And then you get into how much is involved in simulating all those different things. And people underestimate the complexity of simulation under the hood. That it can get really wild, all the things you gotta juggle. And all of that's computation and whatnot. And that, well, let's go ahead and turn our contract real fast, because that extra money we made was just from the crops. Yeah, so that contract made us about 14,000. Yeah, you're not going to team similarly. Yeah, no, absolutely. and they're not an exclusive one. There's been a number of like darling indie publishers, indie studios that everyone, you know, is really excited to see what they're doing. I shouldn't say everyone. A lot of people are really excited to see their next thing, and then it comes out, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, this person who worked there, you know, did some like really sleazy things, and they didn't pay people who they were, you know, obligated to do so, and they took advantage of all these things that were really inappropriate, and you're just like, well, crap. That's all pretty bad. It unfortunately happens. And it's like one thing where it's like, oh yeah, this one individual was a scumbag, and it's like, okay, well, they're gone. You know, maybe the rest of the company is not rotten, so that's, you know, that's fair, I'll give them a chance. But then there's the stuff there about like, oh, well, no one's changed leadership there, and they were in on it. Oh, okay. Cool, man. But that's one of the beauties of being in, like, the gaming's industry. There are so many games that come out all the time that when a company starts doing some really, really heinous stuff, you can usually find someone else doing, you know, the type of game they're doing and just go play the other game. There's not too many places where there isn't at least a reasonable competitor. But I think that's part of the reason why people get so upset when, you know, when like the Sims game, like the Sims competitor got canceled, is because that is one place that there just isn't many people hitting that niche. Absolutely. E.g., on a I don't know that one. Publisher seems to strongly be favored the amateur model. One visionary, strong leader producer with varies in freedom, and apparently led to some pretty terrible situations in the studios they financed. But yeah, gladly, there are other options. Gotcha. So it's a studio I'm not familiar, or publisher I'm not familiar with, but, you know, had some sketchiness happen, and unfortunately that's very common. And it's also, to be fair, to look at like what sketchiness happens, one with a grain of salt at times, because especially if a game studio or publisher kicks off, you know, sometimes people want their pound of flesh. But at the same time, you know, you also have a lot of stuff that, you know, is pretty bad and shouldn't be ignored. Like, for me, not paying people there, or, you know, sexual assault kind of things. Like, again, if it's one person, one-off thing, and they handle it, that's fine. If it's a trend, that's a problem. If it is the CEO of a company and they keep doing it, that's a real big problem. The notable games published by the company include Remnants of Edith Finch, Donut County, Outer Wilds. Gotcha. So I know some of those. Yeah, I know about half of those games. Oh, and Stray. Stray was a really good one. Yeah. Let us throw Rosa in Skyrim. He didn't immediately go corrupt. Excellent. All right, so we finished our contracts today. And the in-game day is pretty much done. We still don't own land or a house, but we do have money. So at this stage, the only things I am missing to being able to just run my own field is I need a planter or a seeder, either or. And I need to own the land to put it on. That's a higher leasing cost. What is going on? There is some kind of bug going on where I haven't leased any vehicles, and I'm getting charged a leasing amount, and it does seem to be going up. And I'm not sure what to make of that, because... Let's actually check real fast. Yeah, so I have nothing leased. The whole thing is empty. But I am being charged for leasing a vehicle. And I can only guess it's the train that's just sitting there. That I accidentally tabbed over the train once. I was like, oh, it's a train, and I drove it a little bit, and then left it there. But I can't revoke it or anything that I see. So that does suck that that's happening. It's fine, it's not that much money, but at the same time it bothers me that I am being hit by it, especially since I can't stop it as far as I can tell. And it's not sufficient that I go, oh, let me go in and edit the save file and all that. Could be a bug as well. We had that before and removed it with a game reload. Not sure if you've done the exchange period. Yeah, so it's definitely a bug. I agree 100% it's a bug. I have reloaded the save because we're just like literally playing the other thing. Can't you do it at the station? I can check. I'm down to find out. That's the electric charging. Rent train. Can I unrent the train? Return rented train. Ah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, so I would say my argument here, because what ended up happening is I hit tab and it put me in the train, and I was confused by that because I didn't ever go up to this. Okay, so it's the renting the train. Yeah, so my comment on that is I do think what should happen is this UI here that has your like all your vehicles, it should put the train down here once you've rented it. That's fine. Like I said, it wasn't that much money. It was a couple thousand, which was a little annoying. I mean, I guess over a year it'd be a lot of money. And especially doing a challenge run, it was annoying to see me getting hit for a couple of thousand each month. But that's fine. So, the first thing to check is contracts are going to be going away. Surprise. Does this map have like a weird season? Huh. So it's telling me I can harvest the barley. Like that contract is present here. For me to be able to harvest barley way out of season. And we did double check here that we do have season growth on. So it's not, so it is a thing that if I grew barley in this season, the barley would be rotten by now. But apparently the NPCs live by a different timeline and different rules. As far as like things we can buy, none of this is going to do me any good. That's honestly, horsepower-wise, almost exactly the same as the tractor I have. So, we're good all there. But yeah, that's good to know. So it's not a bug, it's just really, really in their UI, they need to have it here. And I also think tabbing to the train, which you can turn it off like you turn it off, it was on by default. I think that needs to not be a thing. I think it needs to be off by default. Yeah, which we turned it off. But yeah, so I think it needs to be off by default. So looking at our contracts, so we don't have as much here. We've got a cultivating and we've got a harvesting contract. This is not as big of a harvesting contract as we had the last time. So that one shouldn't be too bad. The plowing we can't do. We have that. The deadwood's fine. So what we'll do is I'm going to accept the barley contract because our harvester can do the barley, and it'll probably be a it'll probably take me 2 steps. Okay, note to self, don't park my harvester up against that fence again. Because the way the back wheels, or where the turning is, it means it kind of slides to the side when you move around. Makes it a little hard to manage. Not insurmountable, but it'll be easier to just park it other places. Okay, and the maintenance dock was here. But what we can do here is get this all repaired. It's still such a weird thing to me in the game that the repainting is so ridiculously expensive. Alright, so field 20 is way down there on the left. Oh, that's actually a really good spot. Oh, please tell me you're selling... Where am I selling that to? Okay, that's not bad. So we'd go right down this way, and then we'd take it right back up. Okay, that's fine. Was it the wide path? Yeah, it's a wide path. Yeah, so we can take this down there. We can get the harvester going on the barley. And then I'll grab the tractor, and I'll take it to a cultivating field. So I'm finding it a little weird that we're getting contracts at a time of year we shouldn't be. So yeah. Took your effort to understand how to sell crops to a different map with the train. Oh yeah. And for the record, you can actually make really good money. For those who don't know, when you're looking at the sell prices of your stuff, so say I'm selling barley here, if we look at this right now, I have the different prices locally, and my highest price locally is 357. But if I take it to the train, I can get it for 362. So the train will literally give me a higher price, and it almost, not quite always, but almost always is true. But then you got to rent the train for $1,000 an hour. So you got to do the math on that. But if you're dealing with a large volume of stuff, oh, here's an exception, because this one, it sells better locally. We're at peak season here, but you get the idea. It's especially when you're like off season. Yeah, most of the stuff is going to be at its highest right now. Yeah, so honestly, this is not a good example right here. But when you're like in the off season, you can dump stuff on the train, and the train will often outperform. The train does not accept everything, though. But yeah, there are times that the train will give you just way, way, way better money. But yeah, it's a whole thing where you have to, like, take the goods to the train, rent the train, load the train. And I don't even remember the UI for selling it off map. I think you have to, like, drive the train all the way to the edge of the map. And then I think you get a... it's been so long. I believe you take it to the edge of the map, and then when you're at the edge, there's, like, effectively a sell point on the edge of the map kind of thing. I don't remember. It's been ages. Because for me, it's like, oh, I can make an extra, like, 3,000-4,000 on this massive order. Is it Farm Sim 22 or 25? We're on Farm Sim 25. I'd actually be surprised if you find hardly anyone, like, streaming or making content for Farm Sim 22 anymore. Maybe if they're doing heavily modded stuff, I could see that. But at this point, Farm Sim 25 is almost certainly overtaken Farm Sim 22 almost entirely. The only place I would sit there and say Farm Sim 22 has a bit of a lead on 25 is just the modding scene, because it's been around longer to have more mods. Yeah, too many steps. You think you need to rent the train, run it to a place to load it, unload your truck in the thing, load the train. Yeah. No, I do remember it was like you'd rent the train, and once you've rented the train, you would have to load the train, and then once you loaded the train, I thought there was one more step with the train itself. Like, I remember it was a whole process, and then for me it's like, okay, so I'm gonna do all this effort, and per like full load, it's gonna make me a couple thousand more bucks. And don't get me wrong, a couple thousand more bucks is not nothing. But because you're also on, like, a timer based on, like, in-game hours and all that you're paying rent for. Okay, so you take over that for a minute. Oh, I just left you on the other field? Okay, that's my bad. We'll go and grab you for cultivating. Get that cultivating contract going. And where the heck are we on the map? Oh, good, it's, like, literally just around the corner. Just casually dumping my tractor on someone's field and just not picking it up for a month. Now, the temptation is to buy a trailer first, but I technically don't need a trailer to run my own field. It is oh yeah, no, people individually playing Farm Sim 22, that still makes sense. Absolutely. Like, if you own it and you're just like, I don't care about rice, I don't care about the built-in GPS, like, I would definitely say Farm Sim 25 adds a lot to the genre, adds a lot to the game. But at the same time, I can also understand someone going, yeah, but it's like 50 bucks, not counting the DLC. Fair enough. But yeah, as far as finding content out there for Farm Sim 22, like net new content, that's gonna be, it's not, I don't think you're not gonna find any, but it's not gonna be much. Because any channels that are putting time and effort into Farm Sim will have moved on to the next game, that kind of thing. Because the demand now on the content creation side, there's not much demand for Farm Sim 22 because 25's out and people want to see 25. And that's not even Farm Sim. That's honestly typical of anything. Is like, you know, City Skylines. When City Skylines 2 people came out, people want to see that. Now, granted, that's one because City Skylines 2 kind of flopped pretty hard. I'm curious. Most likely, just content for that has disappeared, because that's unfortunately what tends to happen in those cases. Alright. So I'm just getting both these vehicles started on their jobs. Okay, so what's going to happen here real fast, chat, is I need to use a restroom. So I'm going to go ahead and have, like, the harvester doing its harvester things. I'll use the restroom real fast. Be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Alright, we're back. Okay, I mean, meanwhile, I'm going to take this over from the AI, so I'm not paying them for jobs that I might as well be doing myself. Okay. But yeah, so I probably should have started the day later. The game does have where, when you're in the winter months, it stays darker longer. Summer months, you know, it stays brighter longer. So I wasn't expecting to be able to harvest in December. We do have seasons turned on. And I've verified it like 4 times. It seems like, for whatever, while I assume I, as the player, am going to have to worry about seasons, it seems like the AI in the game didn't get the memo that you just don't grow barley where it's harvestable in December. You know, it's either rotten or it's seeds in the ground at this point. The fanfare was for just drip 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 was a fun stream. Aw, man, like there was I've done chemistry stuff before. And I've even had discussions about, like, the different densities of, like, you know, matter, whether it's in gaseous or solid or liquid state, and how most things, like, the amount of space something takes and the volume of it is so different because of density and whatever. And there was so many times during that stream that my brain just shut off and all that, where it was just like, you know, oh man, how am I gonna fit all this stuff? You know, I'm going to turn this gas into a liquid, where it's all going to go. And it goes, like, next to no volume. And you're like, oh, right. It's a gas. It's really not that dense. Your brain kind of has to shut up. There's definitely a point in Oxygen Not Included where your brain's like, you know what? You've done too much chemistry today. And I do like when you can get an oxygen not included, and you get things set up enough that even though there's no discernible reason to really go into the lava layer on the first asteroid, it's like, no, we're going down there. I'm just gonna poke my hole through this insulating rock. We're gonna let the magma out, and we're gonna manage. And it's a real dangerous thing to mess with. Because it is definitely one of those things that once you poke the hole in it, there's only so much you can mess with it. Yeah, it's pre-thermal power, right. But you gotta get everything set up, so once you start that heat cycle, that you can get, like, turning to gas and steam, like, you know, turning, like, the water into steam to get steam power and, like, get that rotation, having the cooling, that you are slowly bleeding off the heat of the lava below until it finally does shut it down. But it is just kind of one of those things that you got to make sure you've got your stuff set up to be cooled and everything properly, because once it's opened, once you popped open that can of worms, it ain't going back. Right, if you screw it, you now have barbecue dupes and not really able to fix it. Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing. Once it's like the same thing when you pop a volcano. The best you can do is, like, then, you know, double, triple layer insulated blocks around it and just be like, well, this is the room where things go to die. We don't talk about it anymore. We leave it alone. And that someday, somehow, you want to try and, you know, fix it. Oh, we're full. I was like, why did we stop? I may have underestimated the size of this field. It's fine. The gate was over here somewhere. Oh, there's not a gate, it's just a field. Okay, never mind. I am going the wrong way. Drop-offs to the north. Yeah, once you pop, the fun don't stop. Oh yeah, like you can get volcanoes tamed again. Like they'll have a little bit of bleed off, but it's not of heat. But not like if you get sealed up, you can manage it with the insulation blocks and all that, or just a vacuum around it. But it's definitely one of those ones that can get you in a lot of trouble. Like that's I know Ultra's been playing Oxygen Not Included here and there. I want to see Ultra to get to that late-ish game thing where you start messing around with volcanoes and all that. Because that's to me like the early game you're figuring out, and you'll have some failed runs and you'll make mistakes, and you know, fair enough, you'll slowly cook your place alive, all that normal typical stuff. But it's definitely a point when you start staring at that volcano. Not the first time you deal with one where you pop it open on accident and go, oh crap, and it's just you already done goofed. But when you're actually sitting there staring at that, being like, all right, I want the volcano. I want the molten gold volcano. You know, or like I'm gonna use it for geothermal power or whatever. I want the volcano. I want to pop this thing and put it to use. And I know when I open it, there's no putting it back in the bottle. Not completely. And being very, like, just trying to approach and just being like, all right, how am I going to manage all this heat I'm going to be generating? Because the amount of heat you can generate with those things gets to be absolutely astronomical. You want to make a rust boiler, please? I've never made a rust boiler. There's a lot of stuff that very genuinely playing the game. Like that was Ultra was asking me, like, you know, oh, how far have you gone in Oxygen Not Included? And I've gotten the endings. like the story stuff or whatever, and I've gotten like the actual where you was it you you reveal the teleport and you teleport out kind of thing or whatever, or like you activate a teleport out. I can't remember exactly how it ends, but that was like way back before there's DLC or ever anything that I actually did an ending. But like I build the giant monument, the art thing. I did the teleporter thing. I don't remember the other ones, but I did most of those if I recall correctly. But that was like way back, and I know they've added more to it since then. But with all that said, it's like, yeah, I've never built the nuclear power plant, not once, never have. Like I've never. There's so many different ideas that people use that I've just never have messed with at any point. Okay, so it looks like that's 33%. So that does mean for transporting the goods, if I do go, I can do just shy of 2 more loads of this before the field is like fully loaded. And that should work out because I also got 34% of the field there, so just barely over a third. So that should work out perfectly. So just 2 more trips, and we should have the whole field in one go. Use them for all the wrong reasons. Radiation. Yep. Yeah, no, so much has changed in the game over the years. Like, so when the game first came out, heat was certainly a thing, oxygen was certainly a thing, air pressure and all that. I think radiation got added later. I don't remember germs-wise. Yeah, Spaced Out DLC was radiation. Gotcha, yeah. Because I think when I beat the game and I did the endings was before Spaced Out. And I'm pretty sure germs were in before Spaced Out. Yeah, no, exactly. Because I remember dealing with germs. Because I remember setting up like the whole thing where you'd have all your water storage and you'd pump a bunch of chlorine into that room, and then just as your water would pass through, it'd sanitize it. Yeah, nowadays it's become hard for me to just like sit down in a game like that, just put in the time to do a whole playthrough. Like a fully do the whole thing kind of playthrough. I've also found it interesting that I've never really had a problem with like germs getting like I've had it where they get like slime lung and they're just breathing way less efficient, so it starts running your oxygen out. I don't think I've ever had a dupe die of illness. Because like you see, you know, by the time you mess around with the plants that are like properly dangerous, you've already been messing around with geysers and all that typically. So at that point, you know, you look at that and go, that's a dangerous plant. Let's approach this. Like, you know not to pop that cork until you're ready to deal with it. Back near early release, it was deadly. Gotcha. Yeah, because to be fair, the only times I've lost a run where like, oh, you know, I've screwed up, all the dupes are dying. I've certainly done the early thing where it's like, you know, when you're learning the game and you don't have enough oxygen generation, or, you know, just not enough food generation at the get-go kind of thing. I've done that one. I've actually done that recently. Wasn't it the last time I played Oxygen Not Included? Didn't I, like, kill a colony in, like, the first half hour because I just didn't build the oxygen production nearly early enough because I was just focused on trying to make other stuff happen? So, you know, even after you played a whole bunch, you can just facepalm. But, once I got past that early game, about the only ways I lost colonies after that was heat. It was always heat after that. Whether it was you get to that point of you're trying to make refined metal happen at a non-terrible rate, and then slowly cook your place and don't realize it until, you know, you've already got it way too hot, and now you're trying to figure out how to fix it as all your crops are failing. And that's with the heat still equalizing, so even if you stop the heat production, it's already there. You're too lazy for that game? I mean, that's fine. Not every game is for every person. That's definitely a game I have to be in the mood for, oxygen not included. Like, you have to be in the desire to do the big think. Snooze things here for a minute. Try and put off the ad break as long as we can. That way I can hopefully time it for when Tomb gets home and do that whole thing. Yeah, that's there's certain games that, you know, I can almost always pop into and have a good time. And then there's definitely games that are like, alright, I need to be in the headspace where I want to play this game. Because if I'm not in the headspace and I try and play it anyways, I'm going to have a bad time. SnowRunner is a big one there. I really enjoy SnowRunner. If you are not in the headspace for SnowRunner, it is not a good game to play. It is a game that if you're not in the right headspace, you will just get frustrated and angry. Does that mean you can leave your dupes to their own devices and pray they don't relieve themselves in the water supply again? So that is one thing. Like, when you start to get to proper late game oxygen not included, it can be one of those things you can actually get away with just letting it run. You wouldn't like want to leave it fully unattended for like overnight or something like that. Not really, because things can just go wrong. But the amount you have to babysit it tends to get way less. Like, early on when you're still setting things up, things are way more out of whack. But definitely feels like by the time you're getting to late game, you got your cooling cycle and all that set up. Usually, you've got enough of the critical inputs like water and all that, that you're creating enough new of it and you're managing the output so it doesn't back up the whole system. That, sure, you might have things that stop producing that you'd really like to, like maybe you're trying to keep certain things going, like plastic or whatever, and that might get shut off at some point because something or else runs out or whatever. But generally speaking, by then you gotta be stable. So, you know, you'll have the thing that you're overusing, but you'll input from like that, like water. So you'll have your steam guys or whatever giving you your source of water. And then you have your output of like, well, I don't want this much carbon dioxide. It's just showing up everywhere, so you're just pumping out into space to get rid of it. But usually I have at least a decent balance. Because it kind of feels like the way Oni works is where you start. You kind of have things that are like, it's almost like a pendulum, going back, and where it's like, this is out of whack, well, you fix that, now it slams the other side, well, that's out of whack, now you fix that, it slams this way, and now this is out of whack. But each time it's coming a little bit closer to center, where you've hit like this equilibrium, until eventually, even if it's not truly balanced, it's so like it takes so long for the out of balance to become a problem that you can deal with it. Struggle, survive, thrive. Yep. Zealous Oni Talk makes me want to go back and try to save your last save. Lost all but 4 dupes within a few days. Yeah, Oni is one of those games you can get yourself into a stuck state where you cannot save a save. That said, a lot of times it's easy to give up earlier than you've actually gotten to that point. But it is a game, like, for example, we're talking about like the volcano thing, where you pop the volcano early, and then you're just looking as your temperatures are rising, and you just don't have the means to get down there to like plug it up and control it or counter that heat. And so you definitely can get yourself in a place where you are just on a doom clock going down. But then there's also things where it's like, oh, my food's out of whack, I just lost a bunch of people. You can make your food and recover. It's gonna be a painful ride while you do it. But it definitely is a game that you can find yourself in that weird middle ground. Obviously, I can't speak for your save, but I've also had times where, because you can take a lot of losses that are just dumb stuff, like you chose to dig in a certain way, and while it makes sense for you, the player, where you can go, alright, so just dig from left to right, and then all your dupes run to the right side, they dig, and then they stand there and they suffocate because now they can't path back, and you have like back-to-back people do that. That's the one that can get me tilted with Oni. Like, you know, where things get out of whack and your people die, it's like, hey, you know what, I made a decision, it got out of control, you know, I did this to me. But the dupe running to the other side, then digging behind them and just going, as they slowly suffocate to death, and you're just like, what'd you expect, man? Come on. Have at least a little bit of self-preservation. Not a lot, just a smidge. Just a smattering of self-preservation. Just let me not cut away the thing that's actively making it so I can survive. Like, I get the situation where you'll have, like, one dupe will be digging, and then the other one will build a wall behind him, and it's just the order of operations they did, it traps the one dupe. And it's like, fair enough. I get it. That is, you know, should they have been smart enough to not wall in their friend? Maybe. But it's such an infrequent thing. It's like, sure, I get it. Just don't queue up this process when I got that other one going. But the dig this platform out, and then them, like, not even minding the closest. Like, I think it's probably one of those things that they pathed the closest one over here and their path changed. They kept their path is what led to it, or something weird like that. But the trapping themselves is always a thing. Well, that's not what I wanted to see. The math would have worked out perfectly if it would have kept sticking at about a third each time. But because the way it does the calculation isn't quite what you would expect, it's not perfect. It has to do with like the area of everything. So where the last one was at 34% of the field harvest, this one is at significantly less than that. Which does mean it'll be 4 passes, which does mean that that last pass I'll have to pay attention so that I get the full yield. Which is fine. It's not the end of the world. It's just a bummer because the other one would have worked out perfectly where I've had to put no effort into it. Okay. I also gotta check to see if we're getting more contracts showing up for harvesting. We shouldn't be. That's not what I was talking about. Okay. Yeah, so that's looking at like what I would expect for the winter. We got a couple cultivating, a couple plowing, and pretty dead on the contract thing. And that's usually December, January, and February, and by March you start seeing the contracts properly come back up. So when we had a December harvesting contract, which I'm assuming it was just a carryover from November that hadn't timed out, and so by the magic of Let's Go. But even November, barley was out of season. This also might still work out just fine, because... Oh, right, that's counting both the harvested and the sold is the 61%. Okay, so we might still be on track. When I sell this, it might still go up to 66%. I always forget that. In hindsight, it should be taking the other road up. Versus driving the harvester right through the middle of like some town in Scotland. With all their Christmas decorations up. Okay. So I'm going to drop this off. Yeah, so that might land around 66,000 or 66%. This will be so much faster when we have the trailer. Because, like, genuinely the time I have to drive back and forth for these 2 laps together was probably enough time we would have been able to finish the harvest of the field. But, thing. Would you be able to ask a quick question? Sure. Asking is free. Alright, we can go ahead and take the harvester back down, get the header. And it does look like we're actually on track. Yeah, no, I always feel welcome to ask in chats. Generally speaking, when you join like any community on Twitch, like you're popping in a stream, asking a question is totally fine. Now, obviously, like the question's inappropriate or something, that's a separate thing. As you said, the Farm Sim 25 from Giants, and you've got the DLC. Where do you put that file for the new map? Oh, so okay, so you've purchased the game and the DLC through Giants' website. Oh man, I've done this before. I use the Steam version. It's been a hot minute since I've because I have used the one from Giants itself because I am a Giants partner and all that. And so that's how they give us keys when I've done that. I bought it because I prefer Steam. I know there's a folder in there. Give me 1 second. I'll check the directory here. Because I believe... Do I not have that pinned anymore? I used to have the directory for Farm Sim itself pinned for when I was doing a bunch of stuff for content. Because I'm pretty sure it just goes... We'll probably... Can I... Yeah, it'll have to be, It'll have to be something I'll have to, like, Google and all that, unfortunately. Because, like I said, I was gonna go look at the directory. I was like, wait, I got the Steam version. I can't look it up. I'm pretty sure it's a subfolder in the actual Farm Sim, and I believe when you're using the Giants, like, standalone one, I want to say it puts in, like, programs. So you get, like, programs. I think it's, like, programs, Giant software, farming simulator, whatever. And I think there's a folder in there. You might even put in, like, the mod folder. I think so. If we have anyone... Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Oh, My Games? Yeah. I was gonna say, I think you put it literally in the mod folder, because technically the DLC, as far as how it loads in the same manner as that mods do. I think that might be right. Yeah. And I do apologize not about having a better answer for that. Just because I use the Steam version. Which is because it came up. As a reminder, I am a Giants partner, so I actually do have an affiliate link in the About section, that if you buy the games with the affiliate link, I get a kickback, yada yada. But that is not the Steam version, that is the standalone. So the only thing to know about that is it works, it still has crossplay, multiplayer, all that stuff. You'll get usually a little bit of a better price and whatnot by going with the Giants Direct one. It's usually a little bit cheaper, not always. But it is one of those things that, you know, you just have to go to their website to get it. But yeah, I get a kickback. Now that said, do whatever makes the most sense for you. If you prefer Steam, get it on Steam. If you prefer Epic, get it on Epic. It's not a big enough deal to be like, oh man, you're just not helping me by getting the wrong place. It's nothing like that. It's just if you're in the market, I do have that going on. I also just realized I should do this. and pin that back up there. And that's not an affiliate thing I'm pinning at the top now. That's because we are doing dare drops. And so while technically I'm considering yesterday the sponsored stream, technically over the next couple of days, that's all in the sponsored window or whatever. But we had enough viewership yesterday that I'll get the, the sponsorship will hit its maximum and everything. Like, basically yesterday we covered the sponsorship. Technically I'm in the window, but I've already filled all my obligations with that sponsorship and yada yada yada, is what I'm saying. So I'm considering myself having been paid yesterday. Well, have earning my payment yesterday. Now that said, I do play a crap to this game, and it's... every once in a while they'll sponsor me when a DLC comes out, which I really appreciate. I've found there is a handful of games on the channel that every time they do like a major update or whatever, or not every time, but quite often they will, and they just come back and support again and again, and I really appreciate those. Like Timberborn does that for me, that almost every single time they've had like a major update. I would say it's a bit better than 50-50 every major update they've given a sponsored segment. And they don't need to. Like, that's something they do, and I'm sure they get their exposure or they wouldn't do it. But it means a lot that you have a company like that that do that. And there's some of those that, they realize you're going to play their game anyway, so they see as a reason to not support you, that they're like, oh, well, that person always plays our game, so clearly let's not sponsor them because we're already going to get what we would pay for by the fact that they're going to play it anyways. And you run into that in the industry, and it's kind of crappy. It's an understandable stance, but it's kind of crappy. So it makes me appreciate these companies that know I'm going to play their game. They know I'm going to, because I'm going to play it regardless of whatever. I enjoy their game, I'm going to play it. And the fact that they'll still sponsor, and they still feel it's worth doing so, does mean a lot. I guess with the sponsorship thing, it's making sure I play it at the time frame, and then, a lot of times I'll have, like, for here, because of the Dare Drop sponsorship, I have the link on the top, basically. That link just takes you to the Steam page. It just takes you via Dare Drop so that they, get the tracking link saying that, hey, they found it through here. And again, that's not an affiliate. I'm not getting a kickback from this one. I get a kickback if you use the thing in the About section. But the link up top is the Steam version. But that tracking link does help because it shows that, hey, they put money to sponsor the stream, and that money ultimately led to sales. Alright, so what's going to happen here in just a minute, chat, is I'm going to be stepping away for just a couple minutes for my break. Basically, we've been going for about 2 hours or so. This is around the time my wife gets home. So I just quickly run downstairs, welcome her home. We throw something in the oven real fast, and I usually try and time it so it's during an ad break kind of thing. That way, you're not missing stream. You're, like, I'm stepping away during ads and all that stuff. You might need to go... Oh, yeah. No, I'm sorry. They do have a Discord. You can ask on the Discord, I'm sure. I was going to say, like, I ran into an issue for myself when I first put the DLC, but it was on Steam. I had to, like, right-click on properties and then tick the box to say yes, but that's not going to be something you deal with the standalone. Yes, sorry I don't have the answer for you. I'm sure it's just... I would be surprised if they don't have, like, a put it here or... Well, I thought they actually had an installer. I thought when you downloaded it, they had, like, an executable that installed the DLC where it's supposed to go. It's been a while since I've used the Giants version. I usually only use the Giants version when there's like an early release and they give me early access kind of thing, because you can only have the early access with the Giants version. Alright, so bear with me, chat. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the game real quick. And like I said, I'm going to take a quick, like, 3, 4, 5 minute break, run downstairs, welcome my wife home, throw food in the oven, and then I'll be back up here. But in the meantime, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Alright, and we are back. Playing the game, all that stuff. Alright, okay. Yeah, Tuma. Well, if you don't lower it, it doesn't work very well. I was thinking, like, man, you are hustling. Yeah, and that was, Toom got home from work and was like, I'm tired. It's like, aw, poor Toom. Oh, yeah, and also check out Uzi Oozborn, another fantastic creator, playing some Ghostbusters Spirits Unleashed. Nice. That's the multiplayer one, right? Where you're like collectively working together to catch ghosts, and I think then there's someone plays as the ghost, I believe, as well, and tries to evade or whatever. Yeah. No, I've seen a few of you all playing that, and it seemed like it was a fun game. Alright, please actually get all of this barley up before you fill, because otherwise that makes this awkward. It's 3 rows. I think we'll fill up first. Because we want to deliberately not... Because we want to get all the crop. Get the money. Like, full maximum payout. Well, we might be okay. It'll be close. If we waste the tiniest bit, who cares? Yeah, no, I think we're going to be like a whole row almost short. It's fine. What I'll want to do is when you go to drop off the crop, I'm going to see what it takes to get to like 95%. And it will come for the last bit. Just so you can get the full money. Because that'll be several $100 more. Because we get to keep whatever crops left kind of thing. Alright. No, actually, you know what? It's going to be right on that fence. Because this row will fill up almost 10%, but we're only getting a partial row on the other one. And the row is shorter than the last one because of the shape of the field. It'll be close. It might not. It might be one of those things that it won't be worth me doing a return trip. Yeah, we're gonna fill up at the very end here. I don't think we go out of our way to get the last little bit. I think we take what we can. And a tiny little bit, because it's a little bit of a drive. It'll be like for half of a half row. Yeah, so we're just missing that little stripe there. I think we just deal without getting it. Alright. So let's drop this off. Because that probably amounts to like maybe $300-400. And driving all the way back over here for $300-400, probably not worth my time. Considering you just throw a fish line in the ground, or a fish line in the water. Have that in like 1 or 2 casts. Okay. And we can drop this off, and this will be a bunch more money. We don't really have much in the way of contracts this month. That little calf is adorable. He's doing little hops. But so what'll end up happening is we get that cultivating field going. That'll get itself all sorted out. Then what we could do from over here is while that's going on, I might grab the Deadwood contract, knock that out just because. Not exactly good money, but again, mix up the content, do a bunch of different things. And then with that, that'll give me a couple extra $1,000. Did we check the sales this in-game month? We did, but that got added, and that is an auger. That's not what we need. Yeah, so we're looking for a planter or a seeder. We can catch one of those on sale, great. If not, we can just buy one when we have the money. And then we got to buy a field. And the cheapest field on the map we saw was about 80,000. Which is a decent amount of money to get. But genuinely, we've been getting some pretty solid money out of the contracts and the fishing and all that, so I'm not super worried about it, especially having a piece of equipment do literally everything. We can almost always have the tractor doing something for money. You know, and when season appropriate, we have the harvester out here. There's a good chance we'll probably end up picking up the trailer along the way. And if we pick up a trailer along the way, that makes the harvest contracts way easier. But we can keep working on that, because the big thing I want to do now is to get a field of our own. And like I said, that'll be about 80,000. And once we start properly getting our own fields going, then we'll probably stop doing the contracts almost entirely and just focus on doing our own farming. It's just the early game of getting that set up. Yeah, no, skipping on that last row was the right decision. That'd have only been a couple $100, if that. Considering almost half a load was $800. But that's not counting the contract completion. And the contract completion here was another 5,000. Alright, so we got deadwood, we got cultivating, we got plowing and wood transport. I can't do the wood transport. The plowing I can't do. Know that. Sort it out, thank you. Gotcha, and thank you for the follow. So the question I have, what did you have to do, just in case, because there's, like, more than likely if you asked, someone else is going to ask me in the future. And it would be good to have that information. I'm assuming I just had the wrong directory or something to put it in. Yeah, because the My Games mod folder sounds right, but, it might not be. Now, one thing we can actually get away with, if I buy the land first, if we're lucky, and we catch whatever crop is on the land during harvest, you unzip it on your desktop, then run the admin, then run an admin, more than comes up with the activation code. Gotcha. Yeah. So there's like an executable in there, and you just have to like drop the activation code in there. Gotcha. Makes sense. Cool. Oh yeah, that's right. Now I remember that now. Yeah, you download the DLC, it's got its little executable in there. You open the executable, because the executable you can just download pure, you don't have like a secret link or anything like that. And you just take the key that you get provided, you dump it in there, and then it handles the installation after that. And because it's an installation, you end up in admin. It does the whole, are you sure you want to install this? I did double click on it. Gotcha. Makes sense. Honestly, let's park this thing on the other side of the fence. Because the harvester's done for the season. Honestly, it should have been done for the season earlier, but... Okay, so we don't have anything we can buy now worthwhile. Oh, I could do the deadwood contract while that's working. And then we have 2 more cultivating ones, which I may or may not do, we'll see. So I can go here, visit. Alright, so we have some trees to cut down. We're looking for the deadwood trees, which are like this one right over here. What map? This is the new map, the Highlands. I'm blanking on how you pronounce the name, but the Scottish map. You're honestly probably going to see like 99% of players right now. They're probably going to be on this map or continuing an existing save. It's going to be almost exclusively this map. Because it is the new thing. Or they'll be doing like heavily modded shenanigans, which is fair as well, I guess. Another thing we can do while they're doing the cultivating thing is last stream we got 8 of the 12 collectibles. And I'm going on the suspicion that if I get like one more collectible, we'll be at that point where the pins will start showing to find the last few. We could do a run around and see if we can make that happen. Because that is, we are doing dare drops, and for those who don't know what dare drops are, basically what happens is we get challenged to do a bunch of stuff, and each of those things that we do, they gave me a CD key. That CD key is for something for me to give to the audience. So we get a bunch of giveaways. And I actually do have 2 of them so far, but they're not the keys for the base game. I did the whole list of, of what I would get if I did them all the other day. It's something like I would get a copy of the Nexat DLC, the Plains and Prairies DLC, the Mercedes-Benz DLC, or the pack or whatever it is. And then it was, I think, 3 copies of Farm Sim 25, just the base game. It was, I think, 2 copies of Farm Sim 25 with this expansion. And it was 1 copy of Farm Sim 25 with the 1 year... The 1 year pass that includes, like, all the DLC. But it's one of those things I have to do the objective, get a clip, submit it, and then, like, a day or 2 later I get the actual DLC. So I think the ones we got, as I'm pretty sure we got the Nexat pack already, and I think the Mercedes-Benz key? I'd have to double check. I'm not going to probably do those giveaways today. I'm probably going to wait until we have at least 1 copy of the game itself. And then I'll start mixing in the giveaways here and there. Because I usually like to have like 3 things to give away in a stream. That way I can do 1 at the beginning of the stream, 1 about halfway, and 1 near the end. So that, you know, no matter what time zone you're tuning in, you at least have a chance. The classic. Looking for... I think that's one right there. Looking for the deadwood trees in the forest. Alright, that looks like 2 of them. Did you start with $0? I did. I started with $0 and as little equipment as you can. This map gives you the fishing pole by default. And I use the fishing pole to get things going. We are on hard economy settings and all that. We are doing contracts, but we made the rule that I can only do contracts using my own equipment, no loans or leases. Okay, so you're doing that. So, while we wait, rather than do a bunch of fishing, let's consider where we might find the collectibles, because we have 8 of them, and one of my dare drops is to get all of those, and that's a good time sink. So we've run up and down the water a bunch of times, and that's where I found all 8 of the ones we already found, was they were just along the water. I've been theorizing that most likely they're going to have some of them, like, tucked away. So, like, where most of them are along the water, you'll have, like, 1 or 2 that you might have a display in the castle here, and it might have a bottle in it being like, hey, look at this old bottle. Just find it tucked in the dumpster. Hey you, where's the bottle? Yeah, this map has been relatively straightforward with all the collecting things, luckily. So we haven't had any like real shenanigans going on. Versus like some of the ones in the earlier maps on Farm Sim 22 especially were pretty appalling. On like making you jump from like roof to roof and climb ladders from segment to roof to segment to roof, like it's a whole big thing. And walking up the doors, even though I don't expect them to have any doors that aren't obviously interactable. You never know. Yeah, so here's where you can find the actual book, because it does look like they have this whole story that goes with the collectibles on this one. So we got up to page... we got 8 of the 12 chapters, so we're missing 4, 6... 10 and 11. I was going to see if it, like, mentioned that, you know, like, the castle or something there, and you'd be like, alright, so there's an order to this. I don't think there is. Doesn't look like there's an area I could jump down to here that's not easily accessed otherwise. And we've checked around this castle, we checked the island. We never did find one on the island, and I kept, like, in my head, there's gotta be one on that island. Because they've got this lighthouse up here. And, like, nothing added. And it just feels weird. And I'm trying to avoid just repeating the paths we've already gone. Let's check this castle. Because we found all of them by water. And we've run back and forth along the waterways, and we haven't found any more. So I'm going on the hunch, theory, guess, whatever, that the last couple might be someplace other than water and have reasons. Like, we might find, like, a ruined house that's got one or whatever. Because the implication is that it was a captain's log, and the captain got separated and saw, like, some phenomena or whatever, and then ended up here. And this is the castle, for the record, on this map. We get to rebuild this castle, the one up here. Where else do I think would be worth checking? They've checked along all these waterways here. And this is the windmill project. And I have been warned that the windmill project is a major ordeal. Yeah, this doesn't look promising. I'm just kind of looking at the map for areas that would be worth considering to look at. We checked that. Hello, wifey.
Here's your dinner.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
You enjoy. I love you. Yeah, so something like that's not gonna be it. Yeah, so the only things I can think about is I could see it being up in here. I could see it being in one of these areas up on the coast. Because my running theory of why I haven't found the last one, or the last ones, is my running theory is all the other ones were down by the water, and I'm kind of thinking we're going to find, like, you know, a cast net or a crab trap or something up here that'll have, like, one of the bottles in it as a way to have it not by the water, but still make sense. I could also see them having, like, some kind of display in town. I don't think we walked around town really to really look at much, did we? Not this town. We did the one over by the water down there. Yeah, we checked all around the harbors outside there. Okay, there's like little alleyways we can cut through here. Because a lot of times in the past, when you had the hidden collectibles, you'd have had all sorts of like weird stuff like this that you had to care about. That they'd tuck them in all these things. I don't think that's the case. This one, it seemed very deliberate that they put them by the water. So even like running around back here and checking feels like I'm just probably not on the right path. But we haven't checked, and we haven't found, so... We've got the worker doing the, cultivator anyways. Okay. I'm also low-key wondering if, like, where all these railroads are, that I could see them potentially tucking one along a railroad. Yeah, this doesn't feel right. Especially with how jacked up the terrain is behind these houses here. It's actually weird that the terrain is kind of a mess. Yeah, I'm not thinking it's gonna be long there. Okay. So what we'll try doing is we'll check over here by the docks. Like I said, the theory of they could tuck one of the messages in a bottle up here. Like just in a random cast or whatever. But first, we'll worry about the contracts, keep those going. It's 48-14. And you are up here. Well, actually, 14 is right next to you. We'll grab that one as well. I'm not going to bother with the other deadwood. We can't do the plowing. So those will probably be your last two contracts for this in-game month. But we'll go ahead and assign the worker to getting that moving. Okay. And now you're assigned. Yes, like I said, we'll do a quick tour over here. But then we'll try running along the railroad tracks. It wouldn't make sense thematically for it to be along the railroad tracks instead of the water. But again, I can see excuses they could make, like, aesthetically to make it fit. Alright. Nothing up there. And the collectibles in this one glow if you're not aware. So, unlike the other one where you had to like really, really be on top to have any hope of seeing them, because they glow, as long as you get line of sight of stuff, it's usually pretty okay. Let's check whatever that trough thing is. That's fine. Yeah, so it's probably a nope. Okay. Alright, so, like I said, we'll take the change of plans. I can't teleport to that. We'll visit down here. We're going to follow the railroad track. Because normally with these, I would just look up a guide. If I'm streaming to just make it fast. But only because I'm like 70-80% of the way done. And it was just like so easy to find the other ones. And I just want to go with it. Okay, so that's the edge of the map there where you can see the textures disappear. We're just going to follow along with the railroad tracks here and check these bridges and that and see if, for whatever reason, they're here. Otherwise, I'd probably be on to the point of, you know, looking things up or, I mean, not dealing with it right now. Now, logically, for what we're dealing with, it doesn't make a lot of sense for them to be here, but usually the collectibles don't usually make a lot of sense where they are. Like the wooden toys being on the roof of buildings. That kind of thing. Here comes the train. Alright. We'll check the destroyed house here. And then if I don't find it along here, I guess what I'd probably do is if someone's willing to confirm whether or not all the bottles are along the water. Because I'm sure someone's already got a YouTube video that walks through each and every one of them. Basically just confirm that I'm not looking in the wrong place kind of thing. Because we found 8 along the water, every single one of them, and we're missing 4. And one nice thing about this one versus the other collectibles, when you got them, you just had to know whether or not you got them. These ones, because they're labeled that this is chapter 4 or 5 or whatever, we can actually look them up and see which ones are missing. And I would like to find them legitimately, but at the same time, it's going to be a whole thing. It is what it is. Logically, these places make no sense for it to be found. Surprised how many of these places they actually bothered. Oh, it's because this is the actual pickup place, yeah. I was surprised how many of these places had like a rendered inside that wasn't just an empty space and a texture like they like to do normally. Okay, so nothing really there. Because like a glass bottle with a message up here on the bridge after everyone else has made sense would be a weird choice. You got another destroyed house up ahead. Because I could also see where there's like these glass bottles with messages, and the implication is that they... I'm guessing because we found the book in the castle to like review it all, that the implication is these people got, you know, caught by a storm, stranded, whatever, in this location, and that from there they ended up getting set up in that castle or whatever. But I could certainly see that they arrived and they're like, oh yeah, we built our house here. Oh no, there was dangerous critters or whatever. We built this castle. Or there's like, oh no, there's these dangerous people. So we built our castle to give ourselves some place to defend or whatever. I mean, it's a nice view. There's lots of ways they could swing it. Let's check on that little peninsula land thing up here. If I can get up there reasonably. Because that's a weird spot on the map. And normally, outside of this particular DLC, any place on the map that seems like weirdly designed was worth checking. It's like where you have that like one building off on its own for no discernible reason. That's almost always where you'd find the collectibles. Not all of them, but there'd almost always be collectibles in those kinds of spots. He's just gonna cut through the fields. We got a bridge over here, or a tunnel or something, I assume. Oh no, you just run flat across. So flat across here. Do you have a bridge or a tunnel over here? You have a tunnel. You got one back here where the road is, we'll check. Looks like the train takes a weird turn to the north there. Okay, so train just shows up on this end. So we might actually have a couple more tunnels over this way, maybe. We got the... Okay, so we got the bridges that go across the water up ahead. That's there. We already checked those. I got around the corner here. Then after that, no more bridge. So I guess in the meantime, if I got someone who is willing and able, if you could do a search for the collectibles on this map and just tell me, are they all by the water? Because that's been the running theory this whole time, is that they'd all be by the water, because that's where we found 8 of them. And that at least means whether or not I'm searching. If they're not by the water, then that's fine. Or I did, and no, almost all, but not all. Gotcha, so I'm missing 4. And they're not all by the water. Okay. Because I'm missing 4, 10, 11. I know I'm missing, was it 4, 5, 10, 11? Is 4 something 10, 11? Are the ones I'm missing. And we guess that they're not already by the water. But I theorized that that was going to be a thing. Where else would I look? Because the logical places with what they've done would be where the castles were. I don't believe we found one. There was up here at... The lighthouse still feels like it really should be one there. I'm going to go to the lighthouse again. I know it's like the 4th time I've gone. But that lighthouse being included and not having a bottle by it is just a weird thing. Check the beaches? Yeah, no, we checked the beaches by the lighthouse, and I'll be willing to check them again. Check the last place you look from that size where you find them? Yep. Yeah, no, we did check the beaches. I'll do another pass on the beaches if I don't find one up here. I'm going to start by trying to go up along these, like, cliff ledges and all that. Up here. And, like, check the boats and whatever. But if we don't find him, I will do another pass on the beaches, too. It could even be up here that maybe we'll find, like, a cave or something like that. Because that's what they did on the, that first map on Farm Sim 22, with 100-something collectibles. They had, like, this whole park that had, like, a little ravine that had a cave system in it, and there was, like, 8 or 9 of those things buried in there. So I don't think I checked along this part carefully. It's like the top of this ridge, I mean. All the others have been the beach? All the others have been, like, the beach or near water. Not necessarily on the beach itself, but near water. Along, like, all the canals and beach and all that stuff. And I had figured after I had done like 2-3 passes along the waterways last stream that it's not that I couldn't have missed one. There's actually a very good chance I have missed like 1 by the water, but 4 that I keep overlooking doing lap after lap. When we did check that boat. I will check it again. Okay, there's the ramp up. So, let's double check the lighthouse. I'm not expecting to find it at the lighthouse at this point. We already checked this corner. Can you go inside the lighthouse? No, not unless I missed the prompt, and I'm pretty sure I didn't. I also didn't see a reasonable way for me to get in there, but yeah, non-interactable. And there's just the one shed thing over there. Okay, let's go ahead and we check the top of the ridge. Let's check the bottom. Actually... Oh, right, I can't jump in water, so I can't actually get into that boat. I didn't think to check... Oh, that's the edge of the map. I can't actually get over there. Okay, never mind. Okay, that was the edge of the map. I was going to say... I didn't think to check those buoys. They've got like a hollow spot on the top of them. I could see them being cheeky and shoving one in a buoy. Let's go around this a little farther back, because the last couple times it's hugging up really close trying to look over it. Keep a little bit of a distance this time. Because we checked and walked all through the boat. I could potentially check that again. Oh good, shopping cart. Yeah, rather than getting all up in the rocks, let's stand back and just kind of see if we get lucky and see like a glow or whatever. I also want to check this buoy because it's definitely in bounds. Yeah, they've got an opening, but you can't jump. Oh, now it's clear. Okay. Like I said, we got all in the rocks the last time we checked. So I'm just taking a pretty wide... Let's check behind that tree. Because I checked along the shore there, but I did not check along this cliff ledge. Cliff edge, whatever. Oh, it's just telling me the tree type. Because the low-key thing, it's like, you know what? I could see them having like a little cave with like, you know, a depleted fire or something there. Where, you know, they supposedly had taken shelter or whatever. Okay, so let's run up to here again. Check the bottom of the ledge here. And I know the last couple times we went through here, we checked in these rocks pretty carefully. It's not, again, not that I couldn't have missed anything, but it's an area I feel like I checked pretty thoroughly. Let's see. Where else? Because these are out of bounds, so it's not along any of that. I don't think it'd be along these, like, cliff edges here. That's out of bounds on the bottom. We checked along the water there. I don't think we checked in the little town down here. Or was... No, this might be the town we did a quick look through of. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the town we did through. 48's water? 48's water. I don't think that's water. I think that's a ledge. I'm still down to check it. I'm pretty sure it's a cliff. Because we're kind of wild card running around now, so... Yeah, I don't think we'll see it up here. Now, the other thing could be potential... That's just south? Oh, that's just south? That's out of bounds. The map, we like zoom out a little bit. I actually can't see it very well. It's like around here is the cutoff. We can't even get all the way down to that, I don't believe. Yeah, you can see that's the bottom border right there. We can check overlooking the edge of the map down there. Where else would I think makes sense to check? Because I could certainly see, like, some random house having it. That'd be a bummer if after everything else. The other thing we could also potentially check... Yeah, there's the edge of the map. I'm running into it now. Yeah, it's not something overlooking. So one thing we could check is I deliberately wasn't reading it until we had the whole thing. We could peek because maybe the story in the book can give us a hint of where they were. They'd be like, oh yeah, we stayed at the cabin and it burned down. And they'd be like, oh, okay, where's the cabin? Or we barely got off of those cliffs. We'll stick to the water from now on. Yada yada, you get the idea. I think this takes me to the book. Alright. Okay. So, let's do some reading. Here I am, Captain. I am called now, entrusted with a fine ship and a finer crew, ready to sail beyond the known waters. Strange feeling, holding the helm, like wearing someone else's boots. They fit, but I'm not yet sure whose footprints I'm meant to follow in this expedition. Then again, no one leaves footprints in the sea. Tomorrow we set sail, not for trade, no, but for discovery. There's talk of an unrecorded currents, lights that flicker, where no lantern hangs, and beast, no nets ever hauled aboard in the deepest depths. My employer is hungry for answers. Aye, same as us. Let the sea reveal what it's kept hidden, and we'll put names to the nameless. But first, I need to know the names of my crew. A ship sails better where her people aren't strangers. Okay. I checked in with some of the crew. There's Dougal, our quartermaster, salty as dried cod. Claims he's ridden every wave in the North Atlantic. Certainly not. Young Finlay mans the sails. Barely a whisker on to his name, yet bold or foolish. Enough of a mouth off at Poseidon himself. Should the protector of the seafarers rise on the horizon, I'll have him shoved below deck before he gets word out. The cook and the chaplain, I've yet to meet properly. Word is they've been arguing over sauerkraut since we shoved off, and not the friendly sort of debate, neither. Then there's, Mariana, our navigator, and our ship's medic. A lass aboard makes some of the folk twitch. Aye. But there's sound reason she's here. Studied under the scholars of the Royal Society, reads both the stars and the scars like scripture. She does. Treats both with the same precision. A few still grumble, old salt and older thinking, but none can deny her sight. She sees the patterns where others see waves. That includes the ship's young captain, truth be told. We've been 2 weeks at sea now. So far, everything's gone quite splendid, barring one daft incident with sauerkraut getting tossed about the caboose. Aye, it seems there's been right simmering debate in there about the Prozac versus poetic literature. I don't know that first word off the top of my head. I'm probably just mispronouncing it. If I pronounce it right, it makes sense. Between the cook and the chaplain. That strange pot's been boiling over for days. Yeah, it's the collectibles on this map actually have a story tied to them. Been boiling over for days between those two. While the particular stew continues to boil, they've noticed something odd. Strange discrepancies in the charts. Or perhaps the stars themselves? Mariana muttered the maps must be off, all while whispering about stars that shouldn't be where they are. She's been a wee bit shaken, not by her own skill, by something else. I trust her. She's taken herself off to her quarters to study, Meanwhile, we hold the course as planned. Someone really ought to scrub the deck. It reeks of fermented cabbage. So it does. Ugh. We don't have... okay. Prozac, plain straightforward. Yeah, and we don't have entry 4 or 5. So we actually... Entry 4 is 2 pages. We don't have that one. Fog. Fog everywhere. So this is not going to be telling me where I find stuff. Yeah, so they're still at sea. They're running into issues. With the 9th one... We first catch our breath in this vibrant port town. It seems warm here. People seem chipper. Also, we stock up on something else but sauerkraut. So it's only me now. It seems to be the reoccurring theme of my last voyages. But not sure how I got here. I'm honest, it's peaceful. I'll give it that. Some change of scenery, no shouting, no sails. Yeah, so it does... There are guides to find the collectibles? Yeah, no, I know there's guides already. We actually found 8 of the collectibles by just running along the water. And so as, you know, normally I actually would pull up a guide. But because we got 8 out of the 12 by just looking for them without a guide of any kind, I'm wanting to not, like, just straight up look up the guide to find them all. And so I'm kind of at the point where to, again, just not drag things out. Potentially asking for a hint, but I'm trying to think of how to do that where it won't just like straight up give me the answer, but something in between. Because we were missing pages, was it 4, 10, and 11 I know we were missing, and there's one I keep forgetting. Was it 5 or 7 or what? I think it might have been 7. So like 4, 7, 10, and 11 are the ones I was missing. But all the other ones we found by the water. So for the ones not by the water, I think I'm at the point of very loosely looking for hints. Not be like, you know, look to the castle bottom floor. That's too direct. On to the mat. Someone just states which specific one entry. Quadrant of the map. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think we have, like, any type of, like, latitude, longitude. Like, we have... I mean, we have the like, in the bottom corner on the map over there. But you'd have to be, like, being in town would be fine. Like, in the town up here, being at the port. Speaking about that, I think that would be fine. Like, vaguely, like, if there is one on this island, I've checked, like, 6 times, and you're like, yes, there is actually one on the island. That would be fine. Because I think that's broad enough. Because we got our person doing the contract real fast while we're doing this. Because we do have a dare drop to collect them all. That's... okay. It's weird. No, don't buy that. Yeah, because other than just wandering around aimlessly, like, this is the stage where I'd probably pull up a guide myself. I'm just looking, because I can tell you a large chunk of the map that doesn't have one. It doesn't have one, not even one you've already gotten. Yeah, no, if there's a large area that doesn't have one, that would be helpful. Because that still prevents me from just looping over areas where we don't get things. Too loud. Oh, just trying to get past the fence. Yeah, because you're like, none of the towns have them. That's still useful information that keeps me from doing lap after lap after lap of checking the towns. kind of checking along the rocks here. I'm going to check in some of this wooded area. I thought that was gonna have more to it. Yeah, so we got the ridge overlooking. I don't see any, like, tents or... I mean, you wouldn't see a tent this far out. I don't see any more, like, dilapidated houses or whatever. Yeah, because the 8 we found have been along the water. So the assumption is at least 3, maybe the 4. Probably not immediately along the water. What are you down there by south of 40? I've probably already checked these houses. Okay, so you just finished your contract. Okay. Yeah, no, it's... And, like, you're probably talking... Let's see, the map area east of the largest river... Let's see, the map area east of the largest river. So, boom. Just a bit south of the shore, none of that area has. Let's say, so east of the river... Oh, east of the river, I'm sorry. The other one. East of the river, a bit south of the shore, so this whole area has none. Like up here. Just a bit south of the shore. So I'm assuming then this might be in game, but like this area's out. And where do we have these two? 48 and 4? Well, 4 is over there. All the way to south. Okay, so basically east, this whole triangle here is a big nope. Gotcha. That is helpful, because that means I could just not spend time running around that whole region of the map. And then my assumption being, like, the river itself, like the immediately surrounding area, and west is game on. That is honestly very helpful. Granted, there wasn't very many places other than the one castle on the hill that grabbed my attention there, but I'd just keep looping back through there, trying to find things that, you know, like the one destroyed house that maybe has something. Right, no, and I appreciate that's exactly the kind of thing I'm looking for, where I'm not being just handed where to get it. Because like I said, I suspect we find one more, and we'll probably start seeing the yellow pins that show you where the last ones are. Because they're mostly done. Yeah, so we take a right here. Alright, and I feel pretty confident, since we've gone up and down the river like 2-3 times, it's probably not there. The likelihood of me overlooking it that many times is not high. There's a building over there. Take a look at this dilapidated building here. Nope. We got this town up here. I believe we checked these towns, and I already grabbed there's like 1 or 2 or 3 in that river there. Yeah, I believe this is the town we might have already looked through. I'm going to double check it. Yes, 99% sure this is the town that where I mentioned I looked through it. That this is the one. Because I remember I, like, went around the back. Yeah, this is the one. So I'm just going to assume I did a perfect job on it and not think about that farther. There's another building here by 54 that I see. Because I keep having the feeling it's going to be something like this, that there'll be, like, a log, the idea that, you know, the people showed up here. Okay, so we see that one. There's another ruined house over here. Probably not that thing. Just kind of doing a run around the outside, and then we go inside. Why does Scotland have so many destroyed houses? Just, like, don't get me wrong, they're old, but it's the fact that there's just, like, a bunch of these random wrecked houses just, like, everywhere. Let's see. It's unlikely to be up here. We could check there in a minute if not. We ran along the tracks there. Wrecked clone houses? Yeah, I mean, that doesn't bother me. I know for some people, like, it's asset reuse. I'm like, yeah, but I mean, are you really gonna pay that close attention to the houses normally? Probably not. It'd be different if it was like the regular houses that were floating around here and you just went in the neighborhood and all the houses were same, because that would legitimately be like they do in real life, where some contractor comes in and builds a dozen of the exact same house side by side and just like paints them different. Not this old though. You would now put a collectible in a clone house? This is fair. That is fair. Yeah, this does not feel encouraging. Okay. We got what the building is over on this ledge. Or maybe not a building, whatever this is. That's weird. So on the mini-map, I've got, like... It's showing like there's a building right where I'm standing, but there's not. And I doubt it'll be some random campground because they're everywhere, but you never know. Wait a second. Okay, just paranoia. Probably not gonna be there. This town has a possibility. Whatever that building is on the bottom there has a chance. Like, a lot of them will just be barns or whatever. But I could very easily see stuff being tucked in there. Because like I said, it could very well be that they'll have, like, a net or something with one in. Or, like, a cabinet with it, like, sitting on top of it. Well, I might as well do my diligence. I don't think it'll be here, but let's check the other side. Yep. What is the tiny little rock right up there? Oh yeah, there was like the Stonehenge looking thing. Like, it doesn't have the whole arch thing, but it's just like a bunch of random stones stood up because reasons. Okay, outside looks all clear. So that leaves this town, this area up here, and this town. Did I like, oh, I'm staring at it. Ah, that's cool. Alright, do we have the pins? Because the hope is we're close enough that we should potentially start seeing the pins. Alright, so we're at 9 out of 12. Yeah, no, it's like practically staring at it. Yep. Okay. I'm assuming that building to the top here is just another, like, normal building. Alright. So, we are missing 4 and 11 that I know of off the top of my head. That's just a regular old house. And there's another one I'm missing that I don't remember the number for. So there's definitely still the town as a possibility. Like this whole town area here. What is that spot? What is rock in middle of thing? I'm pretty sure I probably checked it a dozen times. What's the big red buoy? Yeah, it's not gonna be it. Okay, so we're missing 3, I believe. I'm standing by the castle. Let's go to the castle, check the book, because I know I'm missing, I believe it was 4 and 11, and I don't remember what the last one was. Is this the same, the buoys in the one? No, that's the net pile. Because like I said, I could definitely see them having somewhere in town where one got collected. But that's one that's actually on land, finally. So that's some, like, confirmation around that, which I obviously believed it when people were telling me. But now I've actually seen it, too. Okay. So we are missing 11, 4, 6, and 11. Those are the ones we're missing. Okay. So we had, like, the Stonehenge thing. Yeah, no, it's definitely a distinctive area. That's the reason why I was like, when I didn't see it, I was like, huh. It's weird that they wouldn't do something here. I could see them sneaking something up here. Like, again, having, like, a little ruin or something like that, evidence of, like, some rubble. It's a weird peninsula area. Not seeing anything. About this little ledge here. You got, like, a cave or anything, maybe? Doesn't want to show things they made? Oh yeah, no, that's the reason I keep making the comment about that lighthouse. That it's like, the lighthouse just feels like a place that one should be. Alright, so I didn't see anything along these ledges. Alright, check those lone buildings, we checked those buildings. We checked the... Let's check that, there's a building to the west there I didn't see before. Yeah, check this general area, but there's very likely it could have overlooked stuff. But it looks like there's a little building tucked between these two, cliff parts. That's kind of a weird out-of-the-way spot. We checked that lone building. We checked this building. That was the one I think that was like there wasn't actually a building there. We checked those two. We checked along here. We checked that building. That's where we got one a minute ago. I feel like we're looking at potentially digging around in town. I guess the thing I will ask is, does the town have one in it? Because there's a lot of looking around in there we would end up doing. And I'm fine doing it if there's one in there. Oh, I'm inside the store? I didn't realize you'd go this far inside. But it definitely feels like one of those things where you could burn an hour just running around in town looking for stuff that's not there. I mean, it's cool that you can actually go in the store and it's designed to look like a store. What I was going to do is try and check along this ridge over here. This isn't the way I thought this ground was going to be. Yeah, I thought that was a ledge up higher. Let's see. Do they have something sneaky, like having one of the icons kind of partially covering up where it's at? I've seen them do that before. Okay, so David doesn't have anything going on. I probably checked under each bridge? Yes, I did check under all the bridges I saw. It is possible I've missed one. But I believe I've checked them all. So we checked that town. I haven't really checked the town that Walter's in carefully. I don't anticipate we'll find him here, but... because almost all the other places made sense. Like, it was, you know... okay, there's all the water. Okay, you've got, like, that Stonehenge thing. I could definitely see them being like, oh yeah, we found this weird stone formation. It'd be easier to say if town was more defined. When I'm saying town, I'm talking, like, all this, like, urban area here. Is what I'm talking about. Like, basically where you have all these businesses and all that kind of, like, clumped up in this one spot up here. So we'll say everything from this field on like number 4 down to, I mean, honestly, down to like the shore, not counting the, like, we'll say the problem is I'm trying to like see about like where, let's say from 4 to the railroad tracks. We'll call that the town. I know that's cutting off this part of the road. But that should cover like 80-ish% of what I was referring to anyways, so... so I'm mostly trying to rule out searching places that are going to take a long time. They've already walked through a bunch. Not really then? Gotcha. Yeah, because it definitely feels like they've been thematic about it. We still got the port. Yeah, we checked all along there, we checked all along here a bunch. Pretty sure we even checked up here, too. I don't think I'd find it along here either. 'Cause like I said, all the other bottles are places that made sense. I'm honestly trying to see if maybe one of these houses has like a different model and looks like particularly old. That'd be south of the railroad tracks. That'd be off limits for what we're talking about. Let's see. Where else? Wait, this is exactly the area I said we weren't thinking. So like, so probably not really in town. We didn't see over there. And we're missing 3. So I guess at this point I'm going to ask for a little bit more on that. We're looking for, there are collectibles. And we're like, obviously I could look up a guide and be handed the answer. We're trying to deliberately not do that. But I've got 9 out of the 12. Of which all but 1 was by the water. And we're missing 4, 6, and 11. Yeah, I'm assuming it's not going to be near her. Yeah, so right now I'm kind of... How do you start it? Oh, you just got to find one. When you find one, you can just pick it up. It'll be like, oh, you found the thing. And almost all of the official maps have collectibles. Some of them are pretty obvious, and then some of them you can like literally stare at the collectible and not realize it's something you can collect. Yeah, I could also definitely see them hiding one down here. We've looked at that a couple of times. We've checked there. I'm pretty sure we checked the 2 houses south of... Yeah, we checked that. We checked that house. We checked this neighborhood or whatever. We checked that. That's where we found the one earlier. Okay. Check around this area in the port. I'm not gonna worry about like right along the edges. Focus more on these buildings. Alright. And I do see we have the areas where we can climb up there, but we can see pretty clearly along there. I was curious if that was going to be interactable or something. Okay, so we circled that building. You know, you're taking a peek in there a bunch. Yeah, it knows you can't go into the texture. Yeah, and in Farm Sim 22, they had a lot of ones that you'd hide them up those ladders, but you could actually use the ladders. Oh, there we go. We got one in the port. Okay, so I'm missing 4 and 11. Do we have the pins now that there's just 2 left? I'm guessing we don't get pins on this one. Alright, so we're missing 4 and 11. So since we aren't getting pins, if we can get a vague idea of those, because I could be looking forever on those ones. So we got the one up here. We were told there's probably none down there. 4 is near you. That is good enough. Thank you. 4 is near me is perfect. So I'm assuming it's in the port here somewhere, is where I'm going to guess near me refers to. What am I seeing popping up over here? Oh, I'm close enough to a vehicle. That makes sense. That checks out. We can always do hot and cold. Oh man, hot and cold with stream delay. That... be in the convertible. I was really kind of hoping it'd be like in the convertible's passenger seat or something. I could potentially do that in a minute. Let me go ahead and do one last little pass right here about this area of the port real quick. And if I don't see it, then it might broadly be like, you know, hot and cold for an area of the port or whatever. It could easily be in any of these boats. We've checked a bunch of these boats. We are real close. Definitely feel like I'm getting farther away. Okay, so the big general this set of buildings here and or one of those boats. And I know we did check the boats, but it's entirely possible that I missed it. Yeah, so my guess it'll either be one of those boats or it's back here by these buildings. Somewhere in this vague area. But first... momentary delay. So you're up here. I doubt that's gonna work. Nope. Alright. So we're gonna quickly go in because we are losing time. There's one by the buildings. That's what I was figuring when people said I was really close. Is that, well, when a Canahawk said that, is that that it's probably it's by one of those buildings, and it's either, you know, I just overlooked it or it's tucked in or behind something. Because we haven't had any of those yet. Isn't that the one we got? Well, I did get one by the buildings. But people mentioned that 4 specifically was in that area. That's the reason I kept mentioning the numbers. It's the one that everyone finds the first time. That, honestly, that kind of thing happens. Where you'll find all the really hard to get ones, and it appears like, you didn't see the one on the, like, kitchen table in the starting room? It's like, the what now? And meanwhile, you're, like, looking underneath the floorboards of some random house in the middle of nowhere, because you just feel like you've exhausted everything. Okay, so I'm just getting this one into position for its contract. So while we're exploring and looking for these things, we might come up with it. The other one you're missing is pretty hard to find. Yeah, we'll worry about number 4, and then we'll just try and get like a very vague area of where the last one is. We'll worry about number 4 first. Because that'll be good to get that. If it's one that everyone finds first, it's got to be just like sitting on top of something or up against like a wall where it's like a black wall or something so that the green stands out, like really pops. You struggling with that hill a little bit. Also, real question, why are there this many double-decker buses in this little town? Perhaps I'm naive, but we're out in the middle of the boonies in the outskirts of town on farmland, and you got double-decker tour buses zipping around. Okay. Yeah. To your left, witness a cotton farm. To your right, witness the second one. All right, so we're back over here. So the place where people are like, "Oh, you're close," was vaguely in between these buildings over here. Now it said there's, stream delay and yada yada yada. There's a pretty good chance. Somewhere else. Picnic table? Nope. Yeah, because I got one on the ground right over here somewhere. And hopefully people didn't miss me grabbing that or instructing me to go get the one I already grabbed. I'm assuming not. Because assuming that was the case, someone else would be like, "No, you already got that one." What are you looking for? So there's collectibles on the map, and one of the dare drops I have is to get all of them, of which we are missing 2. I believe we are missing 4 and 11. And people have mentioned that 4 is somewhere nearby here-ish. And I have been deliberately being like, "Don't give me the thing." There's 2 in the port, the one you got and the one you haven't. Good. Cool, cool. I figured that was the case, but you never know. Let's check to see if it's maybe a little bit broader than I was looking and start checking around the fishery. Because I think the one I got was like over there. Oh no, it's like right over here. That's right, we got one that was like right over this area, just past that. I don't remember exactly where, but it's over in this general area. So I doubt they're going to put another one right next to the first one. Now, it's possible it's on top of something. I haven't done that in any of these, but you never know. This starts to feel too far away to say you're really close. And people mention they're by the buildings, and I know I've checked these boats, but... Try to check up in case I'm just looking down too much. And again, unless, well, no, because it was stream delay. Because we didn't have the it's close. Well, I mean, it'd be like 30 seconds delayed at most. But still, I'd probably have been over here by these buildings at that point. It definitely feels like we're somewhere among these, like, 3-ish buildings. It's not like there's a lack of places they could hide it. Because there's all of the, like, there's this here, there's all of these, like, cages here. You can climb up on stuff. That's too far that way. You might want to be slightly closer to the wall that's on the other side. Slightly closer to the water that's on the other side of the wall. Slightly closer to the water that's on the other side of the wall, so... We're talking... over here somewhere. It's something ridiculous like it's just on a crane arm. Nope. Those birds are excited? Oh yeah, I mean birds, like seagulls and all that by ports, they go hand in hand. Oh, didn't mean to fall. Slightly closer to the water that's on the other side of that wall. So, this wall, let's try going up here and going to the other side of this wall real fast. And come back around. Okay, it's not exactly what I thought it was going to be. Up, up. You are way over there. Okay, so I got myself like I misled myself a little bit. Alright, so the last one is 11. And then once we get to that, we will do the whole quick read-through of all that stuff. So people said 11 was particularly hard. And again, don't tell me exactly where it is, but give me a broad... This is the region, area, whatever you want to go with. Like the vague where it is. I'm assuming it's not the port. I feel very comfortable with that. Like, my assumptions are 11 won't be along the water. It won't be at the port. It obviously won't be at the Stonehenge-looking thing. We've kind of ruled out this right area. We've ruled out the town. So I could see it being one of the towns kind of out here in the outskirts. More than likely, it's going to be some, like, random cliffside cave or nook or ruin along a hill or something if people are saying it's hard to find. I'm still surprised there was none at the lighthouse. It's a bit salty. So you're taking, like, the ocean? Or is there a salt mine on this map? Or is there a salt place on this map? Okay, so we don't have any like genuine salt production. So we went along this bridge going out here. We went along the shore. I'm assuming with salt we're probably talking out here, unless there's a building labeled salt, like salt whatever, because there'd be no way I'd know where that is. Because it went along here. This shore was barely out of bounds. There were a couple of boats, but we couldn't get into the boats in the water because we can't jump while in the water, and there wasn't a thing to climb. I'll say that your instincts of where to look are good, but you need to look both closer and farther away from the lighthouse. Closer and farther away. Closer and farther away. I mean, unless we're talking way up here. Because we went pretty close. I didn't check that carefully. I'll say that your instincts of where to look are good, but you need to look closer. So it could also be potentially not at the lighthouse itself, but something in that area. An island, like a little island, a buoy. Okay, I've already looked at those sandbars a bunch. We ran along that shore. Closer and farther away. Yeah, because the instincts, obviously with the salt, we're talking salt water. I mean, again, because, you know, it is what it is. Because the bridge I couldn't interact, like I couldn't climb up on anything, which really limits where they could hide it. So closer but farther away. So let's get kind of in the outskirts out here, maybe. And I am deliberately leaving the flashlight off because these things glow. So I'm assuming by closer with farther away, the theory I'm going with right now is just the idea that I'm farther away from the lighthouse itself, but I need to look at more carefully in the outskirts from the lighthouse itself. Yeah, and that boat I couldn't get to, that buoy I couldn't get to. We used the camera to make it so I could check that buoy. I'm not seeing anything else over there. That North Shore doesn't have anything. I did check this boat more than once, but I will check it another time. I'm pretty confident it's not the boat. Because like, we walked up in the cabin and everything here. So if it's not this peninsula... Another thing we should probably do. I keep mentioning the possibility of like a cave or something. At least for once they gave us a flashlight that's not utterly useless. Okay, so let's try popping over here to... And I kept checking this boat because it felt like a place to hide stuff. Okay. Check on these, little rock clusters going out. And people specifically mentioned that this one was hard to find. So I could definitely see it just being wedged in some random gap in the rocks. Okay. It's also possible it's like out in the water somewhere in some capacity, which is why we got the comment salty. The challenge of the being on the water somewhere is you'd be looking for possibilities. Like I said, that buoy out there and that boat are not actually in play. They're out of bounds. Okay, so I'm not seeing it here. So closer and farther away. I don't see any other indicators of what would look like any other land masses. This is about where the out of bounds is. And the out of bounds up here is like way along here, like it barely skims that edge. And this is out of bounds right here. So we're kind of dealing with this area of salty. And this is the only thing that kind of sticks out as having something at it. Closer, but farther away. Let's see, you might want to be slightly closer to the water. We already got that. I'll say that your instincts of where to look are good, but you need to look both closer and farther away. Now, obviously, I'm feeling extremely confident that it has to do with the salt water out here. And I have a bit of confidence. Oh, are you telling me it's gonna be like wedged in some little nook in the rocks or something? Like where the water's at? It would make sense. And I'm pretty sure there's no like swimming down right in the game, so it's not like you have to go under anything. I didn't think they would, because that'd be pretty trolly. All right. I guess I will ask, am I in the right area of the map? Relatively speaking. I stepped on it at one point earlier. Okay. So, I'm on the right area of the map. I'm gonna assume by the process here, it's tucked up in these rocks, and I just overlooked it. You could also bury it in the sand, which would be, again, a trolly thing to do. Let's leave the flashlight on in case the glow isn't as bright as I'm getting credit for. Yeah, no, I'm guessing it is like wedged in these rocks here somewhere. Not necessarily this specific set, but like the 6 sets of rocks that we got wedged around here. Probably that one over there. Oh, you know, it probably is absolutely that one there. You up in these bushes? No. I know. I'm putting way too much time into this playing like Marco Polo with the last collectible. But it's a dare drop, and I could, like, normally, for the record, normally when I do this, it literally is, I just pull up the guy and we're like, alright, we're just gonna take half hour, knock this out real fast, get the dare drop so we can get the key to give out. Alright, well, I'm not seeing it here. So check the next one. I'm sure the people who know where it is are like watching me walk past it again and again and just on the edge of their seat being like, come on, man, it's right there. No! Because it feels like a place like this, the gap between the rocks, that's where it feels like it's gonna be. Alright, we'll come back to that on. Let's check up over here. Alright. Check the boat real carefully. Okay. And I'm assuming it's not, like, I'm probably not right on these rocks. We're probably talking, like, those ones out there. Like, that little island of rocks right there is probably a very strong candidate, based on the hints we've been getting. Right, let's cut over here. Alright, come on, where are you at? You feel like this would be easier in daytime? It might be. The thing is the bottles also glow. Right now we have a contract going, which is why I don't feel so bad about this, is that at least technically we're still working on making money. So we have the AI, like, taking care of that real quick. For a moment I saw that reflection there, that little white stain on this rock, and I thought it was the glow. I have this feeling I've walked past it like 4 times. The other possibility is it's on that boat and I keep skipping it. Check that cluster of stones. There you are. Okay, so we have got them all. Yeah, no, from what I saw of the entries, they don't seem to tell, like, a story of how to, like, of where they went around the area. Like, there's not one about, you know, them coming down the stream or whatever. It just seems to be, like, the whole thing. And the page had nothing on it. I didn't look to see if I could flip the page to get more information. But now I've got that. We read through the first, like, 3. I'll just do the, while we're waiting for this contract, we're going to go ahead and do a reading of Word. We're going to do a segment of Man Read Word. And get our glorious lore dump of what these pirate people were. Oh, can I get someone to have given me a clip of that, by the way, that we found the last one? Because that was the dare drop. Was that? We should have them all, right? Actually, not this. Anything here would be fine because it'd say chapters out of chapters. That's fine. All right, so we literally just read this a minute ago, and this is where we left off. We hauled the nets from the deep down, just past dawn, expecting the usual shallow water fish. But alas, we found something. Our first discovery. Far from home, after 1 month already, Finlay preferred tossing it back right back. However, about the size of a cat, slick as wet algae, on the shore, with arms like lace folded inward and a mantle that looked like a black coat, as if it spun from the shadows of the deep. Eyes too big, red, knowing for comfort, and a mouth that didn't seem built for eating. Thank you. Mariana called it a cephalopod, some kind of squid, but nothing she'd seen before. Finlay claims it shifted dark to darker when we spoke of it, as if it was listening. It pulsed gently in its net, as if it were in a panic if panic was beneath its dignity. It seemed intelligent. We shortly kept it in a barrel for observation and documentation, but it vanished after nightfall. Lid still tight, just faint traces of phosphorescence on the deck. like the stars had taken it, helped it get back to the sea. They're certainly not helping us stay on course, which we are not anymore. Fog. Fog everywhere. Not just a mist hanging over the sea, no. This is an unsettling amount of opaque weather, like the sky itself decided to descend, or as if our creator, in a moment of inspired theatrics, was going for atmosphere, like adding a pinch of salt to a fine soup. Only instead of a pinch, he upended the whole sack, and then some. Right into the pot, already filled with salty fish. What I'd do for an off switch. Everyone aboard feels Mother Nature overdid it with the fog. Thick enough to chew. Breathing it feels like drinking wet cotton. If something were to rise out of the water, we'd only see it once it was kissing the hull. Which is what some men fear. We lost at sea, heavy clouds, gray out of gray with no landmark. And strangely no sound. Not a groan of the hull, a flap of the rope, or gulls overhead. Everything vanished. Or are we the ones who vanished? Fog still lingering. Same as the stink of sauerkraut. I'll be honest, it's both a blessing and a curse that we've gotten our way too much of that stuff. It'll keep us fed, but not sane. We're not catching anything, no fish, no current, no direction. Not much left to do, so crew's been gathering on the deck around a cracking fire, set upon an old metal crate. It's somewhat cozy, truth be told. Stories are flying, some true, some not. And more, it's hard to tell which is which. Then there's Finley. Young lads insisting that we saw a grindy low crawling about in the ship's hull. Right. Fresh out of Scottish fairy tales, and straight onto our ship, apparently. Full of nonsense, that boy. Mariana comforted him. It was probably an octopus or a squid that came visiting, she said, although she did not appear to believe that this was the case. Good news. Rather confusing news as well. Fog's gone. As fast as it came. Like it's never been there at all. But not before it left something behind. A rather mysterious memory. We weren't sure what it was at the time. We heard water splashing, like tons and tons of sea being shoved aside. The kind of sound something big makes when it rises slow and stays risen. At first, we thought it was a whale. Had to be. But it did not come down again. We've been calling it a hallucination for lack of a better word. We made out the silhouette of what appeared to be a large structure, like a mountain of a strange form rising. We stared, all of us, long enough that nobody asked if it was real. It must have been weather phenomena of some sort, Mariana claimed. But maybe it was gone the second we looked at second time. Every seafarer's got stories, and instead of playing cards, their favorite pastime is trying to out-weird each other. The game's simple. Tell a tale, stranger than the last. And do it with a face so straight it might as well be carved out from driftwood. That urge to claim the oddest yarn ever spun is probably why myths cling to the sea like algae on rocks. They talk of ghost ships, giant krakens, intelligent people. That's the real shocker. No one's heard of an intelligent person before. Lurking beneath the waves. But there's rarely anyone that can confirm what some odd weather-beaten captain that spat out by the sea is muttering about in the darkest corner of the coastal tavern. But this time, well, our little encounter might not win prizes at the drama or dread, but we had more than a pair of eyes to see it. Then again, there's not much to tell, so why tell it? We got to our destination where a ship is going to retire after months of an expedition. Most of the crew got off the hire within the companies as planned. Only Mariana, Finlay, Dougal, the chaplain, and me return home on a smaller boat. Back home, Mariana will hand over her documentations of creatures to our employer, and then we'll scatter. She is pleased with our finding and seemingly unlisted sea creatures, at least to our knowledge. To be honest, We're not entirely sure how we ended up at our destination. Mariana still claims that either the charts of the stars were wrong, or we drifted blind for quite some time. Maybe this captain has done something right without knowing it. Hopefully our voyage back will be easier. First, we catch our breath in this vibrant port town. It's warm here, the people seem chipper. Also, we stock up on something else but sauerkraut. 2 weeks on our way back home, Mother Nature seems to have found the off switch for the fog. Instead, she put a strange island in front of us. We don't even argue if it should be there or not, as it's not marked on any chart. Either all our charts are cheap fabric, full of false information, or indeed uncharted. Royal Society's got an interest in unmapped land masses, and the crew argues whether to approach. The island's jagged, possibly volcanic, and we can hear some kind of hum from it, low and constant, like the earth itself is remembering a tune. The shoreline glints oddly, as though the rocks are covered with ink, and a lot of it, with few long weeks still ahead. Dougal and the chaplain want to land and rest. Mariana naturally wants to explore. And Finlay? Well, he's still Finlay. Loud until the unknown answers back. I suppose, let's set anchor. Who knows what we'll discover. Sauerkraut is good against scurvy. But yeah, only sauerkraut. Yep. I never know Farmson for telling stories. Yeah, thanks ReasonMage for the 5-stream streak. Yeah, so this is the collectibles on this map. Instead of just having a bunch of wooden toys, they actually have a story. Like you're collecting pages. 11. The page is in bad condition and not readable. It seems like ink spilled all over the page. 12. So, it's only me now. Seems to be a reoccurring theme for my last voyages. But I'm not sure how I got here. And if I'm honest, it's peaceful. I'll give it that. A nice change of scenery. No shouting. No sails to trim. No charts to argue over. Not many folk about, mostly farmers. But those I glimpse seem busy with their own affairs, and that's fine. There's a castle and the bones of another nearby. Ancient stones older than sense. It's a comforting sight, this place. After months at sea, and decades before that, maybe I'm overdue for a proper rest on land. This place seems as good as any. Quiet, gentle. Might even take up fishing again. Or myself this time. Okay. It feels like that story skipped ahead quite a bit. Alright. And we'll just go ahead and finish the last 2% of this field and just take credit for doing the entire thing. Because we definitely did all the work and did not let a worker do it for us. Certainly we did it all. It sounded like the thing they caught was a cuttlefish, maybe, or something along that line. Because, like, if you've ever seen a cuttlefish, they will, like, really rapidly change their appearance when panicked and all that. Like, they'll try to go and, you know, disguise themselves with their surroundings, but they can just have it where they'll do, like, a whole cycle of just changing their pattern again and again. It's really trippy. But sometimes they'll do that because, understandably, some other creature seeing something that just looks like a drug hallucination doesn't really know what to do with that. Does it also give Cuddles bleeding eyes? Probably. It's got to get its name for somewhere, right? It'd be inappropriate to false advertise. Okay, if I remember correctly, the left path... Yeah, if we follow the left path up, it'll take us. Okay. Alright, so we got all the collectibles, so that's another dare drop done. So I don't have to worry about those anymore. So the dare drops we've done is we've got all the collectibles, we got 10 trash, we talked to the dude by the shore. So we still need to get the dog. I've got like 3 different dare drops all related to the fishing production line. And building the castle, I believe, is the last one. Obviously, the building the castle is a very significant one. There's a reason that for doing it, they're willing to give us a full copy of the game and the year one pass to give out. That isn't going to get done in one stream or probably 4 streams. That is big major project. There's a very good chance that'll be one of those ones that'll just have to go to the warehouse and buy lots of lumber once we get to that stage that I'm making enough money to justify that. But first of all, the only thing we're missing for being able to farm our own field is a seeder or planter, either or. Either of those will allow me to start doing my own crop. The other thing we ought to check is we've got the cultivator and a whole bunch of the other equipment. Well, we got the cultivator. Well, no, because it's a cultivator seeder weeder combo is the one. Because getting that thing is really good for running your own fields and having it be not super laborious. But on the same hand, it doesn't work right for contracts. The combo will only, I think it only picks up as seeding and nothing else. Alright. And with that, we fast forward to the next day because we don't have a home. So we once again stare out into the middle distance and contemplate our life decisions. So all in all, I gathered what happened with that captain is they went on a voyage, they got lost for a while, ultimately got to their destination. A bunch of people got off at their destination, they started heading back, they saw an island, something happened, and then they ended up here. Now, we will likely not see much in the way of contracts for the next couple in-game months. I might just keep moving forward if we don't have any really good contracts here. Or I shouldn't even say good. If we don't have any contracts that are worth the stopping and doing, like it's just more cultivating, we'll advance the month again. And we're just kind of hoping we... Well, so that's the thing. 80,000 is about how much the cheapest piece of land costs. So even if I were to get the cedar, it wouldn't do me much good because I won't own land. But that said, that's still more contracts we could ultimately do. Well, let's get to like 7 a.m. and all that. Yeah, no, I could see something like that, Kenhawk, that they found like this giant squid. I don't think you'd mistake me like, ah, it's a landmass. Look at it, writhing and wriggling. Truly a thing to behold. Ooh, that is a big old field. So, probably don't want to do that one unless I've got a lot of stuff going on. Well, I mean, okay. I said a planter or cedar. They did offer me one. Way outside my budget. It's a good one, too. I can't use it. So that would be a good contract, but that is a long contract. And the problem is now that we've explored everything, the only thing I could do is either run it myself, or I can fish the whole time. And while the fishing's good and all, yeah, no, cuttlefish are awesome. So we're just gonna keep moving forward. Basically, I'm kind of looking at that. If I had, you know, that contract going on and like a handful of other contracts I could work on at the same time, that I'd be more willing to do. But, I mean, that one's not bad. That one's not a terrible one. So we're not going to do the big one. I'm going to zip across here. I need to check what's going on with my music. It's gone silent. Okay. So the question is, do I manage this myself? Or do I fish? It's probably the more lucrative thing to fish. Yeah, so we'll definitely want to go and get ourselves better equipment. Yeah, that's the reason I took this one and not the other field. The other field is tremendously larger than this one. So yeah, so this is going to take a hot minute. But that's fine. I still remember when we did the first Survivor Man challenge, like the actual Survivor Man challenge, not the Silver Run map, and starting out with like next to nothing and using that stupid, what was it, like 1.5 meter wide plow as my main thing for flipping the fields each season, because I didn't have the money to do anything better. So I would sit there and do the crop, and I had this like really dumb little tiny plow, but I had to just make do with it because then I had to spend the money to get, you know, the stuff for fertilizing, the stuff for weeding, and all that kind of stuff. But doing like 3-4 acre field with a 1.5 meter wide plow where it took like 50 passes or some nonsense. And the plows feel awful to use. Yeah, at least with the little plow, like the really little plow, you aren't doing that whole battle where, like, the plow, like, going in a straight line, it's fine, and then you go to try and turn around. It's extra impossible to drive straight, but, oh yeah, no, there's that. Because that's also Farm Sim 22, and I wasn't using mods for, like, GPS or Courseplay or any of those ones. I didn't use those till way later. So you're sitting there with that plow, and you're just, like, trying to, like, keep that track and just wiggling back and forth. Oh, it was rough. Like, and don't get me wrong, that was before I had nearly the game knowledge I have now. Like, I'm sure there's so many better ways to do what I was doing at the time. Okay. Got another good tractor on discount. Like, that one's a pretty big step up from what we're using, but this one probably wouldn't. So like I said, we're looking at about 80,000 for the field we want. Well, not even a field we want, a field. Want is not an operative word here. Literally to own land on this map, the minimum is around 80,000. Yeah, so we got a minute. Yeah, because it was somewhere down here. You're 90, you're 100. Oh, wait. Yeah, so it looks like this one here, 29 is 80,000 from the looks of it. I'm also finding the UI confusing here where it's like value and whatever. Because you got these big ones here and they just have a flat value. Oh, I think it's telling me this is the value of the property and this is what the actual field size is. So it actually might only be 65,000. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. So realistically, if we actually cut loose on the contracts, we could buy the field this in-game day. Because we got 2 contracts that could easily bump me over. I could do some fishing in the meantime. And that would give me the field. Most likely whatever's growing out is probably getting wasted. In all realism, it's probably going to waste. Because with the rule we have where there's no loans and leases permitted, the odds of the one field that's in our cost price range having a crop I can harvest is not good. Let's see. So precision farming, crop types. So you're kind of a teal color. So you're green beans. You can kindly die in a fire. Yeah, so that's going to waste is what that's doing. Yeah, I think that's 65,000 for that field. Why waste? Because I'm not allowed to... Well, the green... I honestly don't mind doing green beans. They're certainly not my favorite to deal with in the game. But the thing is, because I'm not allowed to take loans or leases, the green bean harvester is like $200,000-$300,000 and only exclusively does green beans. So it'd just be one of those things that I realistically wouldn't be able to get the equipment I need to deal with it, and I just want the land. Yeah, no, the green beans are slow. The green beans, peas, and spinach are slow because of the width of the harvester. You're not wrong. And where we're saying, like, I'm not allowed to, that's basically just rules we've applied for ourselves for, like, the challenge. As part of the 0 to hero. Because otherwise starting 0 to hero doesn't matter if you immediately take, like, quarter or $500,000 loan. The loans in Farm Sim, the interest you pay on them are negligible. Yeah, no, for the green bean machine to make sense, you'd need a big enough field. You bought a big field once to harvest the green beans, you leased the harvester and said, let's go, it took so long. Oh yeah, no, we definitely, like, when 25 dropped, we definitely did a number of, like, fields of spinach and green beans and peas, because that was the new stuff. And for whatever reason, it just seems like you don't get contracts for rice. Like, whatever reason, you just do not get rice contracts. This poor tractor should not be struggling nearly as hard as it is. We have, you know, a decent amount extra horsepower, but it just seems like it really struggles with the gear shifting. I was talking to Azriel. I don't pay that close attention to the transmissions in the game. It's just not a thing I've cared about too much. But, because he does, like, reviews of all the tractors in the game with, like, YouTube content and all that, you know, he got used to walking through it. And apparently, like, the differences are very, very wild. That it was, like, the variable transmission is, like, the one in Farming Simulator that doesn't struggle with hills and all that hardly ever. Whereas a lot of the ones, like the manual and the power shifting and all that, they'll hit a hill and they'll just struggle for whatever reason. That's a Farm Sim thing, that's not, you know, here or there in real life. It's just the way the transmission manages. Alright. Out here cultivating in the snow. What I might do is when we get the header rows done, I might actually hand this over to the AI. We'll do a little bit of fishing to, you know, not just be staring at a tiny cultivator doing tiny cultivator things, as well as like supplement our money, because 65,000 is very doable. Because this contract will fetch me a bit over 8,000. That puts us up to 42,000. I could probably catch a handful of fish worthwhile. Maybe we go and knock out a deadwood contract or that kind of thing as well. Mix it up a little bit here and there. That's fine. Who needs the thing? It took me a bit to realize that it was snowing in-game and that you don't need to adjust the antenna to remove the static. What are you watching on as a antenna? Kind of missed your turn there. Yeah, it was a little messy. Yeah, because it was like, if it was an analog signal, you would get static, but you wouldn't probably be dealing with stuff on stream. Versus a digital signal, you either have it or you don't. Yeah, no, that's the... Okay, it's just nothing, it's just confusing. That's totally fair. It's just one of those things that's like, wait, what? No, I remember we had to worry about the snow on the TV. Yep, no, we just got ourselves a little bit of a snowfall going on. Okay. Alright, so what we'll do here is, like I said, we'll chuck that over to the AI worker for a minute. And I'm going to go ahead and pop right on up here real fast. And we're going to go out to our favorite dock. You still have a local TV antenna to watch the local news. It doesn't really happen the same way it used to. Yeah, well, I mean, most of the things moved on to, even like your television, the antennas, they've moved on to a digital signal. With the digital signal, you don't have that same static, that same buzz and noise and all that. Like, you'll have the signal, or it'll just drop and be like, no signal, couldn't get it. I could definitely see modding out the fishing minigame eventually. And I don't imagine we get another payout for releasing fish ever again. Because we've already gotten the big ones, which is fine. But maybe we'll catch like 5 fish, check for a deadwood contract, do a couple more fish. You know, there won't be a whole lot of other things we can work on because we're definitely not harvesting right now. Okay. But very genuinely, when you look at the amount fishing pays off right now, when you include the milestones, it's one of the most lucrative things in the game short term. Once you get your milestones sorted, I think it lands where it's like not quite up there with like the best contracts, but pretty far up there. Like, it's probably going to, if I were to just hammer at this thing the whole time, I'm willing to bet I could probably make similar amount of money to that cultivator. The cultivating contract. Give or take a little bit. There's an RNG element where if we get a whole bunch of trash or like really poor quality fish or whatever, then certainly that would be a whole thing. But yeah. But considering for every 2-3% of the cultivating we're getting, I'm catching like 1 or 2 fish. And see, all that processing has gone a long way. You remember the physics teacher talking about when the T wasn't grippy, got away with homemade antenna? We got all the TV needed. Yeah, alright, so let's go check. Like I said. Alright, so it's a crappy deadwood contract, but we'll knock it out. So only 3 trees. I think I can find the deadwood trees. Can anyone find the deadwood trees? I'm not sure. Here we go. There we go. No. That happens sometimes with deadwood contracts on some of these maps. It'll put the deadwood contract where there's not actually a forest. And you'll just have this open area with like 3 trees to cut down. You're like, alright. Usually they don't pay well when they're like that, because it is just a thing. Would you get penalized if you remove the tree? Yes. Usually you get about 150 per deadwood tree you cut down. And I can't remember what the penalty one is. It's high. It's not like astronomical, but it is enough. If you cut down 2 or 3 of the wrong tree, you'll actually lose money on the contract. Yeah, so I got all those plowing contracts, and the other 2 we can't do because of the rules we have. No loans or leases, so I don't have the equipment to do them. But that way we're just mixing things up a little bit here and there. And that hopefully what'll end up happening is here in just a little bit, I'll have enough money to buy some land. That's a matter of if I can get the cedar. And like I said, what I'm going to probably do is, once we're able to do our own fields, we will most likely, for the most part, stop doing contracts. And I'll get my field. Probably I'll still do the thing where we try and get like a greenhouse or some type of thing that, you know, you top it off, you get product to sell that isn't just the harvest. The only downside I've noticed is, from what I saw with the fish stuff, is you have to buy fish food to do like the fish spawning thing. And I'm a little worried the cost it is to buy the fish food to put into like the fish pond to get like the small fish. If I'm buying the food, there is a good chance we don't make money on it, or if we do, it's negligible. Okay. That would be a curiosity. I'm also curious if where we're looking at getting that land, I'm guessing that one, because it's mostly just the field itself, I probably won't have the room to add anything to it, so far as buildings or whatever. Okay. And that'll just be a thing we're dealing with. We can take a quick look at 65. I'm imagining it'll be a field with like a wall or a hedge surrounding it. And then anything outside that hedge, you know, past like a foot or 2 won't be ours. Because there are a lot of those tiles that have a lot of space to work on, but they cost more, because they got a lot of space. So yeah, so if we check down here, so we're looking at... There's that one, so it's 29. That one's worth 6. That one costs 65. Yeah, ones like that are deceptive. That's 86, and that would be basically a logging tile. Yeah, no, it's gonna be this one. So let's take a peek at what we actually would get here. Alright, so, yeah, so we've got a, we got a wall around this. Genuinely, it might not even include... No, it includes that. So it goes all the way out to the road itself. So I've got basically this little easement on the outside here. Let's check where this, like, kind of veers up here. There might be enough room to, like, squeeze something in up here at the corner. Not really. Looks like it literally might just follow along here. Yeah, so unfortunately it does look like... I mean, I have a tiny bit of space here. But yeah, it looks like basically with this field, I get just the field. Can't actually see what's happening with this corner. Which is fine. It makes sense. We're buying the field. It's not a terrible size field. It's, what, like an acre or something? It's almost 2 full acres. It's not an amazing field, but for our very first one, we got all that. Meanwhile, we can grab another Deadwood contract. Gotcha. Because it's winter, the deadwood trees don't stand out quite as much. Alright. Okay, so it looks like there'll be 5 of them. Got one right here. Okay, so this doesn't really go over very far this way. Got some decent north-south area, but like actually going in. Is that a deadwood? Yes, you are. And that'll be the last one. Cool. And that's a tiny bit more. And I'm pretty sure no matter where you fish in the map, it doesn't look like the fishing in the game, they went like super duper deep. Like, you go to this place, you catch catfish, you go to that place, you catch salmon, you go to this place, you catch tuna. Like, nothing like that. It seems to be just like 2 or 3 different types of fish, and that's just kind of it. Which I think is fine for a game that the fishing isn't the focus, it's just... Like, I think you're more intended doing the aquaculture, that kind of stuff, and that you just fish as just a pastime, kill time, that kind of thing. Alright. We'll also eventually find out if they give you more money for more milestones. I'm fully expecting the 100, trash is that, and when you get to like 200, you probably don't get more. Not that I'm going to go out of my way for it, but eventually it would happen if we occasionally stop and do a little bit of fishing here and there. Oh, we also have the dare drop where you have to get a border collie and pet it. I can't do that till I own land. How much trash are we up to? We're probably actually pretty high. 148. Maybe we'll try and get the last 2 trash here real fast. Once we get those last 2 trash to 150 to see if there's anything that happens, which I'm not expecting something. We can go from there to then checking for another deadwood. And just get a little bit of a rotation going here. Catch a couple fish, do a deadwood. Catch a couple fish, do a deadwood. After a bit, maybe take over the cultivator. Alright. I could also see it being a thing that someone making a mod where you'd still have the fishing pole, but then maybe have like a cast net. And so with the cast net, instead of like you have this whole mini game here, you just hit a button and like just kind of bring stuff in slowly. Alright. It also seems like even on the hard economy, your fishing will just completely pay for any workers you got running around. Because it's like 400-ish an in-game hour, whatever it ends up being. And that's just like one good fish or 4 crap fish. Come on, one more trash. We just want to see the 150. Because I'm not expecting anything, but I could certainly see it being a thing that you'd hit 100 or 200 trash, and maybe not give you like the full 75,000 or whatever it was, but you know, give you like a little bump. I think though it's totally fair, it doesn't do anything at that point. Because the actual fish is good enough. Okay, so that was 150. Let's check here. We got a new deadwood, a little bit better than the last 2. 6 deadwood trees. Now, for the record, if we weren't doing a challenge on these ones, I'd be grabbing these wood transport contracts. These can be very lucrative. That one's not, I mean, that one's literally at the place you gotta drop it off. But a lot of those, they'll give you like 15, 20,000 at times for something that only takes you like 10 minutes to do. Like real life minutes. Oh, well, this doesn't feel like it's going to be very hard. So there was, what, 5 of them? And I see 1's over here, and 5 are over there. Okay, so it's 6 of them. It does feel like they kind of added this one tree here that wasn't a deadwood, just to be like, cut it down, I dare you. It would be nice to have a way to, very easily, from cutting down to transport, have a machine that does that. Because, like, the 2 styles of the tree cutters they have the one where it's got, like, the big crane with the grinders on it, all that. So that, you know, you grab the base of the tree, it lobs it off at the bottom, and it just kind of sucks the tree through and pulls off all the branches. Either that or you get the one that clamps around and just cuts the bottom off. It'd be nice to have one where it could just, like, toss it over the back. I know it's probably just not a machine in real life, but it should be. So that way I can play a video game and it's easier. Just for when it comes to, managing all of the logs or whatever. Alright, we'll catch a couple more fish, we'll do 1 more deadwood, and then we'll jump onto the cultivator to do it ourselves. Because we're just trying to bring in money. And then when that cultivator contract's done, we will be finished for this in-game month. I won't start, like, another cultivator contract and have us sitting around doing this. I got all sorts of equipment for spraying and all that. If it means I can't do a harvest this year because we don't get everything in line, that's fine. We can do a couple more contracts, get ourselves set up for next year. Because that could even be that by the time next year rolls around, I can get, you know, either a better field than the one we're looking at, or better equipment or whatnot. But the goal is to get to farming on our own and away from contracts relatively quick. I do want to have, before stream's over today, that we are working our own field. Because then from there, we could start scaling up our operations. Because each time I make, you know, another 100,000 and buy another chunk of land, we could potentially catch stuff on sale, so I move from my little tractor, my little cultivator, to something more impressive. Especially, honestly, with the official mods that Giant puts out, and all the vehicles that they have, kind of all the niches, and all the DLC we've gotten, all the different tractors these days, that there is some really good kind of bargain high horsepower tractors these days. Whereas when the game first dropped and you had a much more limited options, it really kind of felt like you got your starting tractor, and then you would jump to, like, kind of one of the bigger tractors without going all the way to the top. And that was just kind of a thing you dealt with. There wasn't much of options that, like, being budget friendly and all that, especially on the low end. Like, the very first tractors, the cheapest ones, even some of those were still relatively expensive. Alright, I'll catch one more. We'll check for another deadwood. We'll do that, then we'll take over the cultivator and wrap up that field. Alright, so let's check for a deadwood. If there isn't a deadwood, we'll just skip immediately to... That's a crappy deadwood, but that's fine. Yeah, I will say the deadwood contracts in this one, they're fast for the most part. We've had one or two that are in the woods, but it does seem to just randomly choose places that don't make sense a lot of the time. A lot more than I see on most maps. Okay. Alright, so we'll pay that off. Or not pay it off, finish the contract. Okay. So we'll get this field done. And then once that's knocked out, we will be good to probably advance a month. And I'll probably avoid taking a cultivating contract for a little while. They're a little slow. They do actually pay relatively well. They're not amazing, but they're alright. Considering you just, like, set a tractor and kind of forget about it. But with the winter having so few options for other things for me to work on, it is just one of those things that's like, oh, I can just grind out cultivating and fishing and deadwood. Or we can move on to the next season where at least I've got some choices where I can spray a field, cultivate that field, harvest this field. They'll do the cultivating. Why are you struggling so badly? Okay. And no new sales. Yeah, I'm really glad we didn't jump on 25. The field we're doing right now was about 8. It's almost 9, and that one's about 14. So it's almost 1.5 the size of this one. And so this one's gonna take a little while to do. I saw how big that field was, and with this little cultivator, it's like, yeah, it's doable, and it pays well. Probably not what I want to put my time into, unfortunately. We also have Rual bot just spamming chat from the looks of it. But it'll be really good to be checking out the new stuff soon. One thing we can do as well as rolling around. We can do some maps. Alright. So if we go in here and check on prices. So we can go down to the fish food. So fish food. There is no place I can buy it from, which is a little concerning. That can't be right, right? So we got no one is offering to sell. Let's check because the warehouse should be offering to sell stuff. Let's check on yeah, so okay, so we could buy the tomatoes from there. Yeah, so it looks like fish food. That doesn't feel right that you can't buy the fish food. Because that would ruin that. Because my thought was immediately be like, all right, well, let's buy the fish food here. And we can then, set up our own thing. Because setting up the fish food production is not insignificant. All right, so that kind of already, because what I was going to check is I was going to check if it would be economical for me to buy the fish food to then take to a fish breeding thing on my own property, and would I make money feeding that system? But if I can't buy it, it kind of kills that right at the door, like right at the first step. Now, we can buy the field. Let's also take a look at the planter, cultivator, that kind of nonsense, and see what it would cost me to get the drill, seeder, planter, weeder combo thing, and how many horsepower. I'm pretty sure this can handle that. Because if that's the case, we can stop using this cultivator. We can sell the cultivator and all that to help fund it, and potentially skip right to that. Because that ends up being really good, just because it saves you a whole lot of steps. So if we go in here and we go to our seeders, when you look at some of them, they'll have that, and you'll have some of those that it says this seeder offers to seed directly, no previous cultivating required. And so you've got that one. Because it was not the Versa. But there's ones of these that are like the full thing, where you've got the driller and all that. Because remember, there was one of these that has like modular, that had like all the separate things. Like, yeah, this is another one where if you look at it, it's got the weeder back here. It's got the seeder and all that. Those all look like there's 30,000. You got you. This one I'd have to cultivate. That one I'd have to cultivate. Because those ones where you have the drill thing, where you just kind of drive along, it cultivates, it weeds, it does the whole shebang. And I know there was the one as the modular, like, all the separate pieces was like the really good one to do it. Was it under the cultivator, maybe? remember if it was Horsch or what brand it was that had the whole combination. Harrowers? Gotcha. Yeah, so it's a cultivator that also has the seeder on there. Because it was the Horsch and then the Versa. And then you could add the weeder onto that. And that's kind of the all-in one where it can fertilize, seed, weed, and cultivate all in one go. So that would be 14,000. And with all the things, so 14, 42,000. Was there anything I'd want on you? I don't really care about the Ridge Maker. I don't care about that. So it'd be 42,000 for that whole setup. And with that, I could ditch the cultivator entirely, just gone. Because I wouldn't be worried about doing it for the contracts. I honestly could get rid of the sprayer and its attachments. That's not really worth a whole lot, though, so I'm not fussed with that. We would still need the tractor, but odds are we want to get a better tractor. We could probably check to see. This thing I want to say was like 135 horsepower? No, this is, I think, the 170 horsepower. I can double check that. We can look into all that. Because the ability to sell back some of the equipment to fund it does help me out a little bit. So let's see. So you require 115 horsepower. And like I said, you have this one. Yeah, and I believe if you buy this one here, this is the same piece of equipment where it's the two separate pieces, if I'm not mistaken. And you just get a discount here. So 40,000 for that thing. It requires 165 horsepower. If we do check our tractor real fast, it's the small one, and it's one of these ones way down here, So my tractor technically would fall below spec on what it's asking for horsepower, which is a problem. But if we got all that stuff, I would be able to sell some of our equipment back. Yeah, so I'd be able to sell back. Yeah, so you're 15,000. About 20,000. Yeah, so you get about 20,000 back. That'd be enough to buy the attachments and all that. But the tractor wouldn't be able to handle it. And I'd need 165 or stronger, which is probably very doable. I'm sure there's ones in here that are good, like, budget price. I'm looking at that and not finding budget prices. I'll have to check the medium tractors. I'm willing to bet there's a medium tractor you could probably get for, like, 50, 60,000. That's probably a lot of horsepower and, like, no features or a really good transmission or anything like that. So just dealing with what we got kind of thing. And that would be a pretty good one there. Now, that's a move we probably don't want to do until we own the field, because like I said, the big problem with that one specific seeder I'm looking at is it doesn't actually work for certain contracts. Yeah, so, like, we already have 58,000 would give me enough horsepower. This one would definitely give me enough for, like, 90,000. The Mercedes-Benz, kind of in that range. You are... What are you? Huh. It's got the hookups to use it. It's like sort of a tractor truck thing. It's got the connection back there to hook up stuff. But it's like someone just took a truck and then said, well, I go ahead and shove a 3-point on the back. It's fine. We'll let it slide. It's basically a tractor. Okay, we'll circle around. We got a John Deere here that... These have enough horsepower. Not a lot of bells and whistles. The AgroStar is definitely looking promising. Yeah, because a lot of those... Yeah, this is such a weird one. So you can get rid of that. Ah, so I can add a 3-point onto the back. But it costs 10,000 extra. It's a weird little tractor. And then we had noticed previously, if we went to the large ones, that the Expedition did add a fairly inexpensive large tractor, like 280 horsepower for like 111,000. So it's like your budget big tractor. Yeah, so realistically, if I want to go the route with getting the all-in-one seeder weeder nonsense, we're definitely going to be looking at significant upgrades. You know, if we're lucky, we catch something on sale and do that. That's unlikely, because the AgroStar here would do it. And honestly, that wouldn't be the worst decision we could make to snag this thing on sale, because the AgroStar is, for a medium tractor, relatively budget conscious. It's 230 horsepower. That would mean we would give up the spraying contracts because I wouldn't have the money to buy a sprayer. At least I don't think I would. What does a cheap sprayer cost? Probably like 30,000. That's slurry sprayer. Not those ones. Yeah, you're actually talking more than like that. Now, it could be possible that I get a second tractor. That honestly wouldn't be the worst thing. So, if we got the money, I get the AgroStar for the high horsepower. Keep this one. This one becomes a dedicated spraying tractor for now. We get the AgroStar, it takes over that. It wouldn't give me what I need to work a field, but it'd give me enough horsepower to get the equipment I need to work a field. The alternative being, if I didn't get... Yeah, literally the horse here is the one that has all that stuff attached to it. Oh no, that doesn't mention you can direct the drill. Yeah, the cultivator, Versa. I'm basically trying to figure out what I want to approach this with. So kind of the decisions I have is we can snag the Agro Star when we finish this contract. And that gets me a tractor that kind of future-proofs me for a little while. We can get one of these, yeah, it'd be a seeder, not a planter. We can get one of these seeders. It's interesting that this one isn't mentioning direct drill. Despite, I believe, that being literally this piece and the other piece. But we could always grab this. Yeah, we could grab the separate pieces. So that'd be 40,000. So it's basically, I can get the seeder harvester thing that I don't quite have the horsepower to run all of it. I can run the cultivator thing separate without the seeder. The combination, I think, pushes us outside our realm of ability. And that maybe not this tractor can handle it. It is technically over-spec'd for what the tractor can handle. But it's not significantly so, which just means we'd be struggling on hills and all that. Because, yeah, you're 115, and that lists as being 50. So 165. And our tractor here is... was it 140? What was it? Yeah, 147. So it'd be about 18 horsepower shy of what it should be, which is not insignificant. That's about 10% under spec. Or the Agro Star, which then is over spec for the cultivator, but doesn't actually open up any new contracts. It will let me do contracts simultaneously, where I can toss the Agro Star to work one field, toss the other one, like probably run the sprayer on another field, have the harvester on the third field. Really a toss-up. I do think unless I catch the seeder on sale, that we're kind of just stuck. Because also, if we were to try and grow any of the crops I would need... Let's turn this contract in real fast. If we were to try and seed any of the crops I want to do, we would need... Let's see here. So canola is one of the ones we would potentially want for oil. The rice would take way more than we can do. The soybeans would be April. That's one that's actually soon. That'd probably be what we'd do short term, is probably the soybeans, but that'd be April. So that'd be 3-4 months in game to try and make that happen, to buy a field, get the seeder, all that. Keeping in mind January and February, the contracts suck. Alright, so let's turn this around. Because I'm going to say that's probably it for this in-game month. I just got to make the decision, am I buying the bigger tractor? Because that's a temporary sale thing. It's 47,370. The Agro Star is a good one. As we look at this, it's popular because it's that one. So out of the medium tractors, it's one of the cheapest. It gives you 230 horsepower versus these other ones that are a little bit cheaper down here, don't give you nearly as much. So that'd be kind of jumping solidly into the medium tractors range. I think that's the right decision. Okay, so unfortunately can't quite afford it. We could fix that real fast by just walking up here and catching like one not crap fish. But then, like I said, we can get the Agro Star there. And that'll give me what I need to run the other things. It just will delay me owning land and all that, which is not my favorite. But I think that's a necessary thing because the current tractor can't handle it. But I think the multitasking contracts should make up for it. Because then I could assign the Agrostar to do the cultivating contract. I do the spraying. The spraying, fishing, deadwood, all that. That'll do. So now we can go over here. Discount. No plate. Yeah, all those wheels have fancy stuff. Alright, we're going to buy ourselves the Agrostar. Long time to see. How you doing? I'm doing good. Hope things are going well with you. Enjoying the new DLC. Okay. So with that, we've got ourselves a new tractor for doing a bit heavier stuff. And the plan here is to treat this like the end of the day and fast forward on to the next month. Like I said, we're probably not going to get any like really exciting contracts this in-game day. We got cultivating and all that, which we've been doing, and they're good. I was about to say, don't you dare. It's fine. I thought that was going to be the cedar that we were just looking at and be like, don't you dare put on sale right after I spent more money than I could make it happen. I mean, this guy's moving so fast in this game. Well, we're fast forwarding time 360 times. Basically, normally you would sleep in a house or whatever. Unfortunately, because I'm doing a challenge run, I don't own one of those houses thing. So to fast forward time, I just speed up the game to maximum speed. And it takes not even a full minute to go through the day because we are, again, going 360 times the normal speed. But then we'll get to like 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. We'll check on the contract, start moving vehicles around, getting stuff going. Now, the downside is the Agrostar we bought, because it is used, it is damaged. We can repair it, but I need money to do that. So that'll be just another thing. But, that should all go well. But yeah, so then, like, the plan is going to be to get the cultivator on the Agrostar, let it start working, get the sprayer on the other tractor. And it very well could be that we end up retiring that other tractor pretty early on. It'll give me like $30,000-ish or whatever. The problem is I still will want to fertilize things until we get the setup we want with the all-in-one thing. And in that meantime, I'm still going to want to spray. Just in the off chance that we end up using all that. Alright. Almost time to stop fast forwarding. Oh, how hard do you find this game? The game has a little bit of a learning curve. I wouldn't call it hard, though. Even if you put on, like, the sweatiest try-hard settings, it's not a game that you lose. You just might not make money as fast as you'd necessarily like. Okay, so nothing new here. So let's check. So we don't have any new contracts that I can do worth mentioning. So let's pop over here. We'll do the deadwood while we're killing a little bit of time. Because the contracts we see are seeding. I can't do seeding. I don't have a planter seeder yet. That's the equipment we need, and that's the reason I bought the bigger tractor, is I kind of need the bigger tractor to accommodate that. Okay. So we are looking for deadwood trees to clear. And for the record, deadwood trees only have one model in the game. So it's kind of one of those things that once you kind of learn the model, they become a bit easier to recognize. There's a couple trees that can be kind of similar, especially during the winter. They can make them a little tricky to pick out. There you are. And sometimes they'll be close enough to another tree that you get kind of hidden inside the other tree. Like not the trunk of the tree, but like the branches and all that. Okay, we got 2 more over here at least. But yeah, generally speaking, if you're not doing stuff like running businesses or whatever, there's no real draw against your money. So you could just kind of keep working, and as long as you're not just doing something like buying something and chucking in the river or something like that, you're going to always make some amount of income. Now, you can get into a situation where you're not really making money because of the way you're doing it is like super inefficient or whatever. But like if you take a bunch of loans in the game, even if you take on like a full $1 million worth of loans, it ends up only costing you somewhere in the ballpark of $4,000 an in-game month to pay those. Like they're really cost effectively nothing. So it is the gate thing with the game that like if you're looking at difficulty, it's just not really present. Okay, well that's not exactly what I had in mind. Let's go ahead and we'll fast forward time till 10 a.m. and see if we get some of those contracts to appear. That's it. Like I said, February is officially like a winter month, even more so than January. So it is one of those things in the game that just very genuinely, the contracts during these winter months are pretty sparse. Nah, it's just all garbage. Alright, we'll just... No snow in February? It'll sometimes snow, it'll sometimes not snow. You get snow on the ground in the game. It all depends on the weather in a given year. You'll have some years you actually won't have any snow happen. You have some years you'll have like 3 months of like snow cover. Yep, so we're just going to fast forward through this in-game month, unfortunately. There's just not much opportunity for me. I did get my payout, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so normally what you'd do is I would have just turned around, walked back in the house, and said going back to sleep. And this is typical, and this is honestly like real life as well. In real life, you'd run around, you might take care of your livestock or whatever, but you're probably not going out and doing a bunch of field work in the middle of the winter. You know, you might check in on things, make sure nothing's going wrong. You know, not unless something's happened, like you're in an area that doesn't normally get freezes and you're dealing with the freeze, or you're in the tropics where you might just grow year-round. But if you're someplace where it ices over during the winter and whatnot, your winter months are probably pretty slow. Okay, and right now the place we're in is in Scotland. Okay. This will take us into March. March, we should see a lot more contracts, because there should be some early harvesting contracts, but a lot more of, like, sowing contracts. Probably dealing with, I want to say, some of the root crop comes up, like your overwintered carrots and all that. I want to say those will be something we'll see this month to deal with. Actually check. Yeah, so far as harvesting in March... No, actually, I take that back. We'll have lots of things that want to be seeded, but as far as the first harvesting stuff, that's not till June, so I'm just wrong. Got another sprayer that's on discount. Can't afford it, so it doesn't matter. Okay. And then again, normal not challenge playthrough, you would just go to sleep. It'll advance you to, I think it's like 6 or 7 in the morning the next day, or the next month. So you can very quickly fast forward time. That's one thing I would definitely like to get set up, is in not super long, to get us someplace to sleep. I don't think we have any mods to get myself a really cheap sleeping spot, because there are plenty of mods, like there's ones that look like give you an item you can put down on the ground to go to sleep in, like a sleeping bag. There's ones that'll give you a tent you can buy for next to nothing that's a building, but it's a tent. Those kind of things. Most of the maps, the actual, like, official maps, do have a sleeping spot you get for free at the beginning. Yeah, like Grandpa's place or whatever. Okay, so we've got... I completely forgot that the hoe was a machine that we would get. Unfortunately, I can't actually do those ones. Nothing here. So what we can do here is I'll really quickly grab another deadwood. Just so I'm at least doing something every month. Because I would expect at this point to get ourselves a couple of contract options to get things going. That's the game generates the contracts gradually. So it's not like you enter a month and suddenly all of the contracts that are going to be there are there at the same time. It's deadwood over here. I see one farther in. Over here on the left. Okay. I mean, check over here on the other side. There's good chances over here. There you are. And that'll at least be a little bit more income. And I'll probably go here in just a moment and give our music a kick, because it's kind of killed itself. Oh no, it's just a really quiet track that's taking forever to get going. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so got all that. Let's speed up time again. Get to like 9, 10 a.m. Because we should have more contracts this month. There should be a lot of sewing contracts. There should be a lot of stuff like that. The hoeing ones would be good. I didn't think about that. I usually go, and for my weeding early on, I usually end up getting a hoe as an option. It's just this particular one. Ah, I can't do all these. I'm just gonna fast forward. We won't worry about another deadwood right now. So time still passes on this screen, so I'm just seeing if we get a couple extra contracts popping in here. Oh, did they change it? Does it no longer pass? Let's see, we're at about 14 when I stopped. Yeah, no, it still passes. So we're just hoping a couple extra contracts pop in here. I have had it where in a month, like at the very last second on a day, it's like, okay, there's a harvesting contract available, and you're like, well, that's not happening, because you fail your contracts overnight, because it's considered like a month has passed. Okay, you got pickup truck. Yeah, and if we had the hoeing contracts, these contracts go really fast. But I don't have one and I can't afford one. That would be a weeding solution. And it's actually one of my preferred ones. Because while it's not as fast as the sprayer, it does cover a bunch of the different contracts you could do in the game. Wood transport, weeding. I don't think the sprayer will count on that one. It's fine. But yeah, I believe the hoe would qualify for the weeding, but the weeding would not qualify for the hoeing. If I remember correctly. That's fine. And what are you? Ah, a harvester header. Well, so we're just skipping the late winter, early spring, just rushing on through. Because I can cultivate, spray, fertilize, harvest, any of the grain things. We do all that stuff. But we are doing a challenge run where I'm not allowed to lease equipment. So, like, these ones would certainly be doable if I could lease stuff. Same with that. I could lease stuff and do that. Bale wrapping, I could lease stuff and do that. The wood picking up, I could lease stuff and do that. But that's just not what we're doing in this one. Okay, so reset this. In April, we should absolutely have contracts coming in. Because we're solidly in the planting season. The month before, we would have had a lot of stuff. Yes, we got the hoeing, the weeding, the transport. Fertilizing! There we go. That'll actually let me get money. And we're still going to get to like 7 a.m. before we start properly working. So we can actually see what's happening. Let's just wants to get brighter early. Okay. Okay, and bear with me for a moment, chat. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real quick. Yeah, that's what this machine does now, is it sprays. Okay. Yeah, so we got 3 fertilizing contracts that I see. We got a cultivating contract up here. So we got some stuff we can get done. So with that, bear with me for just a moment, chat. I'm just going to go here and pause the game. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. All right, and I'm back. And thank you so much, Joe's Mel, for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Sorry you're raiding into me while I was not actually here. But I hope you had yourself a good stream. And you were streaming Gold Mining Simulator. I feel like I've seen that before. I haven't played it, not myself. But I hope you had a good time with it and all that stuff. Let's see. And we were getting ready to do contracts. Make the money. All right, so let's go ahead and first of all, we'll grab that cultivating contract. And I'll grab the fertilizing contract. So let's get you ready. And start trying to get ourselves some cash. Because ideally, I would like to get things going. Hey, Joes. Again, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream with your gold mining. And all that good stuff. Alright, if I wanted to repair this thing, I got 2,000 bucks to my name. Is that enough? The answer is maybe. Yes. The answer is yes. Okay. So, with this, you are going to need to do field... What the heck field is that contract for? The cultivating is field 3, which is over there. So we'll get the AI working on this field. We'll grab the sprayer and start working on the other field. We should be able to finish the spraying field before the AI has a chance to exhaust our funds. But yeah, so this is our brand new tractor that we just bought. It was relaxed as usual. But time you're producing? No problem. You get that sleep. Thank you again for the raid, and you rest well. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I do play a lot of simulations, settlement builders, city builders, survival crafters, a whole range of things. And today we're doing some farming simulator for the new DLC. So we got the AI on that one. Now I need fertilizer, because then I need to go to field 27 and start spraying that fertilizer. But we are doing a challenge run where I started with no money. And had to just work up from there. No loans or leases permitted. Any of that kind of stuff. And so we are just kind of working our way through. We have allowed ourselves to do contracts, but with the caveat that I can only use my own equipment and no loans or leases. We are on hard economy settings. We are playing on the new map, yada yada. It is all going pretty well, and we're working on that. So field 27, I assume, is just south of us? Yeah. But we're doing pretty good in that regards. This is only the second stream we've done in this playthrough. And we've got just about everything I need to completely handle my own fields. With the only exception of I'm missing a seeder. And then I'm missing actually owning a field. But once we get that sorted, it should all be good. The map we're on is in Scotland. And as a result, we have Reliant Robins, cars on the left side of the field, like all that. Definitely an accurate depiction of it and not something to question at all. Okay. I also just realized that apparently I didn't fill up my extra tank, but that's okay, I probably won't need it. And if I do, then I'll feel a little bit dumb about not filling it up. Okay. Oh, that just suddenly made me think. Look at the prices. That's kind of dirty. So when I go to sell back the sprayer, I don't get my money back on the attachment that makes it so much better for dealing with weeds, which is like 25,000 or some nonsense. I also should have repaired this thing before we went over here. It's fine. But yeah, so basically where we're at right now is I'm trying to save up money. The cedar, weeder, harrower combination thing I want runs around 40,000. And then the cheapest field on the map that we can buy is about 80,000. Or sorry, I think it was 65,000. So we need to be making somewhere in the ballpark of 100-something thousand before we will be able to like handle our own stuff. So I would have been much closer, but I did buy a much bigger tractor that came available. Because it's on discount, why not? This is all junk I don't care about. So we took the opportunity to get, there's a vehicle called the AgroStar that I got on discount that is almost twice the horsepower that this tractor I'm using now has. Which is kind of future-proofed us, so I can get quite a few upgrades before I start running kind of into the limits of what my equipment can handle. Which just makes life easier when it comes to processing fields. But we should be able to make some pretty solid money now because I can run multiple contracts at once having the multiple vehicles. Now if I get a harvesting contract down here too, that'd be amazing, but it's the wrong time of year. But hopefully this in-game day, between the cultivating and the fertilizing contracts, we can pocket some money. If we're really lucky, maybe I'll catch a seeder on sale. Because if I sell this tractor and all of its stuff, it's about 40,000. And if I sell the cultivator, it's like another 14,000, so that's about 54,000. And I include selling the sprayer. And so that'd be enough to get the all-in-one thing, but the all-in-one thing doesn't work for contracts well. And I wouldn't have enough money to buy a field. I can't really justify selling this otherwise because then I don't have the ability to hook up the sprayer. But yeah, I hope everyone's been having themselves a nice evening. Oh, we should also make sure to grab gas while we're here. But everyone's having a nice evening, you know, playing whatever they got going on. What is what are people playing tonight? Because I know right now Mega Bonk is really hot. I know there's a lot of people doing Arc Raiders. Let's see. Do you think you need 3-5 tractors to make enough money? Or what next gold? Oh, Super Fantasy Kingdom. Super Fantasy Kingdom's fantastic. That's I played that a bit on, like I did a stream and I did a little bit off stream. You followed into Vintage Story? Excellent. I very much enjoyed Vintage Story. You're also playing Super Fantasy Kingdom? Nice. You're about to unlock the last curse difficulty? Yeah, my issue is too many games coming out right now that I haven't kept up with them all. But yeah, Super Fantasy Kingdom I definitely was enjoying. But to circle back, so do you think you need 3 to 5 tractors to make enough money, or what's the next goal, the field? The next goal will be the field. Normally I would tackle the, you know, like the field with just one tractor. It's just kind of in this situation I needed a bigger tractor, and then because this sprayer I'm using is specifically only for the tractor I'm driving here, I'm in the situation where I kind of have both tractors. Now, as time goes on, you'll usually want to get multiple tractors, but to run one field, you only need one tractor. It just has to be strong enough to be able to handle it. You know, Super Fantasy Kingdom was really good, from what I played. You have Vintage Story is really solid. There's definitely some things in Vintage Story I find frustrating, but there's a lot of really good stuff in it as well. Like, my only beef with Vintage Story, I would say, is just how it handles, like, monster spawns and all that kind of stuff. Where you could be in a room and it could just appear in front of you a couple of feet, and you're just like, okay, cool, man. I do feel like if they took some of the lower end enemies and gave them more like low tier kind of garbage loot, you know, stuff that is usable but not really something you'd seek out, I think that'd be good. And then just make it so like you know, take the enemies and tone down the spawns and all that would be really, like, the number of spawns are fine. I can live with that. But it should be one of those things that they can't spawn line of sight of your character. They can only spawn so close, like having a reasonable breadth around the character for them spawning. I feel like they should also make the light a little bit more merciful so far as, you know, what's considered lit for purposes of preventing spawns. That it goes a little bit bigger radius, that kind of thing. You put mobs on passive because you know you'd get too frustrated and easily terrified with some of them. Yeah. Like, we definitely played with the monsters turned on. The one I did end up turning off when we were playing on stream is... I can't remember, we did like a week or two of Vintage Story. And I want to say it was about a little over halfway we turned off the rifts. Because we found it annoying where you build your house and a rift would just appear on top of your house. And it's like, okay, I guess I just don't go home today. And it wasn't like it's a hard thing to work around. It was just obnoxious. Okay. So yeah, so this one we've got about 2,000 bucks worth of fertilizer in our sprayer and all that. And I want to say this contract is like 6,000 or 8,000 to pay out. It looks like we're going to use most of it, so we'll still be making about $3,000-4,000-ish. Part of that is the sprayer needs maintenance, so it's not working as efficiently as it should be. That was the reason I made the comment I should have repaired before I came out. And then meanwhile, we got the other field being cultivated. And I'm hoping we'll see more cultivator contracts pop up here. Keep them working. And I'm a little worried we're probably going to get our next charge for our worker, and I don't think we have enough money in the bank to pay them, so they'll just stop working. Which, you know, that's fair. But amusingly enough, if I stop and I fished really fast and got like one fish, that'd be enough for it to not be a problem. Or if we finish this field, which I'm hoping to do. We finish this real quick. But I think it's gonna, the next time I have to pay them is gonna hit before I finish. It's fine. If it ends up doing that, all we do is we get our payment, and then I tab over, and then tell the worker to go to work. Oh, actually, no, it looks like it's gradually taking money. We don't need to worry about it. We should be good then. But I remember, I think it was Farm Sim 22, where you'd watch like the dollar sign go down one by one, and it feels like they changed it, where it kind of like goes in like little ticks, and maybe as a performance thing of just like the constantly updating numbers and all that from a bunch of different workers or something like that, or it could be misleading, who knows. Yeah, okay, so it's telling me I paid 325 bucks for the worker over the last in-game hour, but it did grab that money gradually over that hour. That's fair. Prevent you from cheesing in all that. Okay. Sorry about that. But yeah, no, for those who haven't checked out Vintage Story, it's very Minecraft-esque, but it will absolutely ruin Minecraft for you. Pretty much what it is it's just the crafting actually has depth to it. The world's got a lot more interesting things. It doesn't give you anything. You have to put a lot more effort into seeking it out. So like in Minecraft, where you can just dig straight, you know, you start your game, you grab a couple of rocks, you shove it on a stick, and then you just immediately start digging down so you can, you know, make your furnace and all that, you know, and very quickly get steel and then, or iron, and then just go down and get yourself diamonds and immediately be up to your end game equipment. Not counting enchants and all that, because that came later and I don't actually know the details in that one. But as far as like that kind of stuff, you can just dig down anywhere and beeline there. Vintage Store, you have to, like, do prospecting, try and figure out, it's like, okay, this area could have iron. It's got pretty good odds. And then, you know, going around and, like, digging down a little bit and then just surveying the area, see if there's any immediately around you. So where in Minecraft you can, sorry. In Minecraft where you can, like, literally start and within a couple of minutes have yourself some decent equipment. You're not even finding the materials in a couple of minutes. But it's very satisfying, because, like, again, in Minecraft, you might find an ore vein, and the ore vein might only give you, like, 6 or whatever nodes. In Vintage Story, you might hit an iron vein and be set for, like, in-game years. Let's see, it looks like fishing, bellows and quenching may be coming soonish update. Yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me that they're keeping up with that. Looks like the AI worker quit working already. They shouldn't have. No, they're working. They probably just had to, like, replace themselves on a row. So sometimes it just takes time. They're just in the middle of the ride. Everything will be just fine. That, low-key, like, high school, college me, that song was kind of like my, what would I use for the word? It wasn't like this is the greatest song ever or whatever. But, you know, when you're dealing with a frustrating time and you got kind of a song you listen to be like, hey, it'll be alright, we'll get to the other side of this, that kind of headspace thing. That was kind of the one, the song in the middle. Cheer up song? Yeah, that would work. Like, it's not what I would call it, but you're not, it's like, it's along that path. It's along that line, like a cheer up song or a, coping song, I don't know. But that was the one I would have, is just break that out. Alright, so if we're gonna do more fertilizing contracts, I'm gonna have to buy more fertilizer. And it ain't cheap. Alright, we're all filled up and ready to roll. Because I always felt like the song was kind of a, you know, good thought process, like, hey, you know, some things just take some time, you know, you're in the middle of all this. You know, don't just, like, conform to what everyone else is doing, like, be your own person kind of thing. Sure, you'll see the others around you, and some of them are going to, you know, find whatever they're looking for. Aspirational? Yeah, aspirational. I think that's around the right thing. But, you know, it's like, yeah, you're gonna get there. You know, some people got there first. It's fine. Like, take your pace. That's not the field we're fertilizing. That is the field I am cultivating. The field I'm fertilizing is right here. And so it's just definitely one of those ones that, like, you know, you're having a moment. Yep, no, I keep the command there. That's a command we added specifically for zipping around those roads. There was many a stop sign sacrificed. So we kept plowing the signs over. It's like, you know, hey, we're sacrificing all these signs to the temple project. You know, and as you can see, number gets bigger. I will say one one thing on this map is a lot of the signs on this map you can't knock over. They're too durable. Like, you have the wrong way signs, like, or don't entry. So you hit the sign, just kind of go bonk, and you're like, that is quite the sign to stop, you know, this full freaking tractor going down the highway at 33 miles an hour. That's a real sturdy sign. Okay. When I get a straightaway, I might take a look to see how much the hoe costs. I want to say it was relatively inexpensive, but that would be another whole set, like 2 whole sets of contracts we could accept that are relatively quick and decent paying. Because unfortunately, while in the game, hoeing, weeding, and spraying all kind of fill the same use case. There's a difference between the hoeing and the weeding and like how far along the weeds can be and it still work. But there's all that. All right, so nothing here we care about that. Oh, no, I'm wrong. The hoe is like 36,000. Well, crap. Never mind, that doesn't make sense for me to grab yet. If it was like 14 or 17,000, I could easily justify it being like, yeah, we knock out 3 or 4 contracts and then just have it for the future. 36,000 though, that's basically my cedar I need. So that's a harder to justify thing. Obviously, if I caught it on sale where it was like, you know, 16,000, that's makes sense. All right. How are we doing on the contracts here? Yeah, so I'm not seeing another cultivating contract showing up, but like I said, we'll pop through, we'll do the contracts we can, make what money we can. It'll be a matter of figuring out what we can do to supplement. Because we're going to try to avoid just going back and doing a bunch of fishing. That said, we made good progress. We got the dare drop done earlier today about the collectibles. We got all the collectibles on the map. Surprisingly, on this map, I don't think we got paid anything for that. Almost every other map, the collectibles can actually be kind of lucrative to... Okay, some maps they don't give you that much money versus like... There's the one map with 100, and I think they end up giving you like almost $1 million by the time you get them all. I think some of the later ones give you like 150 or 200,000 each or some nonsense. But yeah, no, I don't think we got any cash from the collectibles at all. That said, I'm not really that upset about it because that wasn't the goal I was going with. But as well as that, with how good fishing is, I don't feel like... I was worried about grabbing the collectibles early because, like I said, they can be a bunch of money at once, and when you're doing a challenge run, you just inject yourself with, you know, a couple 100,000 because you got all the collectibles. It kind of feels like it delegitimizes the challenge run a little bit. Yes, you're using stuff in it, you're not cheating, yada yada, you set your own rules, all that. But for someone who likes the challenge runs, when you have those things that kind of bypasses the challenge, it really feels not great. It's the same reason why, like, for example, one of the cheese things you can do in Farm Sim is put down solar panels or other power generation, and once you place it, you just advance time and they give you money. So it's you invest and then forever get money, and that's fine. Like, I have no objection to it. But I usually have it anytime I'm doing a challenge when I have a hard rule that I'm not allowed to use those. You know, barring if I'm doing a dare drop and I have to build one or something. Because it is just one of those things, it's like, well, then the meta strategy is to build power plant, fast forward time, build power plant, fast forward time, build power plant, fast forward time, until you're just printing cash. And it's kind of my mindset. It's like, hey, if you're going to do that, like, obviously if you're discovering the exploit or whatever, go for it. You know, do your thing. But at that point, I'm like, my mind says just edit your save file, give yourself the money, skip the process. Again, you're fun in having it. Do what you gotta do. But it's just for me personally. If I'm gonna do something, and it's not even farm sim. If I'm gonna play a game where I'm going to use some type of cheese strategy to get myself to a certain point, and then kind of after that start actually playing the game, I'll just skip to the point where I play the game. Which is usually not a problem, because usually I'm doing sweaty try-hard challenge nonsense. Like, for Project Zomboid, I know there were people who what they would do is they had ways to, like, guarantee themselves food for a little while, and then they would just go in their home and be like sit-ups, you know, or like burpees, so like just keep doing it, eat, go to sleep, fast forward time, repeat that every single day until they hit, you know, 5 strength or fitness or whatever. And like, just give yourself the stats, man. You don't need to sit there and stare at the screen for the next 8 hours doing this rotation. You can if you want to, like, if it's fun, don't let me yuck your yum. But if you put in those, like, 5 hours or whatever to grind that crap up, and then you start playing, and then you die immediately, and you get pissed off about it because you put all that time in, just give yourself the stats. Like, because that's one of those ones you can make it super safe and exploity, versus, like, Kenshi. Kenchi's one you come up with all clever exploit things, and while some of them can be relatively safe, some of them can be very dangerous. So it's a little different where, you know, like the mining meta, when you start a brand new run of Kenshi and you go find a copper node, and then you mine till your inventory's full and you walk it back and you sell it, you grab a backpack, repeat the process, and then you do that till you've got like enough strength that you're happy, or enough money, or whatever your goal is, or you just can't stand it anymore. And that one it's like, okay, but genuinely while you're doing it, there's actually a really good chance of some random starving bandits catching you and beating the crap out of you. So that one feels a little less exploity just because there is risk. You know, no more or less risk than Kenshi always has. But it's not like you can truly do it safely or without effort or whatever. Or some random critter just runs up and mauls you, or you get caught, you know, some random slavers come up and take you hostage, and the many awful things that Kenshi does to you. I'm honestly curious how things are going with Kenshi 2. Because we haven't been hearing significantly much. We've had a couple of screenshots over the years, and that's about it. And it feels like every like half year or so, they're hiring like a new lead programmer or a new lead designer. You know, these positions that don't tend to see a lot of turnover, not unless there's like mass layoffs. And so I'm really hoping it comes out well, but it does feel like it's really stuck in dev hell, where there's just a revolving door happening there. And it is when I worry about that. You know, Kenshi has been fairly successful. They've been developing Kenshi 2 for years, which is fine. But I would expect to see more out of it, that it's... Like, I don't think we have any kind of ETA as to what year we expect to see it or anything. So I'm just a little worried they're in the situation where they're far enough in, they don't want to abandon the project, but also they're kind of stuck and not making the progress they want. And that, you know, the people working there feel like their careers are stalled or whatever, and so they're just jumping ship onto the next thing or whatever and just kind of getting in that rotation, and that can be really rough. Like, it's not even not a game dev thing. You can get yourself in a situation in software development where the people are kind of coming and going, that you don't make the progress you need. Okay, so we got this contract done. Give me my money. We got another fertilizing contract here. We don't have another cultivating contract or something else that the other tractor can do right now, but that's okay. I am looking forward to... We've streamed the Planet Crafter a bunch of times. That new DLC for the Planet Crafter is sounding interesting. We don't have much, and I've deliberately... They've got like a demo or preview or whatever they've got of the DLC. It's not out till the 14th, but they've got like this preview that they got a couple different biomes that they're testing or whatever and showing. And it's interesting because the Planet Crafter, the usual progression is you go, you can't breathe the atmosphere on wherever you're at. So you have to go and, you know, work through the process of heating it up and all that to get a breathable atmosphere. And my understanding is the new DLC will be ditching that. But that's just not the way this DLC is going to work. It's not that they're like abandoning and saying, hey, we're never doing that again. It's, you know, they wanna mix it up and make it different. Okay, so this one's just down the road. And so this one, from my understanding, the environment's going to be genuinely hostile to you. And I imagine in a lot of ways it's going to function similarly. Like, the how you die changes, but ultimately it's a matter of the environment is toxic and unsafe, and you're going to do stuff to make it safe. And it'll be, you know, your progression and your milestone on terraforming. Alright, so we got the cultivating contract done. We don't have another cultivating contract available, unfortunately. But that's okay, because we'll knock this one out. So we're doing pretty good. We got about 10,000 bucks this month. We're actually not that far into the day either. Yeah, so the hoeing one, that requires that very specific piece of equipment that was 36,000. So that's not going to happen. The weeding one, what is the cheapest weeder in the game? 6,000. And that jumps from there. So that's 6 meters wide, versus the next bigger one is like 12. And at that point, I'd get this thing. Yeah, so I probably don't end up getting the weeder. Like I said, I don't think the sprayers count. We can try, unless someone happens to know off the top of their head, if you use a sprayer with herbicide, does that count for weeding? I don't think it does. Those are the kinds of things that feel like, while in theory it should count for purposes of video game, you know, obviously in real life, if someone's like, hey, I need you to go and take a weeder through my field, and you go and you just blast the field with herbicide, you're probably not even going to be in just trouble. You're probably going to be dealing with criminal, you know, not criminal. You're probably going to be dealing with a lawsuit. But video game, it's like, there's weeds, I got rid of them. What do you care? Give me my money. But I'm down to give it an effort if we have like a field nearby. We can swap over to the herbicide and give it a go. See what happens. If it counts, great. If it doesn't, we're not going to be out much. The herbicide got plenty. Let's see. Neither of those are super close, but that's okay. But yeah, part of the reason I like the spraying contracts is they're very quick. You get decent money. It's not amazing money, but it's pretty solid. You do invest a decent amount of money into doing the contract, so if it says like, oh, hey, I'm going to pay you 8,000, you're probably putting 2,000 worth of, you know, worth of fertilizer in there. So you're actually making 6,000, but they're just really fast. Considering we basically got through 2 entire fertilized contracts in larger fields while 1 cultivating contract was getting done. Okay. And I keep checking, wanting to see one show up there. Like another cultivating contract. Okay. It's also a thing I could... Did they have plowing? Not this... they do have one. I could technically get a plow and do the plowing contract. I don't like doing the plowing contracts that much. Just very unfortunately when you look at the plowing contracts, because they have to, like... When the AI does it, it'll go to an end, it'll, like, lift up the plow, rotate the plow, go the other side, and go back. And that's for, like, in real life, you're probably doing something like that. You're taking the time at each end of the field to do the whole process, do it right, line it up. You're not just slamming through it real fast because that's how you damage your equipment. And, you know, you could also just plan your route so that you can just always keep it turned the one way as you go back and forth or whatever. But because of that, the AI just takes its sweet time to go through and plow field, so I usually don't take those because in-game time to, or sorry, I should say real-life time to pay out, it's okay. It's on the not terrible, but definitely not good end. It's definitely, like, below average. So usually you'll skip on it, because there's almost always something better you could be doing with your time. But when we're kind of in want for contracts, it is something. And I want to say the plows are, generally speaking, relatively cheap in the game. We're not probably going to do that. I got many other priorities they have ahead of that. Hey, look, we actually lined up with the tram lines on this one. One out of 3 rows lining up ain't bad. It's actually terrible. Actually, that should be lining up relatively close from what I'm seeing. Maybe I just missed the last one lining up as well. It is cool with precision farming, they added the tram lines and all that. It's a nice touch for the whole thing. This playlist keeps getting really quiet. So I'm going to go ahead and choose a different one. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for artists because I don't know half of them. Moods. That's not what I'm looking for. Themes. I just want genres. There we go. Okay. Like, we were having a lot of good music earlier, and then it just kind of... Like, it was playing songs, but I all got, like, super quiet and gradually building up, and even then, the up was still pretty nothing. But at least having some kind of background noise. Alright. Now, one of the things I'm going to be watching for is if you've never played this before, you'll notice these fields will change what they're growing sometimes. I'm going to actually want to check that field 29, because field 29 is the one we're looking at buying. But sometimes what you can get away with is one way you can kind of bootstrap up progression is if you wait to buy a field until the crop that they've planted in it is ready to harvest, you can kind of cheeky just scoop in and get the profit for all their work to pick up that field. And so, say for example, I buy that field at 65,000, whatever it was. I might make, you know, 20,000 off of that harvest. It's like I effectively bought the field on a discount. Okay. Then go over here, complete you. We got 14. I will try this one. I'm not expecting this to work. But before we do, like I said, I want to kind of check. So you're going to be growing sorghum in this field this year. Okay. That's interesting. So sorghum gets harvested in August. So what that does mean is if we can put together the money for the field by August, which would be plenty doable, I can buy that field in August. Then we can go and use the money, or we can go and take our harvester, harvest the sorghum, and it'll probably make us $12,000-$14,000 or whatever to offset the cost of buying the field, and then hopefully have enough for like the cedar and all that kind of nonsense. Have our own field to go. And at that point, at least for the earlier part, we'll probably do like 2 or 3 rounds of expanding fields while we go to work on upticking our equipment. I'd like to get a tile that's got extra space on it. Okay, so I've got you. So I need to kick the fertilizer out. Because we're going to try weeding the field with spray. Like I said, my expectation is that this will not work. Alright, so this field we're looking at is just up the road on the right. While we're on our way out, let's check new cultivating or anything. Nope. Yeah, so there's a good chance this just won't work. If it does, that gives me a couple more contracts to put a little bit more money in the bank. If not, we'll probably have to cancel the contract to begin fast forwarding. Ooh, did I want to take that right? I feel like I did. Yeah, I did. I will say we've gotten more than our money's worth out of this tractor with the sprayer. For early game, I actually really like this model. For the price of it, it's got relatively good, not amazing horsepower. You get like the super duper discount sprayer on it. Like, it plus the sprayer is just a hair more than the sprayer attachment costs for other tractors, typically. Yeah, over here. And there's a lot of vehicles in this game that fall into that, where they're kind of specialized, and they have the thing that if you're doing that, it's a bargain, and then for everything else, it's still fine, but, you know, maybe not a big priority. Alright, so will you count? I don't think you will. So finish the first row, and if it hasn't gone up at least 1%, we're going to kill it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this isn't counting. Yep, that is definitely not counting. Alright. That's pretty much what I expected. Because we're not technically weeding it, we are getting rid of the weeds. But we're not actually doing the process known as weeding. Okay, so we're fast-forwarding time really fast. And the hope here is we'll have something else we can do. That'll do. Because we got a new fertilizing contract. Now, before we get all excited, we have herbicide, not fertilizer, so we gotta drop this off. I've also got to buy more fertilizer. I believe we had run out. Okay. Yeah, so I'm finding I'm having to buy a container fertilizer roughly every 2 contracts. So if we're doing each contract, it's like 5, 6, 7, 8,000. I'm spending 3,200 every other contract, give or take. That's not bad. Okay. It'll be really, really nice when we also get to the, having the drill seeder for the fertilizer, because then I don't have to worry about managing any of this and trading off what's in here and yada yada. Okay, so the herbicide we've been dropping off on the right. Fertilizer over on the left. Okay, so we got the new fertilizer contract, and that is field 33. Pretty sure that's top right. No, bottom right. Man, just the way this layout has kind of like this triangle sign on the right side, I constantly look at a field and be like, ah, you're up south or whatever, you're north or south, and I keep getting them reversed on where I expect them on the right-hand side, the east side of the map. With that, we can cut down this way. Oh, I should have taken the other route back there. It's fine. We can take this way over, and it'll take us almost straight there. But yeah, now one of the other things we need to get going, which I can't really do until we own land, is we're going to want to get a sawmill so we can start putting stuff towards the castle. That'll end up being a fairly lucrative thing where every once in a while I cut down 2-3 trees, chuck them in the sawmill, and then come back and we load up a truck with whatever pops out. And then, you know, take that up to the castle, get paid, repeat. Because usually the community projects tend to pay better than anything else in the map for the things they need. So if it asks for cement, it usually have the best rate for cement. But that's fine. We're getting there. No, but I'm excited to see what happens with Vintage Story. I think it's been interesting. I'm glad. I can't remember who I had multiple people suggest it, and I looked at it and I kind of waffled on it. And it was ultimately seeing Kilodrix play it. I think, did I see someone else as well as Kilodrix? I know I saw Kilodrix. Maybe it was Allison I also saw playing it? I don't remember who played it first, whether it was me or Allison. Either way. But yeah, so I saw some people playing it. I'm like, okay, that actually looks pretty good. We're kind of in a game dry spell where there wasn't really much releasing that kind of fits what we're playing. You think Allison... Well, I know Allison did play it too. It was just whether Allison... I think Allison played it before I did. I think. I'm pretty sure that's true. Yeah, the one I caught playing it the most is Kilodrix. Yeah, because it was Allison and Retinaru were playing together, and I think she's still doing that too. That they're doing like the occasional like community day kind of thing. They had like a little bit of a binger for a while that they were doing Necess. So, we're gonna try this again. I may have... Actually, I might be able to make this work. So let's kick you out. I may have accidentally filled up one with herbicide and one with fertilizer. So when I went to spray the fertilizer, I started herbiciding the field. And got mildly confused. I'm hoping we have enough fertilizer to do this whole field. But we'll find out. If I end up being short, I still just have to take what we grabbed back anyways. It's fine. But yeah, no, I've been curious to see like where that goes. Because I very much enjoyed it. I know they're adding more story stuff, and that was interesting, but I didn't want to get into it until, like, that's more done. Trying to think of other games that people have suggested on the channel. I'm like, no, that's definitely something we're doing in the near term, or once I have time, that hasn't happened. There's definitely been a lot of really good suggestions that have come over the years that, you know, would be good as, like, a one-off kind of thing. But, you know, a game that's like, oh yeah, I could see putting in a good week, week and a half, 2 weeks, whatever. You really do enjoy the story stuff? Yeah, no, I think they do a really good job in Vintage Story of the story stuff. Instead of you just touch thing and then dialogue happens. You know, like a lot of the survival crafters, that's how you get your stories. You just walk up and you pick up a thing and it's like, oh no, I just read this journal about this thing. And then you go to the next thing and you grab the next one. There's a lot of that. But Vintage Story does a pretty good job. Like, you kind of go into these, like, ruins, and there's all sorts of stuff, and it doesn't go, like, full-on puzzle game, but you have to, like, find the different things. So it definitely feels like they got a good thing there going. Long Dark also does relatively good with its story, but that's because it is a story-driven game, unless you're playing on the sandbox survival mode. Part of me wonders if they ever will finish. Will ever finish the Long Dark. Like that poor last chapter has been being waited on for like 2 years now. And they're already working on supposedly the sequel and everything. Just like, come on, man. Alright. Yeah, so I think we'll potentially get this field done before we run out. Because while we're going through the liquid fertilizer pretty quick, it is still a very wide tool so far as much as it covers. So I'm kind of doing my head math here. Let's see, the last updated was April. We'll be around the end of the year, we promised. Yeah. Well, that's, I can't speak for what's happening with the devs, because obviously I don't know. It could just be that they've already got their, like, you know, head to the grindstone on the sequel, and it just kind of fell behind the other stuff. You never know when it's like, oh, we weren't able to get the voice actor, or, like, we're having problems scheduling them, or, you know, whatever the deal is. Like, there could be legitimate reasons for it, but also, when you're sitting there and you've been promising this thing for, like, 2 years, and it's just not done, it can be rough. Now, that said, for all I know, they've got like this whole thing where you're gonna get in the plane and then fly it and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's that you were at 33% done at 25. Yeah, that's fair. That's using math. The one thing to watch is Farm Sim is a little weird in its calculations. That often stuff like the head rows will count for more of the field than the inner part will. I don't know exactly how it does its calculus around it, but I've definitely had where the square footage I've covered, the same square footage had completely different percentages. I still think we're good. It's just, are we just barely good or are we solidly good? Regardless, I think we're in good shape. Especially since we're using precision farming, so the stuff turns off when I don't need it, so I'm not just wasting fertilizer like you would, you know, outside of that. Yeah, no, it's a thing, like, normally you don't care. Like, normally having things not be super consistent on the percentage demonstrating, it's like, whatever, okay, I did a little bit more field. It's pretty rare that you're sitting there, like, juggling the numbers, being like, okay, I'm gonna be right on this fence. You know, am I going to have enough kind of thing based on this tank? It gets, like, a little wiggle, because it only applies on contracts. And so that's one of those things that early, like, a lot of people, I would say, early on, they do a bunch of contracts, and then they get to doing their own stuff, and then they only occasionally do contracts. There are people who just do contracts the whole time, that they just don't want to deal with their own stuff, which is absolutely valid. Which, for those who don't know, like those who are new to Farm Sim, there is an official mod called Precision Farming. It's actually something to consider. Basically, it tries to make things more realistic, and to a certain degree, it adds a little bit of complexity to the game. But then I would also argue, on the other end, it makes the game easier in regards to like getting good yields and making money. There is some pros and cons to it. Basically, normally when you're playing without precision farming, you plant the seed, you fertilize, and like the order you'll change or whatever, but you plant the seed, you fertilize, you weed, you fertilize, and then you harvest. And then you do it all over again. You know, maybe you plow, maybe you cultivate, maybe you're using a power drill, whatever. But all in all, you got that rotation. Now, with precision farming, sorry, I should actually explain. And also when you're saying they're using the herbicide and fertilizer, pretty much what happens is your sprayer turns on and goes send it, and just starts spraying at maximum capacity. And your first pass you get 50% fertilized, or first 50% bonus yield, and then the second pass you get like the rest of that. You get your full thing. So it's 2 passes of fertilizer with it going full tilt. With precision farming, it actually will sit there and, you know, only use as much fertilizer as you need. You only have to do the field once because, you know, it'll, again, use only what fertilizer you need, whether it's a big or a little amount. You can get an upgrade for the, sprayer. That you see all these, like, little white tabs all over the sprayer here that they'll detect weeds. And so they'll only spray the individual weeds, not just blast the field with herbicide. So it's like 90% more efficient to do it that way, and so it ends up being a thing that's like way more cost effective on your consumables. And on top of that, when it comes to your pH, your acidity of your soil, instead of just, again, you drive the thing just goes full tilt spraying the stuff out there, it'll actually adjust how much it's spraying out to be whatever's appropriate for your crop and everything, to get the pH soil, or the soil pH where it's supposed to be. And so it's all like really slick stuff that is, you know, more aligned with the way things actually work. Now the catch is you also have like where you have to do a soil survey, which is just you right click on the field and, you know, it deletes a couple $100 and you get your soil survey to enable that. And then on top of that as well, you'll also have it where instead of that, you can take a little machine that pokes a hole in the ground, gets a sample, and then like there's a big circle of area that you now know what the soil is. And you have to do that once. It's like every 3 to 5 years in game or something like that. So it does add a couple extra systems, but generally speaking, while not only is it more lucrative to play that way, and it's more realistic, it just feels better. Now the catch 22 of it being, like, for example, the sensors for the weeds here, those things cost like 27,000. So you pay a lot up front, but it's just from then on using the sprayer, you're just saving money on herbicide. So it takes a long while for it to fully pay itself off, but once it does, you don't care. It's just forever is making you like forever's just saving you money. It also makes it easier because you don't have to like turn on and off your sprayer each time you're turning around. You don't have to like adjust the width you're set to constantly. You can just kind of send it and it'll take care of the rest. Okay, so we got that field done. Alright, let's go grab that herbicide action I grabbed earlier. Chuck it in the back reservoir. And then get ourselves back to the garage. And after we get back to the garage, we can fast forward time again, see if we can't get in our contract or two. Alright, that's one to keep in mind. That field over there has a bit of a ridge. 34 when you're going back to the road. I definitely see rolling a vehicle if I get a little too rambunctious, you know, kind of just going for it kind of deal. Alright. So 16,000 there. Nothing new on sale. And the things on sale, they don't update super often. And they'll stick around for like pretty much a day or whatever, the individual items, but it isn't you hit an hour, update all the sales. It's just like rotating stuff in and out. So it's not one of those things you gotta kind of like babysit or whatever. But it's good to check in each day because you can get stuff at a pretty good discount. Alright. Just around the corner here, we'll be back home. And considering we spent the almost 50,000 on the big tractor the last in-game day, and we're already back up to 16,000, that's not bad. It could certainly be better. We're just getting a little starved on being able to multitask the contracts because of the lack of cultivator ones. And not having other equipment for the other tractor to use right now. So this is the herbicide over here. Okay, so you are liquid fertilizer. There we go. And looking at our contracts. We can go ahead and fast forward. See if we get ourselves a cultivating or a fertilizing contract. Or a spraying contract. I'm not going to worry about the deadwood run right now. Alright. Yeah, I think it's already got to the point there's too many contracts. Yeah, like I said, if we got the hoe, I'd be able to do all 4 of those. And that'd certainly not be bad. But I don't think we grab it for 36,000. Got rollers. Oh. So we got another spraying contract, field 33. None are cultivating, that's fine. And we're already fueled up and ready to rock and roll. Now, probably that is going to be the last in-game contract we have for this in-game day. Just because of the whole situation we've got going on there. That it's almost 7 p.m. And I do know we're repeating a lot of spraying contracts. We're just working with what we got right now. As we get more equipment, I'll be able to branch out to more. As we get our own fields, I will just work the field and go through the whole process. I believe this road will take me where I want to go. Okay, so you're down there. Actually, it's fine. So we're going to want to follow this up, then take a right at the end. Not the dirt road, because the dirt road won't take me where I want to go. But yeah, I definitely am liking the new map. I do know the new map, from what I've been hearing, some people are having problems like the gates and all that. I saw a couple of other people I know having issues where the gates wouldn't open for them. And I have not experienced that myself. My best guess is that it's a multiplayer issue, because that would explain why I haven't had it, but the other 2 people I know who have run into the issue, who are running multiplayer servers, did have it. It's also possible that it could just be, I think they might have both been using the same server hosting service. I could see something that maybe got messed up with that. More than likely, it's probably a bug that's broadly affecting things. It was one of those things that I was surprised when I saw that the reviews for the expansion were, last I looked, they were at mixed. And don't get me wrong, the fishing minigame is kind of whatever. Like, I enjoy it, but it's pretty typical. It's basically Stardew Valley, just a little bit rougher because the hook kind of sinks really, really fast. So I could certainly see, you know, hey, that's one of the main mechanics, people doing that. You also have a lot of times where people like, they didn't add enough. That happens a lot, and, you know, for the price, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's Scotland, Luxury. We're literally in the Scottish Highlands. And it wouldn't even be the EU. Most of EU also drives on the right side of the road. But when you get to, like, the UK and all that, it's left. I believe there's like 1 or 2 other countries out there that have the left side of the road driving as well. But it's predominantly right over there as well. Which I guess then if we're saying the EU, you know, the UK is no longer part of the EU. Alright. Too soon? Yeah, I know. Hey, Treacle. For those who don't know Treacle, absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely recommend checking them out. Good times. Playing some Whiskerwood and all that stuff, which we, you know, played a decent amount recently. And definitely, you know, someone to check out and a game to check out. Yeah, no, I gotcha. It's dumb people going dumb. Shouldn't say dumb, that's not fair. People with isolationist views gonna isolationist. Alright, we'll get down to this field, we'll get this sprayed. Haters gonna hate you, it shoots themselves in the foot. Especially if it shoots themselves in the foot. Yep. Certainly a relatable problem. Alright, we'll get this all set up and get going. Now we're in position, just take a quick peek at the contracts. Yeah, no cultivator. I mean, honestly, we probably shouldn't take a cultivator contract now anyways, unless it's like a really small one, at which point probably not going to bother. You know, I made the comment earlier about, it's like, is there just destroyed buildings everywhere? You know, just a comment on the map where it's like all these stone buildings are just knocked down, destroyed, just kind of all over the place. You know, on the map. But actually, thinking about it, when I went to Germany, this is not the last time, this is like a waves back, and we were traveling from, you know, what was historically like west to east Germany kind of thing. There definitely was, in that middle area, there was a bunch of like clearly abandoned, clearly like collapsed buildings and all that. And some of them were older, some of them were newer. Like when I say newer, I'm talking about some of them were like old stone buildings that clearly had been there for an extremely long time, and then some of them were just like, okay, you know, that building is probably 40, 50 years old kind of thing. So, I can see that kind of thing. Especially when you consider, like, how pervasive over the entire European continent, you know, World War II ended up being. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if a bunch of those buildings were like, oh yeah, that building, you know, it wasn't being maintained, but then with fighting in the area, it got even more destroyed, or with all the other things going on, people cannibalized it for materials, that kind of thing. Because that was, some of the interesting history I learned about when I was visiting Italy was, like, the Colosseum. That, you know, the Colosseum used to actually, like, you see the facade that we see nowadays, like the, you know, the ruins kind of thing. And that's just like what you think about. But historically, if you go way back to when it was built during like the Roman times, like the whole thing was practically covered in marble. Like it had just marble everywhere, because the Romans were super into marble architecture. But, you know, after it got shut down and all that, it was just one of those things that, you know, people in the area just started cannibalizing it for its marble, and there's almost none left by the time, you know, they were like, oh yeah, let's maybe preserve that. Let's see, Cumberland has bought this. Let's see, might need some work. Very, very old stone buildings dotted about, like, that hikers can use for the night. Gotcha. Makes sense. So they're kind of like, not a hostel, but something of that nature. That displays that, you know, people are visiting. You're not like going to go through and, you know, it's not like a proper hotel or anything like that. It's also not, you know, it's not couch surfing. Also covered in bright colors. All those white marble sculptures and pillars people admire used to be painted in ways that we would consider garish. Oh yeah. No, that was a fun one when we started learning about that, where they found like a couple of them where it had like, you know, bits of paint along the edges or that had survived, and they were like bright reds and yellows. And like, oh man. Old buildings that Shepherd might have used historically? Yeah. I really like the where you can kind of see like the old Italian architecture, you know, versus like, it's not modern. You like, you know, early days Rome versus later days Roman Empire kind of thing. So you'd have these, you know, kind of stone, like stone plaster kind of material architecture, and then just slap marble on the front of it, going and facing the road. So you'd see like all the gorgeous like green and red marble on the front, and you go a couple feet back, it's just a stone building. I really like that architecture because you can very much kind of see how it came to be. That's like the building was there, it was functional, but like trends and times had changed, so they wanted to make it look presentable based on, you know, their new, like, not fashion, the new architecture styles that were popular, so they put that up on the front of the building. But it's not like today where, you know, industry and everything else has made it so you can like go to the front of the building and knock it off and put like an entirely new front of a building in there in no time. Like, that was a major ordeal. So it's kind of, I kind of really appreciate the whole two building style thing that came out of it. It's like, it would be like going to, you know, your local restaurant, and then the front would have like that modern where it's, you know, wood and metal and neutral colors and all that, and then you go like one back and it's got like the old like McDonald's bright red and yellow like behind it. It would be like that, where it's like very clear, it's like, okay, this was made, like the front of this building was made like the last 10 years, but the back of this building was made like, you know, 60, 70, 80 years ago. Like, it would be fun to kind of see modern comparisons. Or it'd be like going to, you know, the shopping centers, and you'd have like the front of the building would have like the full length window displays so you can see, you know, the merchandise inside of it. And have like, you know, a nice metal door and all that. And then you step inside 2-3 feet into the building. You know, it's kind of like just wallpaper and like wood paneling the whole way back. It'd be that kind of thing, where it's just, you know, two different eras in what was popular. Go on the front door, you have like the stone floor, and you go like just a foot in, and it's just laminate. Not even our modern, like the slotting together laminate boards that are designed to look like wood, but it's technically laminate or anything like that, so it's like very pragmatic, but still gives the look you want. We're talking like the old school, like Days of the Titanic laminate, where, you know, it's the stuff that 30, 40 years later, everyone is peeling out as fast as they could because it just doesn't look good after a while. It looks plastic and cheap. It's also fascinating to me, like, you have like today's trends of whatever it is, whether it's fashion, architecture, whatever, and then you go back like 20, 30 years, and everyone is trying to get rid of whatever that is. And then you go like 20, 30 years past, farther back from that, and people are generally relatively okay with it. Hey, Penny, how's it going? The game doesn't want you to play the new DLC. Oh, are you having problems with it? Oh, if you're on Steam and it's not listing, right-click properties on the game, and then check in Steam there's an area that'll say DLC. I know, like, I had the same problem. It didn't get checked when it got installed. And that's just like turn it on. And that's like a Steam thing. That's not even specifically Farm Sim. But just for whatever weird reason, it just didn't, like, it didn't go and register that I had it. If that's what you got going on. Obviously, I haven't given you a chance to respond. But yeah, otherwise, like, if it's crashing or something, yeah. Like, you spent 20 minutes browsing around. Yeah, I ended up popping onto the Farm Sim Discord and being like, I own the game. Steam says I own the game. But when I go into the game, it doesn't say I own the game with the DLC. It amazes you how many times through history you have to rediscover that X is bad for humans and we need to not use it. Yeah, no, there's definitely that side of things. There's also there's so much of that gets really wild out there. I'm not sure if you were here for a penny. We were discussing in certain parts of Italy where you see like ancient Rome versus like, you know, Rome during the Roman Empire days, you know, and then you have of course nowadays. And like I was talking about how I love the ancient Rome where you have like the stone building back there and they just kind of smashed a bunch of marble on the front of it. Um I love that whole aesthetic about it where it's like, yeah, you could distinctly see where that split in time was, where they had like all these old buildings. They're like, well, they're not tearing down. It's a good building, but like, you know, it's out of style. You know, we got money. You know, we gotta slap some green or red marble on here. Show that this place has got money in it. You have ancient Rome building next to a Renaissance building next to a concrete and glass. Oh yeah. It's fun just because you can compare it so much. It's also fun because the ancient Rome building and the Renaissance Rome building will be the same building. It'll be like Renaissance in the front, ancient in the back. I guess that makes it, you know, the architecture equivalent of a mullet. I'm sorry, but only kind of. But it's a really fun dichotomy. Because here in the U.S. we don't really do that. We look at this and go, that building isn't exactly modern. Bulldoze the whole thing and replace it. And so it just kind of ends up being a thing that you have parts of the country where everything looks relatively new, except for like maybe a couple of buildings that get left alone. Or it's just, you know, you're in an area where things are left to kind of rot. There's some stuff that's in between. You'll have like areas where it's like a historic neighborhood or a historic whatever, heritage homes, those kind of things, and those are usually kept up. But that, I would say, is a fairly modern practice. As a kid, I used to live in a building that was originally a tower of a castle, and then it became useless, so they converted it. Makes sense. Something else you like doing is converting old factories into apartment buildings. Huh. I mean, they're big buildings, as long as they do the proper cleanup, which, not a comment on Italy, a comment on existence, is a big if. Like, it's as much as you can get away with before some regulator is like, no, really, you have to do better than that. Okay, so I can come around this way. We'll be good with this in-game day. Got ourselves a solid $21,000 dues. I think for an old building converted, there's a company here in the US. It's primarily on the West Coast called McMinimans. They're very, very beloved by, you know, people in that general area. But their whole shtick is that they'll kind of find these old buildings, either left to ruin or that need refurbishment. So like really old theaters, really old factories, really old apartment buildings. And they'll take the time to convert those buildings into like modern businesses, but they'll keep the old aesthetic to it and kind of like artsy it up a little bit. You know, just like putting up paintings and all that kind of stuff. And that's just like their whole shtick. So you'll have like this. There was a dance hall that they turned into a conference center. So we're talking the dance halls where they've got like the rubberized floor, so you're not murdering your ankles as you're tap dancing or whatever was appropriate at the time, swing dancing. But then, you know, like refurbish it up to getting it to be, you know, one, following codes so that they can open it, but also like, you know, for a conference center. And it's fun because you still see all the old stuff in there. Like it still has that dance floor in there. Which is really weird nowadays to go into a place and be like, oh, this floor's all mushy. I understand. It was supposed to be like springy so you could dance and hopefully not obliterate your ankles. Yeah, your grandpa had some damage on his roofs. Fixing the damage cost 5K. Removing the asbestos was like 20,000. Yep. Crystal Ballroom. Oh yeah, if it's the one in Portland, yeah, I think that might be at the Crystal Ballroom. That's the one in Portland, like 3-4 story building tall, and the dance floor is like the second floor, I think. If that sounds right, that's the building I'm talking about. I went to a couple of conferences that actually got held in that building. Yeah, Crystal Ballroom. I like McMinimans. It's a shame we don't have anything like that over here on the East Coast. At least not that I'm aware of. Not as far down as Florida, at least. We've got some cool stuff, nothing like that. Let's see, you've been in a building that's originally a ballroom, and it's now a lawyer's firm building. Yeah, we've got some of that where just, like, they convert buildings. There was, I once worked in an office in downtown Orlando that it was in this, like, really, really old red brick hotel that they convert into office space. And unfortunately, the people who ran the building were kind of scumbags. Not in they didn't maintain the building, but they knowingly brought people in there who were doing criminal things. Scamming kind of stuff. You know, like, oh, what was it? There was an office there that they were mortgage adjusters. And so what ended up happening is, you'd be dealing with whatever mortgage stuff was going on, and they'd be like, don't worry about it here, you sign this paperwork, we'll take care of handling with you and all that. And they were basically preying on people who are struggling to pay their mortgage, as the recession was still, it wasn't in full swing, we're on the tail end of the recession, but people were still struggling, that they were falling behind, and they were worried about getting foreclosed on, that kind of stuff. And so they get you to effectively sign over your mortgage. And you wouldn't realize that's what you're doing. But you'd sign over your mortgage to them. They say, don't worry, we've negotiated a lower rate. You pay us that lower rate, and you'll take care of it with the mortgage people. And all they were doing is they were just taking your money and keeping it and sending crap all to the bank. Which means, of course, you defaulted on your mortgage and your house gets taken away. And I was working in that building at the time, not knowing that, like, they seemed scuzzy before, but not knowing what the deal was over there. And I went to work, and so, you walk in the main room, and it was pretty normal to see, like, a police officer or two in the bottom floor of that building. It was kind of right in the middle of downtown. We had bicycle cops and all that, and it's freaking hot. So you'd end up having, a police officer or two, and then take like a 15-20 minute break to just cool off in there before they go back to what they were doing. But that particular morning, I was like, man, there's like 6 or 8 of these guys in here. It's like, that's a weirdly large number of police officers. They just must have had a training thing or something happen nearby. Whatever. Got in the elevators, took the elevator up. Elevator door opens, and I just see FBI in big yellow letters on this guy's flak jacket. And it's like, hi. And of course he's like, where are you going? It's like, I work down the hall over there. It's like, okay, let me just get your name, show me your ID. All right, cool, you're good to go. And they knew who they're looking for at this other place, and they're trying to snag them, as they got out of the elevator, and they really couldn't go anywhere. So, if someone tried to pull a runner and, close the door and go back down, they're just gonna get snagged by the 8 officers waiting for him down below. He said McMinnon's also converted a school. It's a hotel, movie theater, soaking pool, and of course a restaurant. Yeah, almost all the McMiniman locations have restaurant. Not literally all of them, but a very large number of them. Let's see, your parents got screwed by one of those subprime mortgages. You hope those guys are rotting in jail. Yeah. Well, and the worst thing, and why I said like the hotel thing, the people who ran that building were such scumbags. So literally the FBI showed up and shut those people down and arrested a whole lot of them. But the people who actually ran the business, they must have gotten away, because what ultimately happened was, a couple of weeks later, not even a full month later, the place opens up again. Well, they're not doing the mortgage thing anymore. Now they're selling, precious metals. So you can invest in gold and platinum and all that. But don't worry, they'll hold on to it. You shouldn't take that at home. It's not safe. Someone will steal it. But they got a secure place they can keep it for you. Don't worry about it. Needless to say, they're obviously taking money, claiming it's like, oh, cool, you got your 10 pounds of gold, good job, that's a lot of money. And they were just pocketing the money, and obviously if you tried to get your gold or whatever, they'd string you along until eventually the legal caught up. But it wasn't like the people running that building didn't realize what was going on. I'm willing to bet if you run a hotel or a office space and the FBI rolls up into your building in force, you probably at least got a memo. One would assume. Alright, so we're gonna fast forward to the next day. Let's see, your parent people like that are the reason why your grandma got instructed to never answer the door phone. Oh yeah. No, this day, like, even if you sit there and be like, hey, this is your credit card, we see a transaction we're not sure about, and even if you're like, okay, in my head this sounds legitimate, you still have trained yourself to be like, cool, I'm going to hang up this phone, and I'm going to get out my credit card, and I'm going to look at the number in the back, and I'm going to call that number, and then ask about this. Because they can get real clever and getting you. Also, did we shout out Penny already? I think we did. If we didn't, let's make sure we do that. Did we shout Penny out? We did. Okay. Okay, good, cool. Just making sure we actually got that before we got on the next one. So check out Azriel. Another fantastic content creator you should absolutely check out. Been playing, yeah, I look back and see that we got and we talked about it and all that. But definitely check out Azriel. Playing a bunch of farm sim, plays a bunch of simulation games. If you like simulation games, which I assume if you're here you probably do, you can find it over there as well. Also checking out the new DLC and everything and all that. So, gonna ask a question with you, Azriel, if you've had the same experience. So there's been a lot of people complaining, and I'm not trying to point your spot if you're trying to lurk and get ready for stream or whatever. But if you're good, so a lot of people are complaining about not being able to open the gates on this map. And the thing I have noticed is I have not had that experience. But I'm playing single player. And the ones I have seen who have had the issue were playing on a server multiplayer. So I am wondering if it is a multiplayer bug. That's my current theory, is that it is a multiplayer bug going on for, people who are playing multiplayer, that some of the gates don't work. Yeah, known bug in the multiplayer, and some contracts on single player, but tell them to report it to Giants. Gotcha. So, yeah, I actually haven't run into any contract problems in single player. Now, granted, I'm doing my sort of like Survivor Man. Theory is nice and all, but where's the proof? I mean, the proof is circumstantial right now. Okay, so we got choices here. So let's get that spraying contract. You had one contract that wouldn't let you open the gates. Gotcha. Oh, you know what? Now that you mention it, I didn't have one that didn't let me open the gates. That part I haven't run into. What I did run into is Yes, you have. There was the one field with the herbicide. Oh, yeah. Okay. I don't remember, but I believe you. I was going to say, I did run into a situation where I had two contracts that were for spraying. I believe it was spraying. And one of them just didn't count. Like, I was just spraying the field, it just didn't anything. Yeah, you do have fishing in the game, like, on the fishing pole that you may choose to do. It is similar to Stardew Valley, just the anchor's a little bit weightier, or the hook's a little bit weightier, so it does end up being a bit harder in my experience. Okay, so that's field 17, that's just east of us. You had an issue with the spraying contract in the initial game? Yeah. Because, like, I just had one that just, like, I was spraying it, and it just didn't do anything. Granted, nowadays with precision farming turned on, burning 2 liters of herbicide to figure out it's not working is not a big deal. Mild inconvenience. Not like when you have a harvest contract fail, and it penalizes you for the full volume of crops you've ruined. Yep, no, it's getting to about cool o'clock where everyone starts showing up. Where is this one? Oh, you're up here more. What is more than you? The infamous Europe o'clock? Exactly. That said, it's also around the time that like all the Australians and all New Zealanders start showing up for like their degen hour late evening stuff, if I'm not mistaken. So with that contract bug, it seems like if you have disasters switched on and you get hailstorms or something over a field, then you get a contract. The field won't work because the field needs to be plowed before the contracts register again. Oh, interesting. I can see how that happens, but also one of those things you feel like really shouldn't happen. But yeah, no, I can see how like that can kind of mess with stuff. And Azrael, thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. I really do appreciate that as well. Means a lot. And for those who missed the progress we've made today, so we actually got a sorry, being distracted. So we did get the Argo tractor, the 240 horsepower. Sounds like it needs to be generate plowing contracts for disastered fields. Yeah, I like the disasters. I do feel they're a little underwhelming, but it's one of those things that when they announced they were coming, I was kind of head scratching because it's like, okay, how are they going to do that? Because in real life, if you have a field that gets absolutely demolished by a tornado or hail, like that is a catastrophic loss. And it's like the counterplay to make it interesting for Farm Sim. There's not exactly a big counterplay you can do for hail in real life. You can't just put like a big sheet thing over the top of it and let it beat the crap out of a tin roof or something. It's, you know, acres and acres of land. And so it's like, okay, is this just sometimes you just lose a chunk of your crop and, you know, hashtag deal with it? So it feels like they made them very tame, which I think is reasonable. But at the same time, it's like, okay, you got this cool tornado, but it really doesn't do much. It kind of puts a circle across your field, but it doesn't actually destroy all your crops. And then you have that weird thing where you have to like replow the spot, which is a weird choice. And it kind of ends up feeling like what you ultimately do is after n number of years and you start getting all the you know, all the spots all over the place that you're like, okay, well, this field's starting to get a couple buildup of these ruin spots. I guess I'll go plow the field and make it better. So it's like, it's a fine implementation, but it's one of those ones you kind of scratch your head and go, okay, it's cool, but also really not a thing I'm super worried about. But you've seen the videos of the anti-hail netting, you think? Yeah, in real life, counterplay is insurance or lobbying government relief payments. Yeah. You live in an area that has lots of hailstones. Farmers use special cannons to try to disperse hail bearing clouds. Time to say they don't work. Farmers do it anyways. Yeah. I mean, I can especially understand when, like, there's certain problems you can't really do anything about. You just kind of have to endure, but that does not feel good. It doesn't feel good to stare a problem in the face and be like, so even if you're doing something that's utterly ineffective, if it at least feels like you're doing something productive, it can give you some peace of mind, even if, again, it's utterly useless. It's like, not a whole lot can be done against lots of giant hail ice balls being thrown at you at decent speeds. Yeah, I know, exactly. That said, I might actually turn off disasters as well, because one of the things that happens, like especially with like the tornado, for example, is they only show up sometimes. Like literally people thought they were bugged when it first came out, because they only show up sometimes, and it's kind of only if you happen to notice, like pay attention that the weather has shown them, and keep playing in the day long enough for it to show up and all that stuff. And there's a lot of cases where you would finish what you're doing for the day and advance the day, and there was supposed to be a tornado that evening. You just hear some loud noise while you're sleeping and just miss the whole thing. Let's say you can possibly cloud seed to get the hail away from the fields if the atmospheric conditions are conducive to hail, but not sure how effective, ineffective. No idea. I know there is like seeding clouds for rain, like that is a legitimate thing. There's big pros and cons with doing that. There is benefits and some pretty nasty side effects of that. Stuff like you're getting your rain here that was otherwise going to go there, so you got your rain and that's cool, but the other place didn't. So you know that's a whole concern, and maybe not that matters. All right, Luxray, you take it easy. And then some of the stuff they use to seed the rain, you go, okay, but that thing you've used to seed the rain is actually pretty awful for the environment. You know, little metal shavings and that kind of stuff. Is there any wine industry in this game? The talk about hail reminds you of your day job, as hail has destroyed so many hectares of lovely grapes. So there isn't wine industry in the game, and the reason for that is the age rating on the game. That it is one of those things, if they did add the ability to produce alcohol in the game, they actually would have to increase the maturity rating of the title, thus limiting their sales in certain places. You do have grapes, and you do make grape juice. So you get all the way to the fermenting step, but you don't quite cross that fermenting step line. You know, and obviously in real life when you're making wine, you don't just shove some grape juice in a bottle and give it a thumbs up, or, you know, in a cask and give it a thumbs up. There's a bit more to it where they'll add stuff that adds like a little extra acidity or counters acidity, that kind of stuff. You know, additives to your wine or whatever. Not in a bad way, but to like balance the flavor. So none of that. But you do make grape juice. There's a couple games who do that exact same thing, where you're clearly making like beer or something like that, and they'll just give it a name that's friendly to, you know, whatever thing. They'll call it like aged juice or something like that. Like, so it's fermented. No, it's aged. So it's fermented. Otherwise, why would you age juice? That just sounds gross. That sounds like you're gonna get a bunch of sludge on the bottom as it all separates out, and you're gonna have like, you know, grape pulp in the bottom of your cup, and like this weird grape juice watery stuff on the top. Special drink? Yeah. I'm trying to remember what game that was. It's one from like 6-7 years ago that they had like the very clearly alcohol, but you know, they called it like aged and whatever the drink was. I know that was actually a notorious thing for some of the old Nintendo games like NES, SNES, that the Japanese version of the game would have people getting drunk in it. But then, you know, for the US market, they're like, oh no, we can't do that. So they'd have like the old man, and like, you know, in the Japanese one, he'd, you know, chug a bottle of whatever it was, is probably like sake or whatever, and he'd stumble about or whatever. And they would just like change the label on the bottle to be like, you know, a grape or an orange or something like that. And it'd be like, oh, he's not drunk, he's just having a good time as he's drinking his juice from a craft Certainly juice. Trust us. You have a nondescript bottle that, you know, in cartoons have like the XXX on it. But, you know, it's got an apple. It's fine. And certainly coming from Japan, it would have an apple and not like a lychee or something. Or cherries would be also another one. They certainly are growing apples in Japan. I'm sure apples grow in Japan. I'm sure they have like a non-zero amount. Who hasn't gotten absolutely destroyed drinking orange juice? I know, right? Lychee? Yeah. So that's a thing that's starting to become more commonly found so far as in products in the US. It's definitely not mainstream or anything here, but where you used to be like, what the is a lychee? And you have like this little picture of this fruit and you wouldn't have a clue what it is. Nowadays, if you're looking at it, you know, looking at any type of place, you could find like, you know, a Japanese place has like a lychee whatever, or, you know, a Chinese place has a lychee whatever. Like the, not the Chinese takeout kind of place, but like you actually sit down and it's like Chinese, like actually trying to be relatively authentic Chinese, which is really hard to find. Boba tea, yeah, you'll find like boba tea places. Those will have lychee a lot. But yeah, like I said, it was just a thing you just didn't find it before. The one, let's see, thanks to Starbucks, you have become obsessed with dragon fruit. Oh yeah, no, dragon fruit's another one. That would probably be about 10, 20 years ago that dragon fruit went from just you might find in like some specialty market or whatever to now you can, like, if you're really seeking dragon fruit, you can go to like whatever your local smoothie place is. They will almost certainly have something dragon fruit. I can't speak for Starbucks because I don't go to Starbucks, not for any particular reason. I'm just not a coffee person. But like you can find dragon fruit, you know, reasonably here and there. The one I want to do, the one I want to try that I haven't gotten to try is I want to try cashew. I want to try cashew the fruit, not the nut that's on the bottom of the fruit, which is also fruit, not a nut. It's complicated. But like when you look at a cashew, it's almost like a pear, and then like the little cashew nut thing that, you know, you get cashews in a can or whatever, that comes out of the bottom of it. But my understanding is cashew the fruit ships horrifically badly. Like it's apparently, it ferments extremely fast. Like it goes bad extremely fast. And that it's apparently a very soft thing that it can get very easily bruised and damaged, so they just don't bother shipping it because it's just not worth the effort. Like to ship it without ruining it is such a colossal effort. They're just like, forget about it. I've heard it's really good, and I have heard that you can actually get them in Florida. But you gotta go down to like Miami area, they got a couple places they grow them. Like it's not a normal crop you find around here. Oh wait, that's fertilizing. We'll take the spraying contracts. That is the stone picker. Don't take the stone picker contract. Dear goodness, don't take the stone picker contract. One, I don't have the equipment to do it, and it'd be against my rules to lease it or loan it. But also, stone picker contract, they're not the worst. They are pretty bad though. So get a fertilizing contract. Do we check their sales? Nothing I want. We're getting close. But yeah, nuts, here, let me actually pull it up. I'm willing to bet we could find one real fast. Cashew fruit. I spelled fruit F-R-O-U-T and not remotely what it looks like. Yeah, so like cashew fruit is wild looking. It's like that's what the cashew fruit looks like. So that's the actual cashew. That's what you usually find like in your can. Like obviously this hasn't been, you know, processed, cleaned up and all that kind of stuff. But like that fruit, it's supposed to be kind of like a pear. Yeah, it looks kind of like a bell pepper, or if you've what is it called? Buddha's hand. It reminds you like a Buddha's hand, but without like the little tendrils coming off of it. In just the appearance. And so that's one of those ones I'm like, that's just a weird fruit I want to try. But like I said, from my understanding, if you're gonna try it, you just have to go to where it's grown. It's just not shipped. It also sounds like something you'd have to go where it's grown in the season so you can snag it, because apparently within like 24 hours of them coming off the tree or whatever, they start to ferment. So their shelf life is non-existent. Do I want to go driving or whatever all the way down to South Florida just to do it? Hell no. I would like to try it. I don't want to mildly inconvenience myself to do it. But if I happen to be going to the Keys, where I'm going through that area, and I just got to take a little detour, you know, 10, 15, 20 miles down the road, now we're talking. That sounds like a thing I'd be on board with doing. That said, it's probably been 20 years since I've been to the Keys, so that's not a common occurrence, but you know. It's been on the things I've been meaning to do with Tomb, because she's never been to the Keys. And the Keys can be fun. The Keys can be wild. Really depends on which key you're going to at what time of year. The Keys can offer you just about the entire gambit, from everything from relaxing time to a wild time to, you know, just the whole range. And like depending on which key you go to, like you go to like Big Pine Key, it's gonna be a very laissez-faire time. You go to Key West, it can get really rowdy. They do like to party hardy there. This was herbicide, wasn't it? Yeah, so I don't actually want these containers here. I'm keeping the herbicide on the far side, and I'm keeping the fertilizer on this side. And that's just because the containers look pretty much identical. I do genuinely wish it was much easier to tell these apart. Because when you buy them, there is two different brands. Like, we look at these here. You got the Helm, and you got Cortiva. And the only difference is that one's got a white circle, and that one's got that. Sorry. I do wish it was something like one of the containers was white, and one of the containers was, like, clear or what, or like, you know, like you have like one that's like white and like one that's green or something. That's a type of berry you like. Well, it's not technically a berry, but you know, is the thimbleberries. But you cannot grow them near you. Sorry, you cannot get unless they grow near you, because as soon as they're ripe, because they're very tasty, and the birds get on, they're also soft and cannot sold commercially. Yeah, there's oh, not this again. All right. So back one, we need to ditch this. So once again, I put herbicide in the wrong side. So I need a container of fertilizer. Yeah, no, that's a lot of the aggregates, which are like raspberries, blackberries, elderberries, those kind of things. There are some of them that ship very well, and there are some of them that are the opposite of that. That is, I am jealous of when I visit my younger brother in the Portland area, when it's you know, blackberry season, and just being able to like walk and just get yourself literal like pounds and pounds of blackberries, just walking along and just taking them off the vine because they're invasive and they're everywhere. It's like, oh no, delicious fruit. So sad. It's delicious fruit everywhere. I better collect them all so that these seeds don't, you know, kick off more vines. I actually don't remember if... Because I know most blackberries, blackberries, raspberries, those, I know they primarily grow by vining. And, you know, the vines get themselves established, make new plants, and expand. I think the seeds are viable on them. Because I do know there's a lot of plants that the seeds are effectively inert and don't do anything. That, you know, you get them from cuttings or vining or whatever else the other methods they have for spreading. The seeds are quite viable themselves. I thought so. Because I was trying to remember. Because I've grown blackberries and I've grown raspberries a little bit. Raspberries, very mixed success. Because while there are some heat-tolerant raspberries, they're not that heat-tolerant. Versus there are blackberry varieties that can honestly get pretty cooked and still manage. You're way down. It's fine. We'll go around. Yeah, out here there's small native blackberry that's very sweet and delicious. It's one of the strains that went into making the Marionberry. Gotcha. Yeah, our blackberries in Florida, when you grow them, they're very, very small compared to, like, the ones you see in Portland. The ones in Portland are, like, these big monstrosity of berries at times. They are some hefty berries. And they get them everywhere, which is bad because your legs avoid getting scratched. Great for snatch and berry time. Oh yeah, no, blackberry vines are real nasty thorns in those. So they tempt you with their sweet, delicious, and sometimes very tart treats. And then they stab the living crap out of your arm as, you know, all the easy-to-reach berries are gone from all the people who hiked through before you. And you see that vine in the back that's just absolutely brimming with delicious-looking berries. And you're just like, I can get that without getting thorned too bad. I'm sure I can reach that. And you're really overextending yourself over just this absolute bramble of thorns. Let's see. In Germany, blackberries are sold in small bowls in supermarkets, but usually don't bother because they're a weed and we got them in our garden. Yeah, no, you can buy all these berries in our grocery stores here as well. But yeah, no, there's definitely places. So like I said, it was kind of the northwest US. You just get them wild and they're like giant and you get ridiculous amounts of them. Like where I'm at here in Florida, we technically get them, but no one's going out picking them because half the time they don't. Like you get these little shriveled up little ones. Like that's not great to like grab them here. Like if you see a good bush of them here, sure, but it's rare. Most of the time the sun just cooks the vines. And so like the plant itself will do fine, but like the fruit will be viable for a little bit, but not really a thing you end up getting good amounts here. You don't get too many wild plants here in Florida you just go around and you just go forage for. We got lots and lots of poisonous berries all over the place. Little purple and little red berries that you eat them if you want a bad time. None of them are like, you're going to die unless there's like something seriously already gone wrong with you kind of thing. None of them are that poisonous, but they're definitely, you ate them, you in a restroom are going to be spending some time, you're going to be hating your existence, at least for the midterm. Let's see. That's when you grab your machete and whack away the empty vines, and the runners get the ones that still have fruit. Yeah. That's one difference. So, I haven't gone out to play in a long time, but I like disc golf. Which is like, or frisbee golf, it has different names for all. But I like playing that. And it's very funny to see how different, you know, what is accepted behavior is between like, again, southeast here in Florida and northwest. Because northwest, the bushes you're worried about throwing your discs in are blackberry. Again, invasive plant. Literally, they're like, no, murder the crap out of this plant. Anything short of fire is acceptable. Obviously, it's not really that extreme. But, you know, you want to trample it, you want to cut it up, you want to do stuff. Thank you, you're helping. Versus down here, you know, you're worried about like throwing your disc into stuff like saw palm and that kind of stuff. And they don't want you to trash that. It's not an invasive plant. Please don't trample our plants. And it's very, very different, the mindset of being like, oh yeah, you just get in the brush, get your machete out and start hacking away at it, that kind of thing, trample it, whatever you got to do, get your disc back. And here they're like, yo, get your disc back, but like try to not disturb the plant any more than you really need to. Obviously, I realize you got to fuss back in there, but try not to kill the plant too bad. It's very different. That's one of the ones we have here. I can't speak for over there when it comes to that, is we have our deer here. And the deer we have in Florida are not particularly large deer, but deer are metal, man. It's just like they ate my blackberry, my raspberry plants that I had planted and were taken care of because I wanted them. They ate the whole thing, thorns and all the way, like full bush, all the way down to like a nub that just barely stuck out of the ground. Ate it all, thorns, everything. And you're like, the thought of just taking a thorn bush and just being like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wrap my tongue around that and pull that into my mouth and give it a good old chomp. That just hurts. The thought of that just hurts. And the deer like, what are you, some kind of sissy? Just gonna go ahead and just chomp on this. Eat the whole thing one night, one sitting. Like, don't get me wrong, like, obviously the insides of their mouth and their tongue are far more rugged because they're eating all this stuff, in the wild, getting those thorns, and they're getting the nutrients where they can, so hardening the inside of their mouth makes sense for that use case. You're going to be eating a lot of pokey bits. Versus that is not normal human behavior. We got the really sensitive, soft, squishy mouths that you bite a tortilla wrong and you get your gums cut. And then you're miserable for a week while it heals. Because cuts and scrapes and all that in your mouth take forever to heal. Sensitive, soft, sensual mouths. You didn't know it was that kind of stream. Nope. 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 Definitely not that direction. Nope. Thanks, you hate it. Ah, what a weird compliment that'd be to have someone give you. Definitely be one of those ones when someone gives you that compliment, like even if it's like, a significant or other or whatever, be like, shh. I appreciate it, but no. You're making it weird. Please stop. Pacey White, I don't think of myself as Pacey White. I actually get outside a lot. Now granted, more than likely the way I've got my camera set up and everything, it's probably bleaching out the color. But yeah. Yep. There's definitely been those times where, either you're around another couple or, you and your significant other, and someone gives a very ill-advised compliment, and you could just be like, sweetie, it's like, I love you, but also, no. Just, I know where the thought was, but no. We're just going to take that compliment, we're just going to go ahead and box that up, we're going to box up that compliment, we're going to put it over there, I'm going to, smile and take it positively, and we're not going to speak of again. You have to go to the hospital in a bit, but this has been really a fun, silly start to the day. Fun and silly is good. I hope whatever you're dealing with at the hospital is not, a big not fun time. I do hope whatever it is just, getting what done needs to get done. Because usually that's never a super fun time. Hey, Dread, how's it going? Yeah, no, it's always good to have like a fun, silly time and all that stuff. Oh yeah, your fractured foot. Yeah. Well, hopefully that gets healed. Well, on the bright side, at least it's bone, and bone likes to heal fast, relatively speaking. Because I definitely know, like, I had muscle damage from a car accident in my ankle, and that took entirely too long to heal. And I know a friend who had nerve damage in their ankle, and dear God, that took too long to heal. It's just not a fun time. Yeah, exactly. So at least hopefully it heals quickly for you. So you added the compliment a little bit, but you think it's gonna go well. My favorite with that kind of one, Asriel, like, you've got that thing that clearly you talk to as someone else on, like, stream or on Discord or, you know, friends chatting at the bar or whatever, and, you know, you give that kind of compliment to the significant other, and my favorite is when they call you out on it, and they're like, ah, fun conversation on stream today, and you're like, maybe. There might have been a discussion on stream that led to this unhinged event that has occurred. I may have gotten the idea from somewhere, whether it was my own stream or someone else's I was hanging out in. Because that can always be fun. Have we got another cultivating contract yet? It might just not be in that time of year. Yeah, that spraying contract's too small for me to care about. Probably don't care about the other one. You don't get that all that often, since you say unhinged stuff all the time. Me and Tomb certainly say unhinged stuff, but we're kind of on, like, the same wavelength. So I have, like, the joking compliments, like, you know, thanks for being weird with me kind of thing. So there's definitely that, but you certainly get, like, a flavor of unhinged that can come out of stream. Like, I like sometimes, like, whether it's Dream or Drongo or whatever, you know, some utterly unhinged conversation will be going on, and their partner will, you know, be in the background, and you'll just hear, like, in the background, like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, kind of thing. Just catching just that line. Let's see, she recorded you doing the star jumps in the romper suit last month and posted on her Snapchat story to all her friends. Yep. Just streamer things. That's obviously other content creators on here have had it for everyone else popping in here. There's definitely a moment as a content creator when you're talking among peers that you'll have that moment you reflect where you're doing something on stream and you'll just stop and go, this is my life. I don't know how I got here. But, you know, I am doing whatever cursed thing you're doing on stream. You know, wearing a unicorn onesie, or, you know, eating some absurdly spicy thing, or shoving an entire box of Bean Boozled in your mouth, or, you know, cosplaying as Thomas the Tank, or whatever unhinged nonsense you're going on, and just that moment being like, this is my life. This is a thing I have actively chosen to do for some reason. And maybe not I'm enjoying it, but it's certainly doing a shoey, yeah, just in general. Mrs. Santa outfit to the other halves family dinner at Christmas. I still haven't done a shoey because I'm really not excited about it. And I understand you get a new shoe. You don't take your gym shoe and do a shoey out of it. Not unless you're going for a truly cursed experience. But it's just, there's something, like, I don't have a weird thing about being against feet. Feet are a thing. They're there. They do their job. But that is just one of those things, like, you know what? Just doesn't interest me. But at the same time, I've kind of made the whole thing, it's like, hey, what was it? There's a conversation that we had in stream that sounds like, what would it get to make you do a shoey? And at first I was like, no, it's not happening. And I was like, all right, here's the deal. If it's raising money for charity, and I think the stipulation is we had to either hit some kind of major milestone or raise money for charity or whatever, and that Drongo had to be present. I think is what I set for my conditions. I was like, in that very narrow circumstance, I would be willing. Because it does not excite me. It is not something I'm really enthused about. But to say there isn't a price would also be a lie. There is certainly a price that I'd be like, you know what? Fine. I haven't figured out what that price is. But it does exist. Yeah, well, that's the thing. People are like, I have no price. I'm like, alright, hang on. Like, obviously it depends on certain things. Obviously there's certain things where it's like, well, the price, like, hang on, I'm not morally okay with this. But outside of that, there is almost always a price. Now, granted, the price might be so incredibly astronomical it's utterly irrelevant because it's never going to happen, which, effectively makes the price, priceless or whatever. Like, it falls outside because it's just so absurd. But it still is a price. No one would ever pay it. But it still technically exists. Like, I made the comments like, I'd never want to work for Facebook. But if someone rolls up and being like, yo, 7 digits right now, you only have to be there a week, I'm saying yes. I'm not going to promise the quality of the work or anything. And I'm not necessarily going to be the happiest about the fact that I accepted it. But that is, like, I am willing to accept, a good solid hit to the pride. If it means I basically don't have to think about my expenses for the next 30 years. There is certainly a price that goes in there. I doubt that's going to happen, because I would be laughing so much at how unreasonable a thing that would be for a company to do. It's the same thing like, I've said like, hey, I don't judge anyone who takes, sponsorships from Raid Shadow Legends or whatever. It's not something I personally would do. But at the same time, you got bills to pay and all that. But it'd be a solid no for me. But on the other hand, if Raid Shadow Legends rolled up here and said, yo, we got 200,000 with your name on it, you just got to stream for 2 hours, I'm doing it. We're probably going to make fun of them wasting all their money on something that makes no sense for them to do, but I would absolutely take that paycheck. Because that means I could completely, utterly ignore so many other things for literal years because I just went to the bank. Let's see, Ben out. Have you got the last 4? Yeah, we did get all the collectibles. We kind of tossed the AI at 2 cultivating contracts and just like, let's make this happen. And we didn't ever get to the point of resorting to a guide that, we just followed. I did eventually get to the point where we didn't quite go like, hot or cold. We didn't go quite to that extreme. But we did generally be like, what region of the map should I be in? And, like, got a hint or 2 kind of thing. So we definitely got help moving in that direction without quite having it handed to us. And I think I'm pretty happy with that. Because it never did show the pins like it does in some of the other maps where you get down to like 1 or 2 and then you get like the little yellow pin that's like, oh, okay. But yeah, for those who are like looking to collect the collectibles on this map, I will say 8 of the collectibles happened with no real effort. It's just, oh, I recognize the kind of area they're at and just went there and that kind of thing. And I would definitely say the hardest to find one was in line with the other 8, but then there were 3 that were in other places. I would say one of those 3 I could see very easily naturally finding, but the other 2, I could see you stumbling on them. I could see you also never noticing them. And I won't give you like, was one on the Lighthouse Island? Yes. One was on that island that I had searched for many times. That was the one that people were like, it's super hard to find. And they weren't wrong. It was well tucked away. That was the thing. I was sitting there the whole time, I was like, no, they put all this time into this stupid island. There has to be one here. And I just didn't look carefully enough, is what it boiled down to. Wasn't stuck in a bush. No, it wasn't anything that you just straight up couldn't see it. Like, I'll be a little bit careful on how much I'm saying to not spoil it. It wasn't straight up like you couldn't see it until you were like grabbing or whatever. It was hard to see in regards to, unless you were looking like straight at it kind of thing, you could very easily miss it, which is what happened. It was tucked away well. That's what I'll say, and I'll stop saying more about that just so I don't spoil it. We'll do where are these two? I mean, you're really close by. Yeah, we could do both of these. The spraying one for like 1,500 is not happening. Okay. You are fertilizer. You are herbicide. That isn't enough fertilizer to fill this up. So I can pull over here. Yeah, because there's some stuff I wouldn't feel bad about, spoiling or talking about on the stream kind of thing. Because it's like, yeah, whatever, it's not really a whole thing. But that is one of those ones I know for some people can be a whole thing. Alright, so for this one, I want to say it was bottom left side, southwest. Yes, I got one down here to the southwest, and I got one just up around the corner. Let's do the one just up around the corner. It's not the good paying, or it's not as good paying one, but we can knock it out really fast. It's close by. Then we can circle back, top off the fertilizer, and do that. We're doing pretty good. We're at about 30,000. That's a fence. We're at about 30,000. And that's pretty good for, what we got going into this year. I'm trying to get to the point where we can potentially get that field. I mean, that field's 60,000. Because if we can get that field and I can harvest it, I'll buy the field, it'll be the 60,000, we'll harvest it, it'll give us 10, 12, 14, whatever thousand back after we harvest it. And that'll help a little bit. And then maybe we can make the cedar happen in time. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, chat, real fast, is we're about to go into an ad break anyways, and I have got to use the restroom. So I'm going to quickly use the restroom. The ad break will happen, all that stuff, and I'll be right back. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Okay, and we are back. So let's get this all going again. But yeah, that was yeah, that Path of Exile encounter. That was a while back. That's the man, I remember the name of the bosses on that one. But yeah, no, I used to play Path of Exile like every league. Before streaming, I would 40-40 out of a lot of leagues. The ones I did most of them, I'd do the 36-40 challenges. Which all you need to know is that's like super sweaty try hard, doing all the things, super grindy sometimes. Then I started streaming, I just didn't have the time to do it. And I did try, like, it was every league launch, I would usually stream to getting pretty well into red maps, maybe taking down the bosses. Like, that's one of those ones that, we were talking about earlier, like, games you don't realize how much you played on stream. Path of Exile is still up there as one of my most streamed games on the channel. And it really never felt like I streamed it that much. Like, in all intents and purposes. It did not feel like I streamed it that much. Now, granted, it meant like this every 4-ish months, I'd end up streaming it for at least a good couple of days or so. And it was always one of those games that performed horrifically badly on the channel. Like, very genuinely, there's a reason I stopped streaming it at all. It's like, I kept playing it again and again on the channel, and every time it was just utterly murdered my numbers. Which it's fair. Like, it's just, the style of game I play in Path of Exile are very, very, very different. So it was kind of an indulgence for myself, but it's kind of just one of those things I finally had to be like, look, man, I need to stop doing this. It's just too hard of a hit. Path of Exile is so much different content. You can do so many hours at a time. Oh yeah, no, that's the beauty of it. It's really easy in Path of Exile to get yourself in the grind mentality of just doing whatever the one thing is and then burning yourself out. But if you stop and just play what kind of, play what brings you joy, and just hop around in your content, sure, it's nowhere near the most efficient or meta or whatever you want to go with, but you can very genuinely just kind of go through and have new stuff to do at all times. But that's part of one of the things that I felt they did really bad sometimes with those 40-40 challenges, especially like Blight League, where it's like, okay, do 100 Blights. And that just meant you spent hours and hours and hours near the end of the league getting that done, where it was just start the tower defense, set up the handful of things, delete the screen endlessly, and just wait. And it was fine. Like, if it was like 20 or 30, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but 100 is literally like 100 to like 15-20 minutes at a time to get each one of those done, or whatever the nonsense was. You just spent days doing that one mechanic. Or the challenges that were just RNG. Have this, this rare enemy up at the same time as that rare enemy up, so their effects stack and fight them or whatever. And usually it's like a unique rare enemy, not just vague rare enemies. And some of those you'd be like, alright, I guess I'm just playing a hell of a lot of this game until it just randomly happens. Because, like, there's very little player agency on it. Okay. We get our fields fertilized, well, not our fields. We're just making money. Kill boss without being hit after he does ultra rare attack. Yeah, or it'll be, the league boss that it takes you dozens and dozens of hours to trigger getting them to show up. And then do it without getting hit, or do it, kill it within 1 second of doing whatever attack, and you're like, come on, man. Like, regardless of how difficult the actual challenge part of it, lining up to even attempt it takes you so much time that you have no time to learn the encounter. Those are always the challenges that were the most annoying. Versus I liked a lot of the challenges that if you were just playing the league mechanic, you'd eventually naturally get it. Or it'd be, hey, summon these 2-3 bosses at the same time. Where it's just a difficult challenge, but you can kick it off relatively easy. You've never done a 40-40, played a lot of it, but doing T16 maps, just jump between meta builds. Yeah, I found if I played meta builds, usually I didn't super enjoy it. Like, and that's like the delete the screen meta builds. So like, not explosive arrow. What was the one? It doesn't matter. If it went to like the true meta builds, usually those were a bit lackluster. Like, I would, as far as the fun would go, where you could just delete the screen and not have to put any effort really early game, and you just care. Tornado shot. That was one that was way up there. Like, the most meta I did was, like, Righteous Fire, which certainly people would argue is meta from a survivability standpoint. Like, the damage is also relatively solid, but that thing's been nerfed so many times, it still stands up today. Even though it's definitely a ghost of what it once was. And so that's meta-esque. But, like, the days of Arc Lightning, so you do Arc Lightning Trap, and you could just delete the entire screen before it got nerfed in, like, 8 different directions. And even now, it's still actually respectably strong. It's just a ghost of what it once was. Okay, so field 37. Before we do that, let's check, make sure it's not like a cultivating contract or anything. Okay, so there's a good chance... Well, I'm not going to say it's going to be last contract. It's only 10 a.m. in game. That's looking like the last contract on the current roster we would consider. So that would involve fast-forwarding the day. Get on to our next day, or get the contract done. Man, that's a game I played a lot on the channel. Like I said, I enjoyed it, but I haven't played it... Like, I haven't really played Path of Exile in over a year. Is there a number of meta builds that stay functional and viable, but just not the absolute best of the field? I.e. survivability, AoE, DPS, speedrun, and Righteous Fire is one of those ones that sticks around, especially for new players to learn. Yeah, no, Righteous Fire is definitely one of those ones that, like, even on a league that it's bad, it's still relatively good. So I would call it... I don't know if I'd call it a meta build so far as, like, it's a very strong build. Versus, like, you know, the meta build where, again, like, the leagues that Arc Lightning Trap was just, you know, you threw it on the screen, like a screen and a half was just deleted. Anything that was in the calculation range would get wiped out. Tornado Shot actually had times where it was like literally you'd fire the thing and it would be, as far as damage was calculated, would do that. You think they specifically keep Righteous Fire because it's such a go-to for beginner? I think it's also an interesting build. It has a nice balance to it. Because you've got like the Righteous Fire where you just run around in a circle, very low effort. But to scale it up, you have like where you put weakness on the enemy, the elemental weakness kind of stuff, and you can do triggers off of it to scale it up, and then you have putting down the totem and all that. So it's got enough active play going on that it doesn't feel like it's purely passive. You can do it purely passive where it's just running simulator. Your damage isn't there. Because of how much tankier rare mobs are nowadays. If you're not doing stuff, you know, some of the rare mobs will just laugh and not die. You have to do your extra stuff. Whereas you do have a lot of meta builds that, you know, like Tornado Shot at different time, that literally you stutter step. You hit the attack, you step a couple times. You hit the attack, you step a couple times, you hit the attack. I think that's also partly why they nerfed, like, From the Moon so many summoner builds. Because there were so many summoner builds that it was you just ran along and the summons just took care of everything. Maybe for a boss you threw down extra stuff. Because I definitely remember in the heyday, like, I did Spectre builds. Like, you know, I even did the thing where you went to the Delve, you got the chess piece that had the +1 Spectres. You took the time using stuff like beast crafting and all that to split the Spectres off with, like, one good other stat. And, you know, you worked at the whole project of building that up. You know, and there was always, like, that gamble roll near the end that was, like, a 1 in 4, 1 in 3 chance of winning. but you had a reason to chase that. So I used to do that where you could get maximum number of specters, and there was just certain specters that could have like shotgun attacks that you could just delete bosses in seconds, and they just had so much clear. And really, you could do stuff to add to the DPS, like you could cast the weakness spells or whatever, but most of the time you were just running around, letting the specters take care of business. You would take, there was a corpse-consuming ability that would buff your minions, and you just set that to your movement speed so it'd come off every single time cooldown was up. And then they were like, reworked specters. They're dead now. They still work, but it was definitely like really clobbered that build, like really knocked it down into the dirt hard. Not Path of Exile. You never bothered worrying about meta in World of Warcraft. If you did, you wouldn't have been playing your main. You didn't like Survival Hunter at all, which was the usual Hunter. Sorry, it was usual Hunter meta. And then it wasn't, don't be a frickin' hunter. So you stuck with your guns with the Beastmaster Hunter. It worked out being the best you could be at that. And to be honest, you think you did good. You never had pet control issues. You could trap and feign all that. A hunter who knew their job was better than any meta chasing hunter. Yeah, no, it's definitely about knowing the play. Well, that's, so, like, when I first got into World of Warcraft, like, I had been someone who get into it, when I say a little bit late, I mean for vanilla a little bit late. I had a bunch of buddies who were playing, and I had kind of waffled on it because I'd already, done, like, Ultima Online. I had done a whole bunch. I think I had done EVE Online. I could be wrong with that. I'd played an MMO or two before World of Warcraft, is what I'm saying. And it's definitely like, no, this is a big time sink. I'm not sure I want to get into another one, like that kind of thing. But eventually, a bunch of my friends playing all the time convinced me to pop over. And I had rolled Warrior, and I had just about hit level 60 or 50 or whatever. Like, I hadn't quite finished. I had just gotten started. And they re-rolled servers, which worked out in the long run. I was a bit salty in the short run because I had just gotten up to that point and hadn't really gone to do anything endgame. And they all swapped servers. But it ended up working out, because then I ended up rolling Warlock, because I thought that was an interesting one. Because I kind of found out what I wanted to do in the Warrior, which was like Fury Warrior stuff, was not really a thing on a meaningful level. You'd have your one Fury Warrior maybe got welcome to a raid, but generally speaking, they didn't want more than that. They wanted people doing Mortal Strike for the debuff for raid reasons. And so I was like, yeah, I'll do Warlock. And Warlock's never been a weak class, but it certainly wasn't really a meta at that point. But about the time we hit like 60, they had reworked Warlock, and it had become the meta. And it was one of those things, like, I had been playing it before that, and I'm like, oh, I felt pretty good about where we were at before, but, like, they really gave me a lot of good stuff. And so, I played that while it was effectively a meta for the time. And I played it when it wasn't the meta as well, because they definitely had a lot more of that in the vanilla days that felt like, okay, we buffed this class, well, that other class is now rubbish. Oh, well, we nerfed this one ability that this class was, like, leaning on really hard, that was, like, so strong, and because they took away your one really strong toy, now you're kind of underwhelming. If you chased the meta, you would be just re-rolling classes every couple months. Man, even when it wasn't the meta, I really enjoyed Warlock. Like, for me, Warlock ended up being such a strong class, and it didn't start to have any pain until they reworked Hunters to give them, Beastmaster, Beast of Wrath. Because definitely when a Hunter jumped you and they had a Beast of Wrath pet, and you didn't know where the Hunter was, if you weren't using UI add-ons to let you target back to the Hunter's owner kind of thing, that stupid pet could just solo you sometimes. Because you couldn't fear it, you couldn't charm it. So, like, all the utility CC that Warlocks had didn't do crap. I think you could Death Coil it? I don't remember. But it gave you, like, 1 or 2 seconds, and meanwhile this pet is just mauling you. And so about all you could do is weaken the pet to reduce the damage you were taking and just try and get yourself to endure it. And then hopefully, suss out where the Hunter is. But a lot of, because I was Horde at the time, a lot of the hunters, I think, if I remember correctly, you could Beast or Wrath your pet while you were Shadow Meld, and the pet would do their thing. If I remember correctly. That, because that was like right when it happened. That may have been a bug, and then they nerfed it so you couldn't do that anymore. But you'd basically get the pet aggroed, you'd Shadow Meld, and then Beast or Wrath the pet, or I don't know what the order of operations, I wasn't playing Hunter at the time. And so again, the counterplay you'd usually have is when you got Beast or Wrath. Either one, if you had a defensive ability, you could tank up to survive it, or you'd kill the Hunter. But I tended to roll Fell Hunter and Succubus. And if I remember correctly, you couldn't eat the Beast or Wrath buff off of the pet. I think they made it so you could later. But I was as an extremely well played warlock, I think it was like the second highest rank in PvP you could get at the time on the server I was on. So there's like Field Marshal or whatever. I'd gotten the second highest one, looked at the highest one, was like, no, that's like another month I have to commit to just grinding honor. I'm sorry, I'm out. And that, we had a lot of server firsts in our guild and everything for completing content and all that. Sweaty try-hard rating. And, on that group, I was the class leader, so all the warlocks coming in, we'd talk shop, and I'd help teach them how to do their rotations, and teach them, with warlock, there was rotations for your thing, but there was also just so much utility you could bring that you just had to know stuff. And there was so few warlocks that just didn't know how to use the Fell Hunter. Because the Fell Hunter was, stupid strong. Between being able to silence and eating buffs off people and everything else, it was a minion that so many people slept on. So many people, if they're raiding, they would just run Imp, which is fair. If you got a group in there, the Imp would give people more life. It's a very strong buff. You should have an Imp out, if you have only one Warlock. Or they'd use Void Hunter when they're out and about, because Void Hunter, was PvE, you could have it tank. Or if you're PvPing, a lot of times with PvP, you'd roll Succubus, or you'd roll Void Hunter, depending on what you're doing. But so many people slept on Fell Hunter. I used to just ruin Priest with Fell Hunter. You could practically just toss the Fell Hunter on the Priest, and between it eating their buffs and silencing them again and again, it was just frustrating for them. And a lot of people just didn't know how to deal with it because so few warlocks ever used it that they didn't get a chance to kind of learn. And you could be smart about your silence and hold them for when they matter, a disc priest using, I forget what penance was the one that would corkscrew and fire 3 times. Really solid heal. And so you could be deliberate and deliberately time your silences to silence whatever school of magic they used. And just really horse with them. Or if you're already dealing with enough, you could just turn it on to just auto silence and just spam its silence every time it came up, every n number of seconds. You could deliberately target to try and get rid of buffs, or you could just let them chew up the buffs constant though. There was a cost. Well, back in the day with warlocks, when you went to summon any pet that wasn't an imp, you had to use a soul shard. Which meant you just had to kill any target that gave honor or XP, and, use your soul drain attack. And they even had, a soul bag that I can't remember how many shards you could hold. And it used to be, when you first played, I want to say when you logged off, I think your soul shards vanished, expired, so every single time you'd have to hop on and recollect your soul shards and all that. They eventually got rid of that. So you could, spend a while collecting a bunch and just hold on to them. But, you only had to worry about the soul shard thing, because, expected as a free consumable, is, when you first started for the day, and you had to, get the pet up, get your soul shards, all that stuff. Or if someone actually killed it. And I want to say in, PvP, when you died, it just popped back up whatever pet you had been using. Or I think maybe they had to explicitly kill the pet before they killed you, which is pretty rare. Most of the time in PvP, people are going to target you because honestly, killing you as the Warlock is easier than killing your pet a lot of times. Not, like, the Succubus would die really easy. But otherwise, you're gonna target the character, because they'll die easier, and once you kill them, the pet's gone. So yeah, the consumable side of it was no big deal. Farming your soul shards was annoying. Because it'd be like, oh, we're doing a raid tonight. Warlock, go farm your soul shards. I'd be like, fine. As a resto druid, y'all. Oh yeah, no. If you're playing the healer in battlegrounds, you're getting harassed. I mean, that's I did the same thing when I played a warlock. If I saw a priest anywhere, you know, I saw a resto druid, I saw a resto shaman, healing paladin. You were at least getting some debuffs chucked on you if I wasn't, you know, stacking up a bunch of dots on you. Because I didn't even care if the dots did any meaningful damage. A lot of people, the moment you got dots on them, they would focus on that. I used to actually do that to some people, is I would get like a low level of some of the dots, and I would just keep putting the low level one and having them like spam cleanse, especially paladins. And it would just waste all their mana trying to get rid of all your dots, and you're just casting like the really low level ones that don't do anything. And so you're sitting here at like 90+% mana, and they're tapping themselves out just trying to get rid of your dots, not realizing they're ticking for like 12 damage. That I didn't do too often. Because your Boomkin Druid was your favorite after your main, but you do enjoy switching to Resto sometimes and healing. And rolling Hots for fun was the way to heal. Yeah, like early on, I would say I played Warlock the most. I definitely did a couple rounds of like main tanking on Warrior. And eventually, you know, you're always short on healers. Then I'm like, you know what, fine. I can't find healers at the time. I'll just roll my own. And so at that point, I gave Shaman a go, and I did Resto Shaman, and I really liked healing. Like I found really enjoyed healing. So I did Resto Shaman for a good while, and what else did I do? I did Resto Shaman. I ultimately ended up doing Priest. I ended up like doing Priest a lot, like a lot. Only for the festival achievements? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I did PvP on and off. I didn't do that much in the way of arenas. Like, I got once or twice, I got relatively good ranks in arenas because I had buddies who really wanted to do it, and I was just looking for people to play with, so yeah, we did it. Like, I felt like I was pretty competent in it. But it was just not something I put a ton of time in, because when I got the really high PvP rank was before arenas were a thing. Like, Arathi Basin was the new kid on the block. They're talking way back. But, yeah, so I did Resto Shaman. I never did Healing Druid. Druid was one of the classes I never really... Like, I played it up to 60 or whatever the cap was at the time, but I never really went for it. It just, for whatever reason, it didn't land with me. Same with, like, Hunter. I got a Hunter to highest level, but I never really raided with it. It just kind of wasn't... It wasn't a class I super enjoyed. Honestly, most of, like, the straight-up DPS classes were classes I tended to not enjoy as much. Like, I played them pretty much all to max level. I think No, actually, I think I did Death Knight to max level, because they started you near max level. But I never really... Like, I enjoyed DPS, but if it was a class was, like, that was all they did, that was one that, I usually didn't enjoy. Warlock ended up being the exception, because it was a very complicated utility-oriented class. And you end up having a lot of things you did in addition to DPS, like, oh, you have to manage, like, banish CC, or, you know, you have to, like, fear juggle this person. So you'd have these fights where you're juggling 2 or 3 different things going on. And, like, don't get me wrong, you had, like, mages had, I forget what it's called, where they'd freeze an enemy for a while. Hunters had misdirection. You had those kind of things. But usually those were, you used it on the opener, and that was it. You had polymorph. But I don't know, like Warlock for me like hit a. There was enough things I was juggling to keep it entertaining. The one I did take to end game that I ended up bouncing off because I just didn't enjoy it was Rogue. But this is like talking like vanilla days, where Rogue was you stood behind the boss, you hit like I won't remember the exact thing. It was like backstab, backstab, backstab. You use slice and dice, backstab, backstab, backstab. Was it eviscerate or whatever? And then you had like 1 or 2 damage cooldowns you would use. And then, like, if you were about to take some damage, you could pop evasion or whatever you needed to. But it was literally just being like 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 3 1 1 1 3 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 3, occasionally 5. And it was really, really out of rotations. It was the simplest rotation out of the ones we had. That is just like, oh my god. Like, don't get me wrong, there was there was one of the Warlock builds that it was like, put up your curse, put up this dot, 1 1 1 for Shadow Bolt spam. Occasionally it'd make a sound and you'd push 2. So you could get Warlocks to be kind of the same thing. And Fury Warrior did that raiding one time, and I ended up bouncing off that one too. Like, early Fury Warrior I enjoyed a bit. It had a rotation that was like 5-6 moves plus a cooldown or whatever. Later on Fury Warrior, they changed it so like every 3rd move had a proc. So you'd hit like, you're hitting like Heroic Strike or whatever, and then this proc, so you have to hit that button. And it felt like you're playing whack-a-mole, that the whole time you're using like your 1 or 2 abilities or whatever that you're doing your rotation. And it was like, there's a 3, there's a 4, there's a 2, there's a 4, there's a 3. I don't remember what the thing... It was something like when you crit, you got this proc. It was like overpower. When you got that, you had that proc. And it really did feel like you were just sitting there playing a game of whack-a-mole while also trying to manage World of Warcraft. And like, this is not fun. I can see the allure for some people. This is genuinely like, there is no rhyme or reason for this. You just kind of try to react to the different sounds. The shiny lights come on, the bells ring, and you push the button that, that bell ring means. Use up a key 1 on a keyboard in a Rogue. Yeah, no, I did have it so, like, at one point I had a macro button for my Rogue that it was, like, 2 buttons. That it was, like, rotation A, rotation B. So you'd push, like, again, attack, 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 second move. Attack, 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 second move. And the reason I kept the 2 separate, because I could have put them together, was, if I remember correctly, you did slice and dice, you did 2 sets of combos of eviscerate, or whatever it was, and then you went back to slice and dice because it would have run out by then. Or you'd run into a situation where you're doing this, and then, the encounter's like, run away, and you have to, like, run away from the boss, and you reset your rotation, because, while you were running away, your buff dropped off or whatever. Because I used to actually rank really high, like, there wasn't, like, the meters, like, globally yet kind of thing, at least not that I was aware of, but we did have, damage meters and all that within the guild. And I usually ranked really, really high on there, both because, 1, I didn't die like an idiot, because that happened a lot, that people wanted to pad their numbers and would overstay and get killed, and I'm like, cool. You did really, really good damage while you're laying there on the ground. So, I would stay alive and, do the encounter correctly and not just force the healers to heal me through damage I had no business taking. But then I would do really well when I was on there. I just didn't enjoy that one. And I know, like, there's a lot of people who enjoy Rogue, and that's fair. But that was one that just didn't land with me. For me, both the times I got a Paladin to high level was, like, right when people re-rolled. So I just didn't get to raid on the Paladin by circumstance. So Dragoon is sort of like that in Final Fantasy XIV, except instead of procs, it's several attack series that each end with an attack that does a debuff. So you have to do like 1, then 2, which allows you to do 3, that does the debuff. Then you do 4, then 5, which lets you do 6, and then a different debuff. And after you've done both 3 and 6, you can do 7, which is a more powerful attack. Oh, gotcha. So it's more of a combo thing. So it's like the Rogue combo where you do, like, you build up your charges or whatever, except instead of just trading back and forth between 1 and 2, it's kind of one of those things that you're like, I'm doing this one, now I'm doing that one, now I have to do this third one. Well, now that I've done all of these, I can collectively do the last one. Be glad you didn't. Oh yeah, no, that was because the paladin like well, I thought you had the 5-minute, or you could use an item, and I think the item gave you a 15-minute one. But yeah, no, I remember that being an obnoxious thing. Oh, we're getting ready to do our next big pull. Use your buffs. And the poor paladin sitting there, and then, you know, I think it was the priest at the point you had to use like a candle for that buff, and that was like 15-30 minutes or whatever it was. Yeah, no, World of Warcraft, early World of Warcraft, really loved those temporary buffs. So you'd have to like go to each individual party and buff each individual party with their appropriate buffs and all that garbage, and you have to re-up them every 10-15 minutes. I am super glad I did not play a class that I had to worry about any of that crap. I just gave my soul stone to whomever was deemed the appropriate person to give it to. Sometimes I selfishly kept it for myself. A lot of times it went to a healer. I think once or twice we gave it to a tank because it's one of those encounters that they could just bad luck, you can get the tank killed super easy. So you'd give the soul stone to a tank and it would come back with no buffs or anything. But, you know, having them there to taunt to take, you know, 2-3 hits and maybe get rebuffed. Buff sales courtesy of EverQuest. Yeah, no, they definitely love to do that garbage. That was one of the things that used to annoy me when I did mess with Paladin was, I want to say back at the beginning, you would have your, I forget the name of them. You would have like the buff you'd give yourself, and then you'd use a judgment to apply an effect and would eat your self buff. And so it's this constant thing of like buffing yourself, hitting the enemy with that, rebuffing yourself, using like 1 or 2 other attacks in there. And to me, it was just a very obnoxious juggle. It was effective, like it worked well. I used to have a lot of fun fighting paladins on my warlock because it was one of those things that both warlock and paladin were very strong characters at that point, and neither of them straight up won, but as a warlock, a paladin was one of the harder fights that, you know, felt reasonably fair, because a lot of your utility, the paladin be like, yeah, I cleansed it. Don't, just forget it. You put that effect on me? Yeah, I cleansed it. It's fine. And so a paladin can be utterly obnoxious to deal with as a warlock. I ended up finding that the way I liked fighting paladins was just basically, since it was just, I recognized to myself it was an endurance fight. It was not something that one of the other of you was going to just knock the other one down. Not unless you're like a Ruin build and you got really lucky on those early crits before the person realized you were in a fight. You know, and you just crit them into the dirt. But that was pretty rare. So it was one of those things I'd use Curse of Tongues, I believe it was, that make them much, much slower on their casting, and it was a curse, so it was one of the only things the Paladin couldn't cleanse, I believe. So I'd Curse of Tongues them, and I'd just start mana draining them. Throw a dot on there, start mana draining them. They would cleanse the dot, throw a dot on there. By then I'd have to run around because it would have closed the distance. And then, you know, usually you could break away from them relatively easy. You just had to, like, turn it away they didn't expect. And then you start mana draining them. They'd Hammer of Justice you, stunning you for a minute. But they didn't have the damage to follow up and finish you off. So then, you know, you get away. Maybe you life drain a little bit. Then you mana drain them. And you just do that back and forth until finally they stopped healing themselves for some reason. Any of the holy specs, that's how you ended up fighting them half the time. It was just like, alright, here we are, we're in the slog. You know, if I'm not a Ruin build where I can just maybe crit them down real fast, I'm probably gonna have to sit here, like, throw a hard-hitting spell in there to get them, you know, healing themselves. And just start trying to take all that mana away. And Curse of Tongues is another one that a lot of people who played as warlocks didn't use, and it was super strong against healers. You can also be strong against everything, but like when it came to mages, everything, but I think it was arcane mages. Arcane mages had a lot of instant casts. But like your fire mage and your ice mage, a lot of them had decent cast times on their spells. So if you Curse of Tongues them, it would screw up their entire how they cast spells, because they'd just be used to, you know, things taking certain times and everything taking like 1.5 the length. They would end up interrupting their own spells constantly and that kind of thing. But yeah, so many people fell into, like, you know, using a handful of tricks and just ignoring half the tools in their tool belt. The number of warlocks who didn't use Curse of Exhaustion, which was utterly critical for surviving getting jumped by a warrior or a rogue. You'd Curse of Exhaust, like, you'd fear them and then Death Coil them, then Curse of Exhaustion them. They would usually burn their intercept or whatever. And that's kind of where you decide who's going to win the fight, is if you could break away before they manage to pin you down. Alright. So let's see here. We already turned that in. We have not. Probably not going to worry about that fertilizing contract. Or that spraying contract. And we did get another good fertilizing contract. Okay. Now it's along the side of town, and that'll probably be one of the last contracts for the day. But yeah, so this has been like a very lucrative day. Because we're sitting at like 40 something, and we want to buy that field for like 65. And I think we were aiming to get that by August. Didn't you already fertilize field 1? I don't believe so. I don't believe it's field 1. I could be wrong. So it is a thing in the game that it doesn't really track some of the other fields well. That there are times they'll do stuff that really doesn't make sense, where you'll like weed a field and you'll be cool, the field's all weeded, and then you'll drive away, you'll turn in the quest, and instantly the weeds will reappear, and you're like, oh, okay. There is some of that weirdness that does happen, so it could easily be one of those things. Is the last field you did? Gotcha. Yeah, and that does happen, not super often, but you will have where like the same field will come up with the same contract. You usually don't see much of it unless you're playing on like a mod map or a map that otherwise doesn't have much in the way of fields. So like Silver Run. Silver Run would be one I would expect to see that for, where there's only like 4 or 5 fields on it. And so if you're doing contracts, it's like, okay, well, we need to generate contracts. You will have the same field will generate the same contract. Still. Yeah, that's always kind of the bummer. That's one of the reasons why once we get our own field, I like to start dropping off the contracts. To be fair, if we weren't playing with precision farming, this could be normal. Because without precision farming, you have to fertilize your field twice to get 100% bonus. So if we weren't doing precision farming, it would be one of those things where you'd have to spray the field. Now the catch is, the way it works without precision farming is you have to do something else between fertilizing. So you could fertilize and then, you know, do like your herbicide and then go back to fertilize, or you could fertilize, I don't remember if rollers worked or not. That kind of thing. But you get the idea. You actually would have to do that. And that was actually like learning to do things efficiently without precision farming, was kind of learning that, you know, you're going to have to double fertilize. How do you manage that? Because even if you use the seeder that fertilizes at the same time, when it's done, it's considered fertilized, so you have to do something else. And so it was figuring out the order of operations to get both those rounds of fertilizing done kind of in the same day to get the full benefit of it. And to save yourself from having to do it. But I mean, it's honestly weird thinking back to going before precision farming, being like, oh yeah, we just finished fertilizing that field. I'm gonna fertilize that field. Because it was always one of those things I found weird. I'm like, but why would I not use the amount of fertilizer I need in the first place? Like, I can understand in real life you might put down the fertilizer, you have a bunch of rain and all that might disperse some of it, and then you, like, do more fertilizer later. Like, that could be a thing. But it's also in Farm Sim where a whole month is a day. It's kind of just a weird thing. Yeah, and this will pay me another 5, and that puts us up to 45,000. And the field we want is 65,000. So how Highlands treating you? It's good. I think it's a really good map. I do understand that I believe it's an issue that some people playing multiplayer running into, that some of the gates won't open. I think it's a multiplayer issue. I haven't personally experienced much of it myself. So there is some bugs kind of going on, and that, like, for multiplayer, that one's pretty bad. But you know, I haven't run into any bad bugs on my end personally. We had one field that didn't count when I sprayed it, and it wasn't a big deal. I did like a couple of feet, a couple of liters of herbicide, and it wasn't working. So I was like, all right, well, cancel that contract, move on, no fuss. Which we've had that with pretty much every major expansion and I've like release of that there'll be some contract or some whatever that doesn't get calculated right or something. And so, like, there's all that. But I think of the maps I've seen who have had hidden things on it, the collectibles, I think this one might have done it the best. It's certainly a contender, because there was 12 of them. The places they were hidden mostly, like, made sense. So, like, you could look at it and be like, ah, I understand why that's there. Like, there's one or two that's a little bit more tenuous, but all the other ones, I'm like, yeah, no, sure. Makes sense that these are here. You can find quite a few of them just, like, naturally by noticing where you're locating them and then just kind of looking for them. We only ran into 4 that I had to actually put like real effort into being like, all right, I can't find these. And I personally believe there was 1 I would have eventually found naturally. And then there's 2 that would be a matter of if I stumbled on them. And so, like, there was only a couple that I was like, okay, me locating those would be more tenuous. Versus, for example, the first map on Farm Sim 22 that had 100 hidden collectibles or whatever it was in there. There was no way you were finding those without a guide. Like, you would rip your hair out before you found them, because some of them were so elaborately hidden, and it was hard to tell what was and wasn't a collectible in that one. So I like that. I think they did really well. The aesthetics of the map, I think, are great. I do feel like people will probably get frustrated with the fieldstone walls. They look great, but they do kind of box in the fields pretty hard. And historically, when we've had maps that have like fence lines around them that you get stuck on, generally those maps tend to be ones people play less, just because you get the really big tractor with a really big cultivator and it keeps snagging on all these things and it gets annoying. So I do think there'll probably be some of that. But it's like there's a lot of the fields don't have the fieldstone fences, but instead have the hedge. And the hedge you can just pass through, so that's not a big deal. I think the map does a really good job of balancing having varying elevation without everything being so varying of elevation that you can't use half the equipment. Because, like, if you go and look at a map like Silver Run, it's all jaggy, you can't hardly do anything. Riverbend, for example, has a lot of really, really steep inclines and all that can be really hard to use some equipment. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I do know that was something that a lot of people didn't like about the map. But at the same time, on the other side, you have maps that are like Zelonka that's like almost super duper flat. That at the same time, it can be a little boring. And I feel like this one does a really good job of kind of meeting in the middle there, where you've got, like, if you look over there, we've got, like, ridges and cliffs and all that kind of in the distance that are part of the map. But while we're on the field itself, while it might not be level, it's relatively flat enough that, you know, a machine like the Nexat might struggle with this field. But generally speaking, most machines should be fine so long as they've got enough horsepower. Like, you're not using a tractor under spec for what you're trying to do. Yeah, so that's down, like, kind of center right. Yeah, actually, I think that one's above. Yeah, we're just getting these endless fertilizer contracts. Okay. Which I'm trying, like, we've been trying to not repeat the same contract again and again. We have been doing that with these fertilizer ones quite a bit. But they are paying pretty well. And I can't do, like, any of these other ones. I could do the Deadwood for $300. So we can't do a lot of those. We don't own our own field yet, because we're doing sweaty, challengey stuff. But if we were to, like, once we get that field, that's going to be really good. It would just be nice if we got some other contracts. So, like, unfortunately right now, the only contracts I could really do is harvest, spray, fertilize, and cultivate. We haven't really seen much in the way of, like, seeding contracts. Yeah, so Deadwood we can do this. This one's 36,000 to get that. I could get a hoe. Hoe contracts suck. Rock removal, those are fine, but this is just expensive equipment. We could do spraying. Stone picking is relatively expensive. Tedder grass? Weeding is another one. The weeding and the hoeing ones would be the one I would actually debate picking up. Because if I remember correctly, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, you can use a hoe to weed. You cannot use a weed to hoe, or a weeder to hoe. If I remember correctly. And if not, regardless, like, doing the hoe to, like, go over a field is really quick. It's a fairly large width, and you can go at a fairly fast speed while you're doing it. The reasons why I like it more than the weeder. It's only when you get, like, the giant weeder that it starts to make sense to consider the weeder over the hoe. Alright. I'm gonna run back by the house, gonna probably gas up all that. But we're gonna be wrapping up relatively soon. I did go pretty long yesterday. I can't really go that long today. Unfortunately, I've got a dentist appointment tomorrow. So I gotta be waking up early. I do not know if there'll be a stream tomorrow. Thursdays and Fridays are technically my days off. There's a pretty good chance we'll have a stream tomorrow. But, you know, gotta kind of run it past Toom, see what's going on, because she might have something she wants to do, and obviously gotta take all that into consideration. But if I'm gonna be just home, potentially playing games, I'm gonna go ahead and stream. That's it. I've very much been enjoying the DLC. I am looking forward to getting at the stage here in the DLC where we are able to get our farm properly started. We are doing a challenge mode, and that is the thing that makes the early game take a little bit longer. Now, granted, how ridiculously lucrative fishing has worked definitely probably jumped us a whole stream ahead of where we'd otherwise normally be. Normally it takes a lot longer to get things off the ground. Versus we're looking very genuinely... Like, I was actually expecting to buy the field today. The only reason we didn't end up doing that is because I got the opportunity to catch a much better tractor on sale. So we snagged the tractor. So let's go here. Consumables. This new farming update for Zomboid looks good. Man, I have not played Zomboid in a hot minute. Very much enjoyed it historically, but Build 42 hasn't landed as well with me. It just... I don't think it's bad or anything like that. It's just not... It's not the direction I want. That and low-key I put in like 4,000 plus hours, so I burnt myself out. So I've been kind of waiting till like Build 42 is properly starting to settle into whatever it is, and you know, then I'll probably give it another peek. See how it is. I don't think I'm done with Zomboid forever or anything. Yeah, no, I got you, Sir Blab. Really upped the graphics, I'll say that much. They also, it's at a higher realism than Zomboid has ever had. They got rid of the zombies. And completely negated the fact that a disaster ever happened. The most realistic Project Zomboid that there's ever been. By just omitting the Zomboid part of it. Hi, random horse that is not being cared for or whatever. That's what I'm saying. Zombies equals gone. The lore is overwhelming right now. Yep. Okay, so with that said, we're going to be wrapping up here in just a minute. I've talked about this before. This is me handling brain ADHD things that I know I'm going to 100% forget what the heck I was doing in the game last time. So what I do right now is I've got my tractor. I've got the field that needs to be sprayed. I've got the sprayer attached, and I park it right there. And that tells me that field, I need to spray it. And this is the reason why we didn't get land today. Is because I bought this tractor. Because this tractor's normally about 90,000 and we got it for 46. And it is way the heck more powerful than my other tractor. So when we need to cultivate or do anything like that, we just grab it instead. And I don't think that was a bad move. It was a delaying gratification move, but it was a thing. Let's see, after a couple hundred hours in Build 42, your general suspicion is that it is being balanced for community's multiplayer and anticipation of builds will leave solo players in an awkward spot. Nutrition remains a serious point of balancing. Yeah, my big hang-up was I didn't mind the nutrition. I don't disagree. I think you actually are correct in what you just said. That they are kind of really seriously considering multiplayer to give people a reason to play together more, as opposed to existing on the same server and ignoring each other. My big issue, so they took the time to like really build out the crafting, and I think it's good that they did that. But if you put all that in time investment to make like a metal sword, and that crap lasts you like a third of a day when you're like properly throwing down. And I like the fighting side of Project Zomboid. You know, like the crafting and all that is a means to support that. And I found it very unsatisfying to invest all this time and just have the weapons break constantly. And so in practice for me, I was spending a third of my game time just crafting weapons. Nothing else. That's not considering food, that's not considering any other thing. Just crafting weapons of the time I wanted to be fighting was going to be dedicated to that. That's what it took. And like, I'm just repeating the same, like watching this bar fill up my character's head for hours at a time. Like, I'm not enjoying this. Like, this is actively not fun for me. It was fun when I first was like discovering the new things, like figuring out how to do the napping and yada yada. But even when I got like maintenance 10, like short blade 10 or whatever, or like long blade 10, like we even like maxed out the skill, I could still smash a weapon in under a day that you blacksmith, and I'm like, all right, like don't get me wrong, balancing it out with the other equipment that exists in the game, sure, it's in line. But with the time investment, the reward has to align. Otherwise, why the hell would I do it? And I think that's something that they might figure out. It might be one of those things that they just give the crafted weapons, like the higher end ones, more of a buff than they already have, because they have a little bit of a buff, but a bigger buff. Now, with that said, what I'm going to quickly do here, before I forget, I am going to be wrapping up because I have got to wake up in the morning and all that good stuff. So if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you are watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but you will be having the stream kind of abruptly end on you. I don't have a host figured out over there, so I'm sorry. With everyone over here on Twitch, though, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to see who we can find to drop a raid on. And like I said, I normally technically don't